Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. Well, Gremlins have been at it again. Couldn't get my hearing aids to connect. Do it 3 or 4 times. How are y'all doing? My gosh, I have not slept that good in quite a while. I honestly didn't want to get up. Nope, I didn't. I pushed my alarms as far back as they could go. I have to go get my coffee, y'all. Get my chair situated. Get comfortable. It's going to be a long day. I do have my once a month meeting on Thursday nights that I'll be going to. So I will be leaving my live probably about 5 o'clock. So hopefully we'll be done. But that said, I'm glad to be here. I am so glad to be here. Oh no, don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare. I guess it says clean me. I see the bingo card. Thank you, Miss June. I did see the bingo card. You know, I was putting on my makeup this morning and I was in StreamYard and I was like, where is everybody? You know, I'm sitting here getting ready. I know my bangs are a little tight, but they'll relax through the day. Couldn't figure out where everybody was. I have a little film strip thing and my mods hop in. I can see that they're there and nobody was there. And I was like, that's strange. Oh, it's still yesterday's stream. I was in the wrong back office. My mods were there the whole time. Aren't they fabulous? They're fabulous. Beautiful mods. Look at this. This is my jewelry box. All of my earrings fit in there. Now, I have multiple earrings in each container. See? friend of mine gave me this, and I've become addicted to it. Absolutely love the way it holds everything. All right. Well, Miss June has already been at work, and she has got our bingo card up for today. She sure does. I am so blessed to have her. I'm blessed to have all my mods. And I'm also, oh, she's already got it tagged. Oh, June, you are so good. Come on, work with me, computer. I got up this morning and I noticed my cat, who's 15 and acts like a 5-year-old, wasn't in bed laying on top of me this morning. I was like, oh, that's nice. Because I'll wake up and she literally is laying on me, no matter what position I'm in. And so I come in my office this morning and she's sprawled out across my desk. And my computer has a kind of weird, wrong password, try again. Last attempt before we lock you down. I was all like, girl, get off my desk. She was rolling over in her sleep, I guess, or whatever, and hitting buttons or slapping them with her tail. I almost got locked out of my computer because little Missy was sprawled out in the warmth, I guess, because of the computer, the heat of the computer. Yeah. So anyway, that is, oh, I hate it. Let me see if we can hide though. I have my hair, my daughter layered my hair. The one thing that I did not want to happen, and it is that I have these little stragglers in my braid. As long as they're on the backside, I'm good. Good morning, First in Chat. Today was Angela, then Miss June, of course, then Miss Karate Cat Mom. You're here one sunny day. You're here, Miss Ari. Guess what? How does the hat look over there? Yep. And I am working on the band. I've got to finish the green and white on the top and then do it on the bottom. Yeah. So I was working on it, boo. I could have gotten it done at 4 a.m., but no, I went to bed. I'm the type of person when I start a project, I don't like to put it down till I'm done. So I have thoroughly enjoyed making that hat. Thank you to so much, June. I literally was doing that while we were talking. We do have sound in the courtroom. Let me get the stream up. Okay, we have multiple courts popping today. We have the first grader red rumor attempter, the civil suit between a teacher and the vice principal. Those Warner versus Parker is in verdict watch. We are watching for that verdict. Then we have the Uriah Urick. We call it the Teen Lovers Murder Trial 1. And then we also have later today the boyfriend beheading that we started watching last night. And so we've got some trials going on. Miss June, I was going to talk to you about you hostessing the you being in back office with it on your computer, the one in your territory later today, if you want to. You don't have to. Okay. Let me see. And we are in court. Let me get me where I need to be. Of course, that's coming. Her hair reminds me of Farrah Fawcett. If you don't know who Farrah Fawcett is, Google it. It's Farrah Fawcett. Ooh. Mm. Oh, God. I stabbed myself yesterday eating with an awl. It didn't feel good today. Got cat fur everywhere, y'all. She had fun up here all night. And my office door was open. I didn't lock her in. Okay, let's see who's first on the chopping block this morning. I think he's the same as yesterday. I think. I need a sound check. I don't think they have the microphones on, y'all. I can't fix that. That is insane. We just hit 3 hours. We just hit 3 hours in deliberation clock in this Warner versus Parker lawsuit. I want to call the court. Your microphones are off. Maybe I can. I can't. I just can't. I'm going to try and call the court. I had this sucker gained. I'm going to, I'm finding the phone number. I'm calling.
believing they can hear multiple people and maybe and from the investigation and from being at the home and looking at the case overall, was there ever any evidence someone else was in the home that night? Is it fair to say this is what you're talking about with the hospital? Correct. So here, what time sample was he? Almost midnight on the 4th. And this is looks like to be screenshot, correct?
Breaking news.
NFL plunges into tragedy as the Dallas Cowboys star Marshawn Keneal dies at the age of 24, just 2 days after scoring his first touchdown. What the freak? The defensive end, Marshall Needland, has passed away suddenly at the age of 24. The team announced Thursday morning. Needland was in the midst of just his second season when he died overnight. His shattered agent personally confirmed the tremendous loss in the emotional statement. No cause of death was given. It is with extreme sadness that the Dallas Cowboys share that Marshawn Needland tragically passed away this morning. A statement from the team read, Marshawn was a beloved teammate, member of the organization. Our thoughts and prayers regarding Marshawn are with his girlfriend, Catalina, and his family. Needland's heartbreak death comes from 2 days after he suited up for the Cowboys in their Monday Night Football matchup in Arizona, where I think he scored the only touchdown. The defensive lineman, who was drafted by Dallas in the second round of 2024 NFL Draft, achieved a major milestone during the clash, scoring his first professional touchdown when he scooped up the blocked punt in the end zone during the second quarter. Oh, that was a beautiful play. I don't get this. This is just... The NFL will also pay tribute to the young football star Sam. We are deeply saddened by the tragic news of the passing of the Cowboys' Marshawn Needland. Our thoughts and prayers are with his girlfriend, family, friends, and teammates. We have been in contact with the Cowboys and offer support and counseling resources. Needland was drafted out of Western Michigan last year, nearly 2 seasons in the NFL. He played 18 games for the Dallas Cowboys, 4 of which came across as a starter. His record, 26 tackles, 1 sack. I watched him fight his way from a hopeful kid at Western Michigan with dreams of being a respected professional for the Dallas Cowboys. Marshall poured his heart into every snap, every practice, every moment on the field. To lose someone so talented, spirited, and goodness is a pain I can hardly put into words. My heart aches for the family, his teammates, and everyone who loved and knew him, and I hope they will feel the support of the entire football community during this unimaginable time. This is so sad. I ask that you please give his loved ones privacy and compassion as they need to grieve his tremendous loss. Yet, as Nealon was preparing for the draft, he and his family were rocked by another tragedy. The Grand Rapids native suffered a devastating loss of April 24 when his mother, Wendy, unexpectedly passed away 2 months before the NFL draft. Oh my God, does it get any worse? It is thought he is still, it was tough. It still is, but know that in the end of the day, the one thing that gets me through is she spent all of her life trying to get me to go here and support me as much as she could to get me into the NFL, said Needland. Needland wore his mother's ashes on a necklace after he was selected by the Cowboys. The Cowboys are on their bye week this week and are not scheduled to return to training until Monday before their next game against the Las Vegas Raiders on the 17th. And let me share this page. This is he and his mom at his graduation. Wow, look how proud. And there he is with his family. So she's deceased. Now he is. June, you got me crying this morning. I don't know if it has to do anything with the concussion sickness. They don't say. So sad for the Cowboys. And I remember that play. We were watching it, all my mods and I. And I mean, it was a sweet play, dude. You got to admit, you don't have to be a Cowboys fan to appreciate that play. That was an amazing play. So rest in peace. We'll do a little memoriam for him in a little bit. But right now, just we got to get back to court. But thank you, June. Rest in peace, sir. Rest in peace. I was messing with the sound. I thought June was fussing at me. Battery's dying, of course.
So all of these are coming in right about the 12:30 hour, correct?
Yes.
Is this also a video sent by Uriah?
Yes.
I hate these. I can't get them open. They're beyond childproof.
What does it appear is in that video? I can play it again.
Yeah. It's like a firearm, and looks like a firearm, and there's some drugs inside that
And
container.
can we tell what drugs they are, or just through your training experience, they appear to be narcotics?
It looks like it could be meth. What else?
But just to be clear, was that tested, or just from your training experience, that's what it appears to be?
It wasn't a test.
Just
That's just
fix the sound,
training.
Angela.
Okay.
I've been playing with the sound in the background. I have a sound boosting thing. Yeah. Gotta get my hearing aids back connected.
All right. So starting here, is this at about 1 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th, correct?
Yes.
What does Uriah say?
You know what? I'm beating the shit out of her when we're done interrogating. Bucket, prison with bruises. She reacts to the message with an emoji.
I found a new app that I can use to fix the sound to a point. Boy, I'm loving it because that is freaking amazing.
And he says, bones will be broken in prison. Promise.
Normal.
I'll carve a Nazi sign in her forehead and a whore on her face. Don't care. Don't care if I carve a whore across.
Wow.
Sorry, go ahead.
She says his blood pressure would rise so bad he would shake and have his head in his hands when it was a fuck ton stress, which was a lot for her. He says forehead. She says neither of you can beat the absolute shit out of her. No.
And what does Uriah say?
He says bad. Pistol whipping her too. You said it's cool. And she reacts with an emoji 2 times. And he responds, well, the smell, and now we know. What the fuck is, she says sigh. He responds, the spoon in her room was black, right? Yes. Any blue burns? Metal, FS. And she responds with a video.
I'm going to press play on the video here. What room does this appear to be?
It's going to be Tammy King's.
And what is that?
Plate of, looks to me like marijuana.
And is that the same container we just saw with Uriah the night before the murder?
Yes.
Yeah, do you know where this goes again? This is like, this is right there, right? Yeah, what's that? Okay. No, I just have it. Yeah, I was having to do some, no, actually, like, person here. Trying to, and hear it, keep on the, I feel like, and hearing it for, yeah, I've been hearing this shit for a day. Oh yeah, because it was picked. I'm gonna watch.
Do they continue talking for a little while?
Yes.
All right. What timestamp would this be, right here where the cursor is?
Says it's 7:54, so it'd be the night before again, on February 4th, the night before. Or, I'm sorry, yes, February 4th,
So if UTC is -6, what timestamp would that be?
5.
Right here.
Oh, sorry, 1,
So it's almost 2 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th.
yes.
And I apologize, I keep making you do math. What does Uriah say at this point?
You want to go find out with guns and me? She responds, no, not right now. I want to do what we're doing till at least 4 if we want to. And she says, if that's okay, we're okay. All right, I got you, gang. He says, listen to the wall. Someone's walking to Nanny's.
Then we keep talking for a little bit, correct?
Correct.
What does Uriah say here right about 2 a.m.?
If someone peeks, everyone dies.
At about 2:05, what does Tara say?
Are you gonna do now?
Oh, sorry, y'all. Man, there's fur everywhere. I'm not letting her do that again.
And just following the timestamps, are we still communicating moving into the 3 o'clock hour, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I'm talking about you.
All right, let's start here at 3:23 a.m. from Uriah.
He says, can I tell Nanny she knows?
Stop
She
it.
knows, in quotes. I have an AR pre-aimed at the door. She says, no, they might run. She says, I want to stick to the plan as much as possible. He says, yes, ma'am. Double click, not us, or someone. 2, then 1. Stare at door, listen to wall.
And then do we keep talking about these people that they believe are in the house?
Yes.
So at 4:25 a.m., what does Uriah tell Tara?
She's texting me.
And then he says at 4:25,
You want to blackmail her and fix the relationship? What do I say? She says, we both talk. We're both trying to our hardest. I will understand you better. I will listen. I will stop letting my emotions affect. He says, what do I do? What do you, just over on not ours, y'all's. What do you mean fix it? She says, I will fix the way I speak to you and I will fix how I react. He says, we will fix ours, I know that. What about hers? What do you mean let me fix it? She says, what have you told her? No, I didn't say that. He said, he responds with the screenshot.
So who is it that the screenshot shows Uriah is texting?
The grandmother, the Tammy King.
Okay. And what is that conversation?
I'm gonna read it out.
Yeah.
How many adults are in that house with Aaron? Why are you asking? Because she hears two women and a man. That's the. Is that a freaking TV on? How would I know? What is she saying in person? That there's multiple voices and people in the house. She's saying she's not saying nothing to you. I'll talk to her. Has she even been to bed, Percy? Yes, she woke up and texted me.
And this is at 4:26 a.m. that Uriah is texting Tammy King, correct?
Correct.
And we know from his messages with Tara, he's actually in the house, correct?
Correct.
And then we see him and Tara go back to talking, correct?
Yes.
What does Uriah say at 4:29 a.m.?
I'm gonna kill all of us. I swear to God. She says, baby, stop. And he says, I listen to you. She says, baby. And he responds, and now I'm in the wrong. What the fuck? Faux. She says, no, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He says, check your door. She says, I didn't know I said that. I'm sorry. She says, it's done. Fine. Not done. But.
And then do we keep talking again?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we see a couple messages about when I tweak. From your training experience, what does tweak mean?
And so, hi.
I want to move forward to 4:33 a.m. What does Uriah say?
I'm killing her at 5. No problems. Easy house till ride, right? She says, baby, no killing her, please. He says, okay. Blackmail. You don't say shit when we go in. Listen to the wall. Now. She says, I won't say anything. He says, doing? She says, I looked because I heard something. He says, so she's out and in her room? Those taps? Not me, not you. She says, she's in the room. Okay. Sweet.
Good morning, honey.
Come here. How do I blackmail? Take her phone so she doesn't call the cops, and when we're done, what? She says, wait till she's done freaking out, threaten her to...
Sorry.
Wait till she's done freaking out, threaten her to show us where everything is. And he responds, blackmail? Where do we keep our shit? Not here. No one we know or trust. He says, no ride, turn your AC on, fan 2-3. Bro, what? She says, it's on 3. Then AC up, we're on. He says, damn. It's hot. Well, I'm pissed. I can't hear you. Why look in my direction this early in the morning? Fuck you want me to do for 20 minutes? She says, can you come up so you can cool off? The AC will be facing you. He says, sure, 1 second, sweetheart, come here.
And do we go back to talking?
Yes.
All right, so we're moving into the 6 o'clock hour on the 5th, correct?
Correct.
And what does Tara say?
She says, all times I'm gonna pretend to sleep. Like she comes in here, wakes me up, and I just sleep in. If that sounds good. He says, yeah. 6 chargers, sorry. She says, it's okay, baby. Hide phone light, dim screen, dimmest it. She says, dimmest it goes. She says, I love you. He says, I love you too. And he says, turning phone off. She says, okay. She says, I'm sorry, last thing do. I respond when she wails. She says, I'm sorry, last thing I do. I respond when she wakes. She has it.
And now we go back to random texting again, correct?
Correct.
And we're still talking about what Nanny is doing.
Correct.
All right. At 6:21 a.m., what does Uriah say?
I'm keeping her kidnapped. Till we got a ride. She says, what if Terry comes over? Like to check. I'm sorry, we would have her phone and can text. She responds with emoji. She says, I wanna do that. He says, yetter. Door. She says, it's good, the door. She says, it's safe still.
And then we go back to kind of these same sorts of text messages you've been sending all night, correct?
Correct.
All right, at 6:39 a.m., what does Uriah say to Tara?
We will handle it. If she comes in, I kill her. She says, she's about to be back. He says, okay, be ready. She says, can I blackmail her on drugs? He says, not yet. She says, what do I do about her coming back and forth? He says, say you're addicted to painkillers. I'm sorry. Says, say you're addicted to painkillers and jerking off all night. How the fuck I do sleep with a psycho like you?
Okay. And then we go back to kind of the same sort of messages, correct?
Correct.
What does Tara say at 6:43 a.m.?
Don't shoot at all unless she lays hands or something. She says, please. He says, I won't shoot unless she gets close. He says, block that shit back up. The fuck she on her? Put more there. And she says, okay, good. Can I turn big light off and turn lamp over here on?
Does it sound like they're talking about things inside wherever they are?
Yes.
All right. At almost 7 a.m., what is Uriah sending?
Nanny thinks I'm on her side. LMAO. Manipulate the manipulator. She says, seriously, LMAO. I can't get words out. What the fuck? I'm sorry. He says, don't open it. She says, I'm not. I'm scared. He says, just throw Salem through whatever gap there is. She says, so I am very good. Now, he says, now if you can. She says, she's just flipping over. She doesn't go out at all. She says, serious. It sounds like she's just giving up. He says, good. Pile more shit. She says, okay.
And then we kind of go back to more messaging, correct?
Correct.
So at almost 7 a.m., we have another screenshot from Uriah, correct?
Correct.
And what is him and Tammy's conversation?
If you're texting her, leave her alone so she can get ready for school, because if she misses that bus, Percy, all hell's going to break loose around here. I haven't texted her once. What'd she do? Not wanting to get up. The cops won't really do anything to you for it, will they? I thought that was bullshit, the school says. Yes, I can get in trouble for her not going to school. Actually, what the fuck? That's not your fault, though. No, it's my responsibility. She's under 18 to get her ass up to go to school. She just don't want to effing go. I'll let her know how to behave. She needs those credits.
And then what does he say at 7 a.m.?
She's about to die. Don't worry. Blood pressure being threatened. She can't take it.
And then what does Tara say?
If she genuinely is about to go psycho, then do it all now. But if she doesn't act as crazy as her craziest, then don't do anything. He says, yes, ma'am. I mean, she told me it's about to happen. He says, what else do I do, LMAO? Kidding. She says, I know, LMAO, but maybe she won't be too crazy.
You did not, Foxy.
He says, I'm going to see what she does. She says, ask her what she's going to do. He says, then we confront her immediately after.
And just tracking the time, this is 6 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th, correct?
Correct. She says, if you want and can. He says, what time do I say the bus leaves? She says, I'm not sure. Did you hear her go back to her room? She says, if so, they say 6:05. He says, I did. He says, what'd she say? And she said, I should call the cops on your ass. He says, don't do anything. She says, okay, bitch, what they have to say about your nut pills. She says, I'm that. She says, I promise. He says, you're just missing the bus. He says, that's all. Yell at her, they won't do anything, idiot. She says, can I said they won't do anything, you're addicted to painkillers. He says, open the door. Yes, say that.
Cat fight.
This is why. He says, she's addicted and jerks off all night. She says, please no. He says, never
Getting in
mind to the door. She says, okay. She says, I will say this. And he says, and that's why you can't sleep and she's insane. Don't open the door anymore. Put in pants, bro. Put on pants, please. He says, if the cops get here, just go to the living room so I don't get seen. I'll do something. Promise. But no cops are here. You're sober. She's insane and addicted to pills and fucks all night. She says, can I mention the foursome I keep hearing that day? She says, because that was fucking awful. Do I sit on the edge of the bed? He says, she's trying to get you out of your room. He says, don't go. She says, I'm not going. He says, do not go. He says, file more when you hear the door or something. She says, okay. He says, bus is down there right now. You'll be safe or figure this out soon.
Let me go back to messaging a little bit more, correct?
Yes.
All right. At 6:12 a.m., what does Uriah say?
Want me to go now with the AR? No, she's probably on the phone later. She says, I don't know what to do. What the fuck? I can't go to my dad's. She says, they don't even have the money, bro, and I'm supposed to live with him till like 18.
Do you know how old Tara was at this time?
Don't recall, right?
Does 17 sound about right?
Yes.
What does Uriah say after that?
Yeah, I know. When do you want to go interrogate? She says, when I know she's not going to be okay, I promise.
Is that middle typically a phrase for on the phone?
Yes.
What is Uriah there?
He says, she's calling the school and telling them you don't want to go. Okay. IFY. I got you. She says, are you sure that's okay? He says, she's finna yell about the room and shit too. Watch out. What's okay? Question mark. She says, fuck. Like when I want to go, like when I want to interrogate. I mean, interrogate, take phone and pills, whatever we can.
And just to be clear, Tammy's phone was not located inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Where was Tammy's phone located?
That was located at the 310 Houston Avenue, Lead City, Galveston County.
Which we know is right by the apartment complex Tara and Uriah were at.
Correct.
We continue talking for a little while, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At 6:18 a.m., what is Tara saying?
She says, when we get her phone, we will text everyone and say something like, I've dealt with her already. You don't need to come down here and pick her up. He says, I got you. Don't worry. Easy wins.
Let's move on down to 6:22. What does Tara say?
He says, should I text Mal and tell her to please not come get me? And I'm super fucking depressed and my mental state is awful right now. She's been genuinely having people over at night. I literally hear them and me talking to my wall. And when I confront her, she ignores it and acts like she has no idea what I'm talking about. When I have seen them and that I block my door in because I'm scared of her, I do not want to leave. I need a break. And tired, I'm exhausted. She won't help with my mental health or.
Now, from your training and experience, is narcotics use something that can make somebody feel paranoid?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
All right. At 6:30 a.m., what does Uriah say?
6:30, he says, your grandma's going to be held kidnapped first. She says, I don't know, just need to get out of here. Get out of jail. He says, door swing, maybe front or she's pacing. He says, yeah, LMAO. Throw that away. That's her flowers. Wait, sit there. What's it sound like? I know you're overwhelmed. I'm sorry, but please be quicker. She says, okay, what if Terry banned them? What if Terry banned them come or my dad come anyway? Do I just explain what's going on?
And are we back to just kind of messaging again?
Yes.
the reason why I have put this little iPad up, it's not that great, but I've had some of y'all ask to watch me do my work. That's all I got for the moment. But if you want to watch, just tell me. I'll put it back. This is kind of tedious.
Okay. And then we're at 6:43 a.m. Tell me what Tara says.
Because what if family starts looking for her or some over, even though we text everything's fine? He says, she's only getting kidnapped, not killed. We good. She says, I know, reacts message. He says, I hear her, I think. I want to end her. She says, me too. He says, I'm so fucking gone. I'm not here. It's insane. She says, Remy, I asked Remy and killing and everyone. She says, ride. What the fucking...
Some typos.
Yeah.
And then we kind of go back to more messaging.
Yes.
Okay, just want to let y'all know we just passed 3 hours, 47 minutes in the deliberation. Really, cats? What the hell? They're driving me batshit crazy, y'all. What is it with cats in the fall? They go nuts.
Okay. At 7:20 a.m., what does Tara say?
If she's not on the phone, what you want to do? I'm getting trash bags here. He says, okay, put all back, please. He says, thank you. She says, okay, it's Goose. He says, thank you. She says, you're welcome, honey. He says, can you hear her out there? She says, sounded like maybe on the phone. He says, bro, I'm awake. Just damn. She says, I can't hear words, just mumbles. He says, this is insane. She says, mumbles. He says, you. She says, she's definitely on the phone though, or using TTS. I'm committing. He says, dude. He says, ISTG.
Is that typically I swear to God?
Yes. She says, if she randomly comes in here, I can ask her who she called about me and who's coming over, if anyone is. You're going to be okay, honey. He says, no. She said, or he says, the fuck you sound dead. Sus.
What does sus mean?
Suspect.
What does Tara say at 7:26?
I know I was going to ask if after I ask that and she gives answers, we could interrogate. It's fine if no, just suggestion. I don't know what to do since she called my dad or whatever. We can get an inner with her Vard. Uber with her Vard. Maybe. Forgot. He says, calm down. I know. Not far though. Not enough.
What does Tara say?
She says she has a lot of money on her bank card. Last I saw was $44K. He says, how much right now? She says, she def got more though. He replies, that's not now. She says, we still have a lot. I know we do because she hasn't started being weird about money. And he says, you can go look if she's on the phone and she isn't, then I rob and interrogate. She says, I love you. He says, I need a big bag. Oh, I'm sorry. I need a big shirt. I love you too, darling.
And then kind of keep talking again, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What does she say at 7:34 a.m.?
I'm gonna go check.
Uriah
He
says,
says, don't open it too much. She says, no, not on the phone. And he says, you're sure? She says, yes, it's TikTok. He says, checking living room windows and a lot. She says, okay. So I leave the door cracked. Dude, leave. And he says, leave open. She says, check. He says, tell me when it's fine, then come back. She says, it's safe. He says, when I stand, open the door, make sure it's TikTok. She says, okay. He says, you hear? She says, yes. He says, okay, one sec. She says, right outdoor because I can't hear well from inside my door. I go check now. He says, go. She says, yep. He says, is it phone? She says, talk rock, TikTok. He says, let's move to back. She says, yeah, wait till they leave. He says, who?
and what does this mean right here? What's happening?
A call was made
Between them still?
between the two of them.
And what does Uriah say at, oh no, I can't.
3.
Go back. So we see a jump in time, right? So here we're at 7:39 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now when we get here and he says, let's move to the back, what time is this?
That's
It's 11:45, sounds right.
yes.
So we've jumped from 7 a.m. to 11:45 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Uriah states, let's move to the back.
Yes.
And what does Tara say?
Yeah, wait till they leave. He says, who? And this is the phone call.
And then at 1:20 p.m., what does Uriah say?
Murder charges go through every state with a warrant.
And then?
Give no one our location ever. She says, I'm not, don't worry. He says, thank you. Your phone isn't tracked. Tracker. She says, no, it's not. Isn't. He says, I know. He says, your GED, your prom, our marriage, our kids, my family, your family.
And this is about 4 p.m., is that correct, on Wednesday?
Correct.
What does Tara say in response to all those messages from Uriah?
Baby, everything is okay. We will have a normal life someday, honey. My family was never really amazing. I only knew the people I talked to you about We will make it together.
Boo, that is a joke. You'll have a normal life one day? I don't think so. That ain't gonna happen. Good luck.
He says, yes, ma'am, I hope so.
Normal prison life. Whatever that means.
From y'all's investigation, during that 7 to 11 a.m. hour, is that when Tammy King was murdered?
Yes.
I'll pass this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, my name is Bill Agnew. I represent Uriah Urick, who's sitting here to my right. And going through those messages, I mean, it's obvious that both of those kids had a lot of animosity towards Grandmother, right?
Yes.
And that they didn't like the way, they didn't like living there, and they wanted to get out of there, correct?
Correct.
I mean, it's just obvious, you know, reading there, that there's a lot of animosity. You're dealing with someone who's 17 and someone who's 18. One of those stories that we've had, you know, people talk about for a long time. We've got two young kids who think they're in love and they want to get out of the environment that they're currently in, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's something that's been going on for a long time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you look over those messages, one of the things that struck me is I know y'all say you didn't find meth or you didn't find heroin, but why would they make that up? I mean, that's something that they put up there not knowing that this was going to be something anyone was ever going to see. Why would they just make that up?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
It appears that there was some, at least, validity to an allegation that they used meth or heroin. Would you agree with that?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Okay. What they complained about was she was using meth and heroin, correct?
Say that again?
They complained about her using meth and heroin, correct?
Correct.
Okay. They also complained about her having meth dealers over, correct?
Correct.
They also complained about her having sex with multiple partners, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So those are all three things that they were saying that they were angry about having to live there. That would not be a healthy environment for a 17 or an 18-year-old, would it, if those things were going on?
Yeah. I mean, correct.
Good. And I don't know if you know, but I mean, was there any other environment that they could have actually gone to at that point? Could they have gone to live with another parent, or could they have gone to live with somebody else?
As for her, my understanding, she has a father, so I would say that.
But I mean, presumably, Tammy had custody because she wasn't living with her dad. She was living with Tammy, and Tammy was the one who was responsible for putting her in school, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that means that she's got custody. If she's got custody, Tammy can't just go live with her mother. She's got to stay where she has custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that appears to be a very, very unhealthy environment reading those messages. Would you agree with me there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I'm not saying when things are handled are right, but you've got situations where you've got two very, very, very young, what I consider kids, in a very, very unhealthy environment who just desperately want to get out. I mean, isn't that how everything reads?
It reads to me that those situations that you just said, in their opinion, was going on,
Okay.
and that they wanted to get out.
And one of the other things that I thought was interesting is one of the things that Tara said was she hasn't started being weird about the money. So apparently they had a fair amount of access to money already, right?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Saying he doesn't know.
Okay. But I mean, that's how that appears, correct?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, isn't that how it appears? I mean, for her to say that, it appears that they already had access to money.
It appears that she saw what she had as far as how much money she had.
But she said she hadn't gotten weird about the money. You know? You saw that, right?
I did.
Okay. And we also saw that apparently they also had access to guns before this ever happened. He has a picture with a gun on one of their videos that they did on that chat, correct?
Correct.
And they talked about some of the guns that they already had, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
June, can you check the question
please,
about the
Judge.
bingo card, please?
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
He's like, I want off this now. I'm done. Get me out of here.
Okay, I'll just speak 426 to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Detective Espinoza, earlier I asked you if any heroin was located in the home and you said not to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that blue bowl, to your training experience, looked like meth or another narcotic, but we don't know because it wasn't tested, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm showing you a page from 426, which is Ms. King's toxicology from her autopsy report. Now, in the positive findings, do you see heroin on there?
I do not.
Do you see methamphetamine on there?
I do not.
Is it fair to say that what's in there is some ethanol, hydrocodone, and weed?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Agnew also asked you about would that living situation that Tara and Uriah are describing be healthy for children to live in, correct?
Correct.
And I think we can all agree that no, what they described wouldn't be healthy, right?
Correct.
Now, as previously, were there any signs that there was anyone else in the home that night?
No.
And in fact, we saw the messages between Tammy and Uriah, and her response to him saying there's two women and a man was, that's bullshit, it's the TV.
Correct.
Yeah, I poked myself.
And I want to ask a hypothetical. Even if what Tara and Uriah's paranoid beliefs had occurred, were happening, is that an excuse for them to rob and murder Tammy King?
Absolutely not.
I'll pass this witness.
No further questions?
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state would call Agent John Miller.
Okay.
Where's my captioning?
Everyone good over here? Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
I don't know what happened to my captioning. And my monitors. Thank you, June.
Thank
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is John Anthony Miller, JoHNANTHONYMILLER.
And how are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently
Okay, I got to pause that. And I got to be able to type. He said John Anthony Miller, right? Come on.
employed as a special agent with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And is a special agent a licensed peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is it that you've been inside law enforcement?
I've been with DPS 22 years, ma'am.
And in order to become a peace officer, did you go through the standard academy and TCOL licensure that we've heard about previously in this trial?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 6-month academy that starts every law enforcement officer for Texas DPS. It's a 6-month long academy. and then you have continuous training throughout your career.
And within your, you said 22 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Within your 22 years with Texas DPS, what roles have you had?
I've had multiple roles. I've been a state highway patrolman. I started off my career as a patrolman. I did approximately 8 years, and then I promoted into the criminal investigations division. In my criminal investigations division, I worked narcotics. I worked the cartels along the border. I did a multitude of criminal investigations such as auto theft, narcotics, sex crimes. I'm currently billeted. My new task my task that I've been on is I'm on the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Marshals Task Force. I've been with them approximately 12 years, and we go out and look for the violent offenders.
And so is the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force, is it all people from DPS or all people from Laredo? How does that task force get created?
Yes, ma'am. So that task force it's a multitude of agencies. We have Webb County District Attorney's Office officers from there, Laredo Police Department, Webb County Sheriff's Office, and of course the marshals and DPS as well. We've also had Border Patrol and Customs as well.
And how, as a member of the task force, how do you get assigned cases? How do you get involved with something?
On the federal, the way it works, the federal cases are assigned to the federal agents, which is the marshals. We assist them with any cases that are ongoing. We also bring state cases that are assigned to us. We also work those all in conjunction. We all work them together. We help out each other.
FYI, we have now crossed the 4-hour mark.
If I can't get any information federally, the federal partners will help me and assist me in getting information. Same way with us. We assist in any if they need any kind of technology, videos, drones, helicopters, we assist them on the state side. That helps get a lot of things accomplished. Versus if you're one agency, it's kind of hard to do if you don't have those assets. So when you have a multitude of assets, it just makes the case work so much easier.
So I want to bring your attention, or before I do that, where is it you are typically housed?
Out of Laredo, Texas, ma'am.
I want to bring your attention to the weekend of February 7th through 9th, 2025. Do you recall that weekend?
Yes, ma'am.
During that weekend, did you get involved in something that led us to be here today?
Yes, ma'am. We were informed by the Marshals Task Force supervisor that there had been possible homicide in the Galveston area, and that they possibly were traveling. 2 individuals, 2 teens, were a male and female, were traveling to Laredo.
So when you get information like that, what do you do? How do you begin that assistance?
We start getting information with the locals and trying to get as much information as we can, name, date of birth, get some bio information on them, and then we start tracking them as best we can. The last information that we had received from them was that they had been traveling to Laredo. It was unknown how they were getting there. When we started our investigation, we usually start hitting the local hotel motels, and that's always usually a pretty big help.
And what day did you start looking for these individuals?
I believe it was the 29th, or 28th, excuse me, the 28th.
Does February 8th sound right?
Yes, February 8th. Sorry.
All right. And so that would be a Saturday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said you start looking at the local hotels, motels. Can you tell us what you were doing on that Saturday?
So on that Saturday, that evening, we started driving around looking for hotel, motels, just looking for 2 individuals. In Laredo, Texas, it's not very hard to spot folks that are not from there. And we were looking for 2 Caucasian individuals, male, female, that would be walking around possibly on something, which is a main strip where they have hotel, motels.
And so from what you knew about the 2 individuals you were looking for, did you believe that they were going to blend in easily or maybe stand out?
They would very stand out. They would stand out quite a bit. It wouldn't have been very hard to spot 2 Caucasian individuals in that area.
And is that because Laredo is predominantly Hispanic?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that Saturday night while you're looking around, Do you locate those individuals Saturday night?
No, ma'am, we did not. We followed up the following morning with a hotel at the Motel 6, I believe. And we had spoken to the clerks to see if they had seen these two individuals. By this time, I think we had received a picture. And they had informed us that, yes, these two individuals had been here at this hotel, but had already left.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Special Agent Miller, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as Stage 477. Without telling us what it is, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How is it you recognize it?
That was the photo that was presented to us by the clerk at that time.
From that motel?
Yes, ma'am, from the Motel 6.
Your Honor, State was to admit Stage 477, having tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
Stage 477 will be admitted.
And may I have a shot?
Yes, please.
All right, Special Agent Miller, what are we looking at here?
These are the two individuals that we were looking for at the time. And that was, I can't see the time and date if it's on there. Yes, that's on the 9th, approximately 11:20 a.m.
And what information did you have about these individuals at this point?
At this time, we were still just under that there was a homicide committed. We didn't know, they were working on warrants, I believe, at the time. And, or no, there was a warrant issue. I can't remember what it was for. And that's what we're using for probable cause to detain and arrest.
So you knew there was involvement in a homicide, but you were stopping them for a different warrant that they had, correct?
Correct.
And did you know their names?
At the time, it was, I can't remember their full names. It was Uriah Urick and the young lady, I can't remember at this time now, sorry.
Does Tara King sound familiar?
Miss King, yes. Miss King, yes.
And are you able to tell from this photo which individual is Uriah and which individual is Tara?
The gentleman on the right facing us is Uriah, and Miss King is the young lady on the left.
So once you obtain this image from Motel 6, what do you do next?
We continued the search. We had multiple units that were out assisting since we're a task force. There's plenty of us. We also had a group we were working Operation Lone Star as well. So we had multiple DPS criminal investigation units that were out as well. I put out the information that these individuals are going to be out here in this area that they have been seen. On the 9th, we ended up, one of the lieutenants ended up IDing two individuals, I believe, that were Miss King and Mr. Urick. Urick. So we ended up setting up, it was by the Dollar General in the open area that they were sitting outside. So we all showed up as a team, and we positively identified the two individuals. At that time, we approached them, and we took them into custody at that time.
Now, when you took them into custody, were there also photos that were documented?
I believe, yes.
And you observed the two individuals that day?
Yes, I was there. Yes, ma'am, I was there, and I observed them. We took them into custody, and there was multiple weapons that we had picked up, and a couple of items that were on their persons.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Special Agent, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as Stage 438 to 449. If you would take a look through these documents, just let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And do they appear to have been altered in any way other than the state sticker?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, a state moves to admit Stage 438 through 449, having tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
Those will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Special Agent Miller, who is this that we're looking at here?
That's Miss King. These are the photos that I took. Yes, that's Miss King.
And who is this?
That is Mr. Urick.
And so you said Stage 439 is Mr. Urick. Do you see the same Mr. Urick in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you please identify him by where he's seated and the item of clothing?
There's a gentleman here to the left of me, in front of me, wearing a green collared shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
What are we looking at here in page 440, sir?
So these were two weapons that were taken off these two individuals. The top one, they're both 22 caliber weapons. They were found in a backpack. The pistol, I believe we took it off of him. I can't remember exactly, but I know I grabbed the backpack and the 22 pistol. It looks like a rifle was in the backpack, and the knives were in the backpack.
Is this a better photo of those knives?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And in page 443, what are we looking at?
Those are multiple magazines. The two magazines on the bottom. We didn't know what those belonged to, but I know the ones at the top belonged to the Victory pistol, the silver pistol.
And when you say you don't know what they belong to, what's the difference between these two bottom ones and the three top ones?
I wish you could on the microphone.
Correct. I believe they belong to a 9mm, which these two weapons were 22 caliber. So those rounds were not fit in that weapon.
So they're fair to say that they had ammunition but not a gun to match on.
Correct.
And in page 444, what are we looking at here?
So those are rounds that were picked up that were located in the backpack. So these rounds here would have fit the two weapons that were located on them.
And in page 445, what is this that we're observing?
We found that in the backpack as well. It looked like a crack pipe where they would smoke crack cocaine or any other substance, criminal substance.
And is that something you know from your experience with the narcotics division?
Yes, ma'am.
Similar question, what are we looking at in page 446?
So what that is it's called a grinder, where they would put marijuana in and they twist it and they grind it up. So when they want to smoke it, they can roll it up. It makes it easier for them to smoke.
And what do we have in 449?
Those are cell phones that were also located on their persons.
And then lastly, in page 448, what are we looking
Thank you, Angela.
When we stopped them, this was all the currency that they had on them.
at? And was it a few dollars or many dollars, or do you recall?
I didn't take account. It was just I want to say maybe a couple $100. I didn't count it all. The way it was collected, the way I took the pictures, the way I turned it over to the detectives.
Okay. Marked as state 421, and was admitted through Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Are those the same bags in which you pulled that stack of money from?
Yes, ma'am.
And so from glancing at that, I'll kind of pose that question again since it's unrolled now. Is this a few dollars, or kind of what are we looking at?
That's a couple $100. I can give you an exact amount now.
And all of these bills are 100s?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, once you apprehended Miss King and the defendant, what was the next step that you did?
Once we apprehended them, we brought them into the DPS office just to fill out paperwork that we needed to submit to the jail. At that time, the paperwork was filled out and immediately transported to Webb County Jail.
When you fill out the paperwork, is that just you documenting everything that you located and who they were and things of that sort?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Special Agent Kennedy, what's been marked as states 437 and 436. Can you let me know if you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
So these are documents that whenever we as law enforcement officers, will, if we seize any weapon systems, narcotics or anything, we have to present the owners a copy of the seized property. And this other one is myself releasing the seized property to the other law enforcement agency.
And that was Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, statement, or have they been changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 436 and 437.
No objection.
436 and 437 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Alright, sir, will you please just kind of go through items 1 through 8 and let me know what property you documented and turned over to Galveston?
Yes, ma'am. So the information, I printed everything was the Keltec, the submachine pistol, the Victory 22 caliber pistol. There was a clear plastic baggie believed to be methamphetamine. There was the container of green leafy substance, which was the marijuana. One black, one gray, and one red cell phone. Bolt currency, because we didn't take account. We had the pocket knives and the box of medicine bottle full of 22 caliber ammunition.
And it takes 46. Is this you releasing it to Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. That's what it is. She signed at the bottom.
And that was Detective Hudson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After you released all the information to Detective Hudson, did you have anything further to do with this case until we got to trial?
No, ma'am. I didn't do anything else. We tried to get a copy of the video from the Motel 6, but by the time we got there, it had already been deleted.
Is that why we just have the screenshot?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Call the next witness. Okay, take a quick break.
All last for the jury.
Court stands in recess for about 15 minutes.
I'm gonna read the 122nd. I've had this.
Wait a minute. I clicked that on. Why is it off again? I clicked that on and it turned off again. Quit being gremlins. Get out of here in the name of Jesus. Out of here, gremlins. Gremlins be gone. Yes, I know we got the gremlin attack and it is not, I ain't having it. Look at that gremlin. Yep, gremlin. Gremlin. Guess what, gremlin? You're gone. June, we did it at the same time. Or Angela, I don't know who did it. Okay, y'all. So here's the deal. We're in this trial where this teacher was shot by a 6-year-old student. And the vice principal is being alleged to have not taken the threat seriously, and thus the teacher was harmed. And, you know, I do believe, in my humblest opinions, after listening to everything, that the vice principal is partially responsible for what happened that day. As to how much, I don't know how much. Yeah, I'm just checking to make sure you're paying attention, boo. That's all. So what gets me is my father, and I think his saying held true here in this case. As a teacher, assistant principal, or vice principal, principal, assistant superintendent, superintendent back to being a teacher, his saying is, a weapon is a weapon until it's deemed otherwise. A lead shooter is a lead shooter until it's deemed otherwise. We cannot assume that the lead shooter is just a Nerf or non-threatening item. If someone says, well, this kid has a knife in school, you cannot assume that it is a rubber knife. Plastic, fake. You know, plastic knives can harm you just seriously too, you know. So his saying always was, a weapon is a weapon until we deem it non-threatening, until we deem something safe, you treat it as if it's going to harm. And that's how he handled it. And I think that's how this should have been handled here. I don't think that anybody should have sat there and just gone, oh, well, you know, it's just it's a first grader. He's 6 years old. Well, I understand that you're going to probably err and say, well, we believe it's not threatening, but we need to check it out. It's most likely a Nerf gun, but we got to check it out, right? That's the mentality I felt they should have had. Checking it out when a student says you cannot, a 6-year-old should not have the authority to tell the teacher, you cannot look in my backpack. Since when do 6-year-olds have that authority? I'm just curious. The other thing for me is that everybody's attacking the Mrs. Warner for going on and getting her cosmetology, even though her hand is disfigured and struggling and has had surgeries and she graduated and all of that stuff. You know what? Good for you, boo. But that doesn't mean you should be paid less for your damages because you choose to force yourself to move on and to do something positive to support yourself. I want to know what her college education costs to be a teacher. She ain't using it. And then how much does it cost to be a cosmetologist? They should cover the cost of that career change, in my humble opinion. Well, my friend, it's you know, when you make assumptions, you make an ass out of you and me, because that's how you spell assume. And you're right. And that's what happened. And now 40 million, I don't think she's going to get 40 million. I would venture to say, does anybody know the approximate amount of money a teacher makes in a year? I'm going to go 45,000 in a year. And she's in her second year, so I'm going to say 25 years. That's $1,125,000. That's how much income approximately she could have made. Average. Probably closer because I know you get paid more with every year. So I would say 1.5 mil. So there is a cap of 300K. Well, if you just go and look at her wages that she would have earned as a teacher in 25 years with the approximately 1.5 million. Welcome, Stephen Longston 17. I don't have my glasses on. Welcome, Stephen Long. Welcome, Longston. Thank you so much for joining us today. Good morning, everybody. We're in a little bit of a break for the I can get rid of that. Delete, put that up. I'll just put outside jury presence. We are right now in a quick break for the teen lover murder trial. Uriah Urick, as I call him, trial. We were talking about the trial we followed, the hearing, the lawsuit hearing or trial that we followed. A civil case where a teacher got shot by her 6-year-old first grader and is suing the assistant principal, who was told by multiple sources the child had a weapon and she didn't do anything about it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll let you know. I'm looking it up. Okay, she can get awarded $1 billion, but Virginia law imposes limits on punitive damage that may affect the amount. Virginia cap punitive is $350 regardless of what the jury awards. That means if the jury awards punitive damages above that amount, the court will reduce it to $350,000. The cap does not apply to compensatory, can't say that, compensatory damages like medical costs, lost wages, pain, and suffering. So that is the cap right there. So she can only get impunitive, but she's suing for loss of damages. She's suing for medical, lost wages, pain, and suffering. There is no cap on compensatory damages. That is so in a nutshell. Okay. In a nutshell, Abby Zwarner is suing for the $40 million in total damages, which includes compensatory damages of physical injury, emotional trauma, and loss to income, punitive damage for alleged gross negligence by assistant principal Ebony Parker at the school district. The jury can award any amount they deem appropriate for the compensatory stages. If they find Parker's actions consulted gross negligence or willful disregard, they may also award the punitive damages, but the court will enforce the $350,000 cap. Now, they will not sit there and tell the jury that. Now, if the jury just so happens to know about that, then that's fine, but they're not going to put that on the jury. The trial hinges on whether Parker alleged actions stripped her of sovereign immunity. And that is where a lot of people don't understand. Just because you say you have sovereign immunity doesn't quite mean that you do. Sovereign immunity normally will protect the public officials from lawsuits. If the jury finds gross negligence, however, that immunity will not apply. So, does that answer your question, love? Yep, you were close. But that's only on the other. She still could get $40 million. Don't think she will. But she could still get $40 million if that's what they decide. I would venture to say 10 mil. That's June. Should we put up a little voting tab? Or do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it? How much do you think the jury will award Warner if I don't know how to put it? If the jury sides with Warner, how much do you think she's going to be awarded? 40 million, 30 million, 20 million, or 10 million? Or so say, however you want to do it, boo. You're so good at those. If you don't want to do it, just let me know in our chat and I'll do it. So, yeah. Okay, guys, I have a question. It's a horrible view. Horrible view. I got my fan, I got my light, I got my beads, I got my ears, I got my heating pad cord, I got my little trash can. Y'all. Awful view of me. I hate it. Do y'all like to watch me sew, or do you like the front view? So 17 years ago, my private cosmetology education was $17K. So it's probably what, about 25 to 30K now? Could do 40 million, 3 million, 20 million, 10 million or less, maybe. You only get 4. So we can do 40 million, 20 million, 10 million or less. I don't know. I'll let Miss Queen Bee over there figure that out. She's really good at that. Y'all like the, I know, Aries, you like the sewing. I have a GoPro that I'm going to try and put up over here. But when we move the cords, well, I don't know, you know, how cords go. Sewing, but switching back and forth. Yeah, that's why I call it a switcher. Say, did I lock you in the closet, dear? Maybe you won't go in there anymore. I can't tell if the cat's in the closet or not. But anyway, yeah. Well, let's Google something. I like me Googles. Let's say ya. If you're looking at a full 4-year undergrad teaching degree, the total tuition ranges from $62,000 to $100,000, depending on the institution. So we will take the mean, which is $100,000. About $100,000 for her education degree.
City calls Gerardo Pedrosa.
Is he done? Yep, we got someone new. I don't know what happened to my captioning. I have to figure out. Unless Miss June's already got it.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Gerardo Madrazo.
What?
Can you spell it, please? Gerardo. My last name is Madrazo, Madraco.
Where are you currently?
What?
Webb County Sheriff's Office.
I'm not.
Where exactly is Webb County?
Laredo, Texas.
We're leaving it there.
And what position do you hold in the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sergeant at the jail and the custodian of records.
So let's start with
I ain't
your
touching it.
role as sergeant in the jail. What are your duties as sergeant?
I'm in charge of intel department, the recording, so the phone calls. And I'm also in charge of the whole jail. I'm next to the captain.
And as part of your duties as custodian of record, are they different in any way as sergeant, or are they kind of combined into one role?
They combine.
So, how long have you been a deputy at Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I've been working for 14 years.
And did you start in Webb County?
Yes.
What training and education did you get in order to get a job at Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I went to the academy and I have been going to the trainings. I have 8,000 hours of training.
So are you a licensed peace officer?
No, sir. I'm a correction officer.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury the difference between those two in regards to their duties in the sheriff's office?
The deputies are working outside on the highways. The corrections officers works at the jail.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that the licensed peace officers in the sheriff's office they bring people to the jail while the corrections officers are monitoring them in the jail.
That's correct.
Okay. Does the Webb County Jail have the ability to make phone calls from the inmates to make phone calls?
Yes.
Do you screen calls made by the inmates in the Webb County Jail?
Yes, we do.
Are those phone calls recorded by the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
They're recorded by an outside company. It's Smart Communications. We hired them.
Okay. Can you say the company's name one more time?
Smart Communications.
Okay. What, if you know, how does the Smart Communication System work?
They work, basically they record the whole calls from the inmates at the jail, and they keep them in their system, and we also have access to them.
Are the inmates provided any kind of notification that their phone calls are recorded?
Yes, they do.
And what kind of notification do they get?
Before they make a phone call, they get a recording saying that every call that they made should be recorded.
Now, is there any system that either SMART or the Webb County Sheriff's Office uses to identify the inmate making those calls at any given time?
Yes.
What is that system?
Whenever they're both at the jail, they provide their voice, and they provide a special PIN for each individual.
And is there a record created when an inmate makes a phone call?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 451 without getting into the details. Just do you recognize it?
Yes.
And
Yes.
what is it generally?
There are two phone calls that the inmate made.
And well, before I go into that, let me ask you this. Does it appear to be tampered or altered with in any way?
No.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that are recorded?
Yes.
And is this record made in the regular course of business of the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Around this time, the state would move to admit states 451 and President Counsel. Okay.
States 450 and 451 will be admitted.
And
Thank you, June.
So just
hell
to quickly show the jury, Which inmate or detainee is this record reflecting?
It's to Uriah.
Uriah Urick, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long were each of these phone calls?
They were 5 minutes long.
And were they made to the same number or to different numbers? Two. Okay.
They're made to the same number.
And they appear to have been made in rather rapid succession, one beginning about 2 minutes after the first one ended.
That's correct.
Y'all get to look at my turkey neck.
So were you able to locate those recordings that we just saw in that document?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to that recording?
Yes.
I should say, have you listened to both recordings?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach once more?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 450. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
They're both phone calls that were made at the White County Sheriff's Office.
And having listened to them, do they appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Are they the truly accurate recordings of the phone calls that took place on those days?
Yes.
All of those times. Your Honor, this time State would move to admit State's 450 and tender to opposing counsel.
State's 450 will be admitted?
May I publish it?
Yes.
So pausing the recording at 18 seconds, just very briefly before we listen to the whole thing, Sergeant, are you familiar with Uriah Urick's voice?
Yes.
And is that voice, the male voice we heard on the recording, Uriah Urick's voice?
Yes, sir.
Resuming the recording at 18 seconds.
Are you okay? Wait, you did it? By her grandma? How does it not? I mean, doesn't he do what he able to tell him?
Why do I have 11 and you have 8?
No, we have one through Dad's pop. Who? Why are you asking for this person? Jimmy, what?
Yeah, phone call was said.
Call or you, like, yeah. You were in a, I mean, if someone's happy, I mean, we could help them, but maybe you could happy motel down the street, y'all could waiter and waitress. This call will be terminated in 2 minutes. Okay. Only we do it here, okay? What about Kara?
That matches.
They're not gonna keep you there. They're gonna bring you home.
Yeah, I have June, I agree. Phone call was said. So that's the only difference between our cards.
Like, that's what the matter of what age you are. I'm involved, but when we all, this call will be terminated in 1 minute. Because I'll come to you, I won't be here. You understand that? Look, I love you. They're making you go pretty quick, actually, once they get done with their papers. Yeah, okay. I love you. Just call me whenever you can, okay? Okay. I love you too. Don't say goodbye. Better. No, you take care of all of the Germany that you have to do that and I want to do.
Okay, so Sergeant Madrazo, before we play that second recording on the splash drive, I want to ask you a couple questions about the first one. How would you describe the defendant's, Uriah Urick's emotional state on the phone call? Was he calm, or was he emotional or remorseful, or how would you describe it?
He was calm.
Did he express any remorse for anything that he had done?
No.
What would you say was his primary concern on the phone call?
Getting an attorney.
Did it appear that his mother had more concern for his personal safety than he did?
Yes, apparently it is.
Then we will play the second recording on State's Exhibit 450.
Hey. I just want you to take care of yourself, because no matter what's going on or where you're going to go or how long you're going to be there, I still want to be able to talk to you, come see you. You understand?
Yes, I understand. Their ability and the being just on that is just very, very not likely.
Good. You let me know anything you need to let me, and I will talk to anybody. You know how
I got you.
You know that.
My commissary here when I go. I have cash on me. Make sure that the 5 grand in evidence gets put into Tara's commissary. Split it 2,500, 2,500.
something that you was taken, they won't give
No,
you.
I know the $5 grand was taken for the evidence, but it was, I mean, the cash out of my pocket was in my pocket. That one was just in my handbag. It doesn't really make sense to take that, but, you know. It was on the fifth spot, so, but that would make you $220. And ramen here is $2, so that's expensive. But I'll be good. I have food. They're about to give me food, I think.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fed. Just keep in contact with this jail, Webb County Jail in Laredo.
Webb County Jail, Laredo.
Make sure you contact JM, please. That's my best chance. It's gonna be a lot of money. It's gonna be like $10 grand. But JM, that lawyer, please remember that. He's yeah, JM. Also, capital murder is above first, second, and third.
I know.
Federal.
I know.
I don't know how they put me on that, but they did. Never had any other charges before, not strong ones.
I'm not really sure. They said the captain, they still had evidence to go through, and that usually takes a couple of months.
There was a night that I had to smoke in order to stay the first night, and the Mexican mafia guy made me take it. I had to hit the bowl. Spurbo wasn't an undercover. So,
What?
I had to hit a meth pipe, and Spurbo wasn't an undercover my first night. So they found
Your first night of what?
staying here. Been here for 34 days. And yeah, so they had that. It's like under a gram, but that's state, not federal. And then there was a Kel-Tec 2000, which is a semi-automatic carbine rifle, 9mm. That was federal.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
And S&W 22 Victory pistol contribution, which was
Uriah,
that's
Do
also
not.
federal.
get into trouble in there anywhere. You understand? Do not get in with people.
Look, Dad walked me through this. Okay, I know. Okay, I know. I've done everything in the community so far.
No selling commissary, no nothing like that. No dealing. People fight over that shit.
I know. Stick to myself. Don't pick any buttons. I'll be fine, Mom. You know I'm crafty.
I know, but that can also get you in trouble.
I know. I'm gonna be
You
in
can think.
federal, Mom. I'm gonna be in protective custody. Okay? I'm gonna be in peace. Very good.
Until they put you in prison with a bunch of murderers.
No, Mom. Federal prison is where I'm going. Period.
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
Like that's the charges.
You're gonna be alone.
No, I'm not gonna be alone. I'm gonna be in protective custody and then eventually Gen Pop. I'm gonna be in Gen Pop eventually, but I'm going protective custody first. So you can at least know I'm safe.
So you've been in Laredo jail for 4 days.
No, I've been in Laredo 4 days. Just got the job.
Oh.
Yeah, I was smart about it for most of it. But they recognized me because they submitted the warrant to U.S.-wide, not U.S.-wide, statewide.
Yeah.
You know, and then somebody recognized me and 4 people with pistols ran up on me, so. Hey, call's gonna be terminated soon. So I love you, and
I love you.
I will see you again.
Okay, call me.
Yeah. No, you can call the jail. I can't call you. It's not free.
Okay.
Make sure to check on Tara King, okay?
This call will be terminated because it exceeded the
So Sergeant, in that second phone call, what appeared to be to you the defendant's primary concern?
Basically, like the first one, he was concerned about the attorney, that she better contact the attorney and get him to help him.
And he also appeared to be concerned about his commissary account?
Yes,
He
he
sorry.
wanted to divide that money into him and the girlfriend.
Now, can you explain to the jury what a commissary account is?
The commissary is, it's money that is deposited to your account and you can buy, products from that we sell inside the jail.
And like, what kind of products? Just
Hygiene and, like candies or cereals.
Now, he also made the comment on that call about how he had to smoke meth to prove he wasn't undercover. Do you allow people to smoke meth at the Webb County Jail?
No.
Are there procedures in place to make sure narcotics do not enter into the jail?
Yes.
And being sergeant over the jail, are you aware if they were followed in this case?
Yes.
The last thing I want to address, it might seem like a silly question, but is the court we're in here today, is this a federal court or a state court?
State court.
Pass it, Mr.
Mr. Agnew?
No question.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Let's get released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Okay, you are released from your subpoena. Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
State would call Raymond Tyler.
Right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Deputy Tyler, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Raymond Tyler, RAYMOND, T1
And how are you currently employed?
I work at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
9 years.
Have you kind of give us an idea of what your career history looks like? So when you first got your job, how old were you and what did you do up into becoming a jailer?
I was 25 when I started working there. Before I worked there, I worked at Texas City Police Department briefly. Before that, I worked at a grocery store. That's about it.
Okay. So how long have you been involved in law enforcement, beginning at that Texas City time?
There, I worked there for 3 years.
And 12 total?
12, yeah.
Okay. When you first started at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, what did you do? What was your position?
I was corrections, so I worked in pods. Yeah, just dealt with inmates in the pods.
And what do you currently do?
I work in the front lobby, doing visitation, help them with that, assist them with the mail. That's pretty much it.
And how do the various shifts at the SO work? How many shifts are there?
There's 4, A, B, C, and D shift.
And what are the time frames for A through D?
A through D, so you got 6A, 6P, and 6B, 6A, 12-hour shifts.
Okay. So can you just kind of clarify, because you said there were 4 different shifts, but there's only 2 time frames. How does that work?
We have separate shifts. We have like 2 night shifts and 2 day shifts.
Okay. And do you work day shift or night shift?
I'm currently on night shift.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming in during your time.
Yes, sir.
As far as this case goes, you said you worked at the front desk. What are some of the duties you have working the front desk in the lobby?
You answer the phone, help them coordinate with that. You have visitation, you have to sort inmate mail. Sometimes you come across letters, like what I found today or that day. That's pretty much what it consists of for the most part.
And that's sort of what I want to get into. Can you kind of just describe the process of sorting through inmate mail?
So you have different things that inmates request. They might need shoes or something medically related. They might be trying to go to law library or send something off to the court. For the most part, you have outgoing mail as well. Sort that, go through it, see if there's anything in it that seems important. It might need to be addressed. sometimes you have people that are in fear of their life, and they might put that on there. They might say they're suicidal. It's kind of a way for them to say it without bringing it out in the pod because they're scared or whatever it may be.
Okay. So taking a half step back here, the inmate mail that you sort through, do you sort through mail that's coming from inmates going out into the free world? Do you sort free world mail coming into the jail, or do you sort mail between inmates, or all three?
I sort the mail that's going out from inmates.
Okay. So if, in this case, did you receive a letter?
This is grieving my spirit. Big time. Grieving my spirit. I can't go there. We're in 5 hours, 8 minutes, and 45 seconds into the jury deliberations in the Warner versus Parker lawsuit. So that's where we are on that. My heart goes out to the girlfriend and family members of the Dallas Cowboys player Marshawn Needland, who unexpectedly passed away. Ari, I'm probably saying it right. It's probably Ari. It was a possible self-inflicted. I pray not, but probably is. And to think he scored his first ever NFL touchdown this past Sunday, which we watched. And then this happens. So horrible. I'm sure we'll hear more about it.
Or did you observe a letter while sorting through mail that was pertinent to this case?
Yes, sir.
And how was that addressed?
So when I found it, it was addressed anonymous. It was addressed to a supervisor. I read it, and it was mentioning that there was a possible drawing of a crime scene underneath an inmate's bunk. So I let my supervisor.
Let me pause you there for a second.
Yeah.
So I want to start with how it was addressed to anonymous or supervisor. Is that a standard way for inmates to sort of get your attention so that to read this letter that they're trying to tell you something?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
David, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 481. Without getting into the contents of it, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And just generally, what is it?
It was an inmate request. Well, inmate request via form. It basically was just trying to inform us of something that was going on.
And is this inmate request from that anonymous letter you were referring to earlier?
Yes, sir.
Now, does this appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Is it a true and accurate copy of the inmate request form that you observed the night you first reviewed it?
Yes.
Now, this time, state would move to amend states 481, then into a closed counsel. No objection.
States 481 will be admitted.
And that motion.
Yes.
Okay, so Deputy, I'm going to ask you some kind of just basic questions here. What date was this written up?
April 18th, 2025.
And how was it addressed to and from?
Sergeant from Anonymous or Anonymous.
And can you read the letter here?
Yes. Just want to inform you that Tara King, parentheses bunk 4, has a layout of the crime scene drawn out, and it even explains the naked body covered with towels on the floor. It is folded in a clear baggie. Also, she has a letter to her boyfriend where she wrote that she stands behind what he did and he's checked in his cheated bag. Both can be used as evidence.
Now, in response to this anonymous claim, did you take any steps to investigate it?
Yes, sir.
What steps did you take?
I informed my supervisor of my finding of the letter, and he had me relieved. I actually went down to the pod to investigate myself, and I recovered some evidence that I felt would be important for the case, and I submitted that document.
Okay. Now, you said you searched it. I just want to make sure we go step by step and cover everything here. Okay. You were relieved where? The front desk?
The front desk, yes, sir.
And you have previous experience working in the bonds.
Yes, sir.
Right. So did you go to search this bunk by yourself, or did you go with others?
I was by myself.
And whose bunk did you search?
Tammy King.
And what generally did you find in that bunk?
During the search, anything that I felt, I would say it was important, but for sure that crime scene, and it looked like it was a layout of a house. And then there was, on the layout of the map, it looked like there were certain places where it was described. She wrote like where certain things were at. And then there was also, I believe, a journal that I discovered, and it was talking about, her talking to the other guy involved in the case.
Okay, let me go ahead and pause you there.
Yes, sir.
Once you found all this evidence, what did you do with it?
From there, I went ahead and sealed it up, made sure that, first I put it in a bag, then I took it to booking and had it scanned to the detective that was over the case, and that was Detective Hudson. After that, I sealed it back up and put it in evidence bags and made sure to drop it off in ID.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as stage 482. Do you recognize?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's the crime scene map that I found in her bunk.
And does it appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the map that you discovered when you searched it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time, state would move to admit states 482. No objection.
Stage 482 will be admitted.
No.
Yes.
So, Deputy, I'm going to start sort of broad to show the whole layout here, and then we'll zoom into various parts and see if we can read some of the writing that's on here. Does that sound fair to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, we see, what does this say here at the upper top?
Carport.
And are you able to tell what kind of room this would be here?
Looks like a living room.
Now, over here at the carport, that appears, how do you read that right there?
We were here. Something said something before that.
Maybe where we were waiting?
Where we were, yes, sir.
And what room does this appear to be kind of on the other side of this living room?
Front room, got a bedroom.
And what rooms, since it says stove and things like that, what room would this appear to be?
Kitchen.
And now here where it says my bed, whose room does this appear to be?
I believe that'd be Tammy King.
And then next door we see, looks like the layout of another bed and a closet. What room does that appear to be?
Let's see. Some of it.
FYI, Donna Adelson has filed her appeal officially. We'll go over that in a little bit.
Does it appear to be another bedroom?
It does.
And then we see a back porch here.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to zoom in now, sort of on top of this utility room going to the back porch. What does this read up here, if you can tell?
Between barricade before we left.
So, maybe back door barricade?
Yeah, back door barricade. I'm sorry.
Back door barricade before we left.
Yes, sir.
Now zooming down to what appears to be Miss King's bedroom. What does it say here?
Percy.
Maybe slept, S-L-E-P-T.
Yes, I see that. Slept, yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to reorientate this for a second to try to get this writing legible. What does this say right here?
Where it happened.
And what is this pointing to?
Looks like it appears to a head.
In a circle?
Yes, sir.
And now does this read, Percy covers her with towels so I didn't see her?
Yes, sir.
And if fell off bed, the towels would be messed up.
Yes, sir.
Y'all don't forget to go.
So Deputy,
Wonderful.
after this search that you performed in the jail, did you have any other interaction in this case? Excellent.
Mr. Agnew?
No question.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state call Sergeant Larry Williamson.
Okay, while we're waiting for the next witness to come up, the poll results thus far are 0 to 9 million, 40%, 10 to 19 million, 40%. Uh-oh, verdict is in. 20 to 29 million, 10%, 30 plus million, 10%. Here we go, guys. Verdict is in. Matt, who's at the door? Who's at the door?
Some civil.
We do not have any volume in court at the moment. It is not us. By the way, it was Jehovah's Witnesses at the door. My son met them without a shirt on.
Maybe seated.
Poor
Good
babies.
afternoon, everyone. I understand
Here
the
we go.
jury has a verdict. The order of things will be as follows. I will bring the jury in, and I'm admonishing everyone in the courtroom that I will not tolerate nor have any outbursts. This is a very important case to both sides, and the dignity of this courtroom has been upheld throughout this trial, and I appreciate that from both sides and the parties and everyone who has been here for the past 2 weeks, and I expect that to continue. If there are any outbursts, you will be immediately taken outside the courtroom and left to not listen anymore. So please, no outbursts. My clerk will take the verdict, and she will then read it, and then we will have and hear any motions at that time. You may bring in the jury.
You may bring the jury. Here we go, y'all. Let's see what our poll is. Don't take it down because I want to compare it, June. I guess if you take it down, I still can, but I'm going to compare it. I believe she's going to be found responsible, but to what level, I don't know.
You may be seated.
I could be totally wrong.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I understand that you have a verdict. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Will the foreperson please identify him or herself by number?
Foreman 37.
All right. If you can fold that piece of paper as you had it and hand that to my clerk.
So over 4 hours of deliberation.
Clerk, will you please read the verdict?
We, the jury, on the issues joined, find in favor of the plaintiff, Abigail Zwerner, and assess her damages at $10 million.
$10 million.
And award interest beginning on June 1st, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
She
Any requests from
won.
the plaintiff? Any requests from the defense?
That we schedule time for post-trial motions.
All right.
And
All-
the judge may not be entered on the verdict today.
All right. So
Okay, guys. So 40% of us were correct. 10 million. That's what I would have guessed.
the court
I
will
was right.
withhold entry of a judgment order in the case. The court will further reserve all rulings and hearings on post-trial motions for a later date to be set by the parties. Anything else to take up at this time, Mr. Beniozen? Ms. Douglas?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your term expires tomorrow, so you were still admonished by the court that because you still are in term, that you are not to talk about any of the cases that you've heard during this term, but you do not need to call back. Thank you very much for your service. It is an important service to all of us, and I know it has been a difficult service, but one that is necessary for the resolution of disputes in this country that I am very proud that we get to exercise those rights. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are excused.
Please rise for the
Oh,
jury.
she's happy. Not the 40, but the 10. So I wonder how much of her lawyer gets 40% of that at least. So she'll get about 6 million minus all the fees, probably walk away with 4 to 5 million.
You may be seated.
All right. The plaintiff and her attorneys are excused, as is the defendant and her attorney as well. You may follow, if you so desire, my bailiff. Court stands in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Wow. So they agreed that now I'm going to kind of see if they have any kind of interviews. Just give it a second, y'all. But yes, they sided with the plaintiff. So the plaintiff won. Wow. Well, good for you, Java Queen. Java Queen, welcome. Yeah, I agree. They sided with the plaintiff for 10 mil. Sorry. The jury can't speak until after tomorrow, but that does not mean that the others cannot. So I'll keep an eye out. So they came back they awarded the plaintiff $10 million, which means that the defendant was found liable and responsible for the situation. So I bet the majority of the time of their little over 4 hours of deliberation was due to the amount of money to be awarded. she does have 4 criminal charges against her that she is still going to have to face. And in that, this won't come into court. They cannot bring this into the criminal trial, but at least I will tell you, her criminal attorneys are going to be looking at this very closely. Okay, I don't want to hear about that trial. So I doubt they bring in they'll bring crime. No, she's already been charged 4 counts. Let me hold on. Because I know she's got charges. Ebony Parker has been charged with 8 counts of felony child neglect in the connection with the shooting of the teacher Abby Warner by a 6-year-old student at the Richnick Elementary. Charges against Parker are the following. 8 felony counts of child neglect were filed against Parker, who was the assistant principal at the time of the incident. Charges stem from alleged failures to act on multiple warnings. And that's where all this is. Failure to act on multiple warnings that the student had brought a weapon to school. Prosecutors argued that Parker ignored red flags and failed to investigate or intervene, which could have prevented the attempted red rum. Abby Warner filed a $40 million lawsuit, which we already know about. She was awarded $10 million in damages. The jury found Parker grossly negligent in this case. So Warner was shot in the hand, through the hand into the chest while she was teaching the 6-year-old child. The shooting occurred on January 6th of 2023. And we are done with the civil. Now we will be following Ebony Parker's 8 felony counts of child neglect. And that is going to be an interesting trial. It is going to be interesting, y'all. Okay, back to this court. Hey!
Hey, you may proceed.
Dang, cats
Thank you,
are
Honor.
freaking
Good
nuts.
morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Larry Williamson. Larry, Larry, Williamson, Williamson.
And how are you
Oh, well,
currently?
he's got that axe.
I'm currently employed by the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Galveston
I know
County
your
Sheriff's
boss
Office.
personally.
Now, is 8 months the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No, ma'am.
How long has your law enforcement career been?
Just over 22 years.
In order to become a peace officer, what sort of training and experience did you have to have?
To be a basic peace officer, you have to go to a basic police officer academy, which is normally around 6 months or so, and get certified there. Take a state exam to get TCOR certified, and then find a job. Find an employer so they can hold your certification.
And you said it was 22 years ago that you began your law enforcement career?
Yes, ma'am. Awesome.
Was there anything you were doing prior to becoming in law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. From 1998 to 2002, I served in the United States Marine Corps. I did some tours overseas. I was on the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and did some things with Fast Company.
I'm gonna ask you to pull your microphone just a little bit closer to you to make sure our court reporter can grab it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So once you went through academy and that state exam, what was the first position you held as a law enforcement officer?
I was employed by the Kemo Police Department starting in 2003.
What role did you have at the Kemo Police Department?
Initially, they hired me on as a telecommunications operator, pending
October 1st, having an officer position open. So my first position, I was a telecommunications operator, and then October 1 of that year, they swore me in as a peace officer.
And were you on patrol or something else?
While I came to the police department, I was on patrol, and I was on patrol from 2003 until 2008.
After leaving the
Good
Kima
luck,
Police Department,
Angela.
where did you go next?
I went to the Texas City Police Department.
Was that also in 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
At the Texas City Police Department, what role did you go into?
I started the Texas Police Department on patrol, but thereafter, from 2009 to 2010, I enlisted into the United States Army, and I went to Iraq from 2009 to 2010, or 2010.
In 2010, when you returned, where did you go from there?
From there, I returned back to patrol. I don't remember how long exactly I was there. I guess approximately 2 years. I was there for about 2 more years. And then from 2013 to 2014, I deployed to Afghanistan.
Now, in 2014, when you returned from Afghanistan, what role did you go to?
When I returned from Afghanistan, I went into the crime scene unit, where I spent the next 4 years or so.
What is different from the crime scene unit versus, say, patrol?
As a patrolman, we show up, we're the first responders. We'll assess things, we'll start calling for ambulances or calling for help, getting crime scene tape and such set up, conducting interviews with people, or at least getting names. And depending on the crime, like we're speaking of today, it would be set up, perimeter up, and get a log started for people coming into it. The crime scene is quite a bit different. We come in after something bad has happened, and in that I could be doing photos, collecting DNA, doing shooting reconstruction, or all of the above.
You stated you were in crime scene for approximately 4 years?
Yes, ma'am.
So where did you go after crime scene?
After I was at crime scene, I was a detective for the Texas Police Department.
And just briefly, what's a detective?
A detective that ends up being the coordinator over major crime scene.
Yes, I know the one who runs, I know the sheriff, but I also know the person who runs the entire jail system for the sheriff's department.
So as a detective, you're in
Yes,
charge
I
of
know his
everything.
boss.
You get there, the patrol's already going to be there.
Why is he down there?
Crime scene, or they'll show up, but you are the manager of the crime scene. You're in charge of everything, what people do and don't do, or anything above. That's your responsibility. You may be conducting interviews or watching interviews of other people, or just in general controlling that crime scene.
How long was it that you were in CID or a detective at Texas City?
I was a detective at Texas City for 2 years.
And did you go anywhere, or obviously you went somewhere, where did you go after Texas City?
When I left the Texas City Police Department, I had an opportunity to apply with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office as a detective and lateral over into major crimes. So I left the Texas City Police Department in March of this year. I had a whole day off of retirement, and then I returned to after active duty with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And what was your first role at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I was a major crimes detective, and as a major crimes detective, you could be working anything, but anything from homicide, sexual assaults, violent crimes, shootings, or anything in between.
And are you still in the major crimes detective role at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am. Approximately 2 weeks ago, they moved me into the training coordinator's position. So currently, I'm the sergeant overtraining.
Oh, okay, not anymore.
What sort of, if I asked you to give me kind of the highlight reel of some of your extra training or experience that was pertinent to this case, what would you tell me?
For this one specifically, I am a certified Celebrite operator, and a
Celebrite. Pain in my existence.
What is Celebrite?
Celebrite is a digital extraction program that we use to obtain digital extraction from cellular phones and other devices.
When you say digital extraction, in the most kind of basic terms you can give us, what is a digital extraction?
The digital extraction is that we will extract the data off of the phone. So all the data, which is coming off as in letters and numbers, something that's not readable, and we'll put it inside the physical analyzer, which is on the same machine. Put it through the physical analyzer, and it will give us a readable output that we can look at with our human eye, as we do with the cell phone that we pick up and use our hands right now.
And what times or what occurrences are you able to utilize Celebrite to do a digital download of a phone?
To do a digital download of a phone, you have to have a consent or a search warrant at least.
And just in general terms, before we start talking about the case we have here, you said you plug it in and then it gets into a readable format in the analyzer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that readable format look like? What would you see like with your naked eye?
Oh, it would be just as we do normally. We see our text messages, our pictures, or any phone calls, received calls, applications, and things that occur with those applications.
Now, when you do a digital download of a cellular device, does every single thing on the phone show up in the analyzer, or sometimes it's something different?
The analyzer will pull the data that it picks up and parses it out into specific fields, being videos, pictures, text messages, phone calls, things like that. Sometimes the rest of that data just gets stored as bulk data inside the phone.
Now, if somebody has, say, deleted something on a phone, is that able to be picked up by Celebrite, or sometimes or never?
Sometimes we can pick up those files. It depends on how long it's been deleted for, and if that space has been allocated for something else and it's been removed in order to make a room for a new, say, a new photo or something like that.
You also talked about the Celebrite download will show you applications on the phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, does it also give you all of the data within those applications, or are there some applications that withhold that information from things like a digital download?
We can see some of the data from some of the applications, some of the more sophisticated applications or the encrypted ones. A great example will be a WhatsApp application is encrypted and protects a lot of that data, so we do not get that from the phones.
So if there was messages on something encrypted, you said like WhatsApp.
For those of you who missed, the verdict was the jury sided with the plaintiff and found that the defendant was grossly negligent and awarded the plaintiff $10 million. Next step, appellate. It's going to be held and upheld for a couple of years, I am sure. In the meantime, she's just going to have to go on with life. But she was awarded the $10 million for her pain, suffering, medical bills, etc. So until more information, that's all we got.
Those messages wouldn't necessarily appear in the cell phone download, correct?
No, ma'am. Yes, correct.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not you can get those messages from WhatsApp directly?
You can attempt to get those messages from WhatsApp, but normally they will tell you no, they do not possess them, and or they've already been deleted.
So once you have a digital download of a phone, how do you go through it, or does somebody else go through the phone?
It depends on who's the investigator is normally the one that goes through the phone. Sometimes I'll be requested to go through a phone because they can't find something. Maybe we need to dig a little deeper, put a little more time in it. Or the physical analyzer that I was speaking of that parses out that data allows me to do different things inside of it than whenever I produce a new report.
Now, I want to bring your attention to the early parts of 2025. I believe you stated you moved over to Galveston County in March of 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you have any knowledge as to whether this case happened before or after your employment with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
This case happened before my employment with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
But did a time come that you were asked to become involved with this case?
Yes, there was.
When was that?
That was my second day at work. On two events, I was asked to become part of the case. When I arrived at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, during that time, I was the only one in the office that was certified to do Celebrite extractions. So on day two, my lieutenant walked me in and showed me the computers in the room and said, "Hey, here's
Just tell me what anyone else said."
A second? Oh, yes. I was directed towards the forensic room. As I go in there, there's several phones inside there that need to be extracted, and they are from this specific case.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Nice recovery, dude. I was directed.
Sergeant Williamson, I'm handing you what's been admitted as case 100 and 101. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are these documents? What's 100 and 101?
These are search warrants for Tara's phone and for Uriah's phone.
Earlier, you stated that in order to do a phone dump or a digital download, you either need consent or a search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Is there a time when you don't need either of those?
Yes, there is.
When is that?
When someone is deceased and no one else has any kind of priority over that phone.
And is that because a living individual has their rights to privacy, and once somebody is deceased, that has changed?
That's correct.
Overall, how many phone extractions did you complete involving this case?
4 phone extractions.
And do you recall what those were?
I did Tammy King's cellular phone, did Uriah's cellular phone, Tara's cellular phone, one being an Android, and a second phone that was an iPhone.
Now, sorry, didn't catch that last part. The second phone that what?
Tara's phone Tara had 2 phones. One was a Motorola Edge, and she had a second phone that was an iPhone.
Okay, thank you.
When you do a forensic download on a phone, is that a small amount of data or a large amount of data, or does it depend?
It depends on the size of the phone and how much data someone has stored inside of it.
And is the process the same whether or not it is, since you mentioned Tara had an iPhone and an Android, is the process the same when you're approaching those 2 different types of devices?
Yes and no.
Will you explain that?
Because of the setup of the iPhones and the Androids, just setting the phone up in order to do the digital extraction is a little bit different. If you have a warrant and you're actually inside of the phone, you have to get there and set the settings and allow it to bridge to the ADB or to debug, so you can bridge to it and draw that data over with the Motorola type phones or Android phones. With the iPhones, they're a little more secure, and often that you have to go in there, and it's a little bit less to do, but you also have to open up accessories and give permission to the phone for the program to start extracting things. However, sometimes you can do a before first unlock on the phone, and we will plug the phone in and it will start drawing a small amount of data, which is normally would be a logical extraction of data. You're getting a very small amount of data.
Now, you said that you're a certified analyzer, correct? As well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, for a layperson, if they plugged in Celebrite, is it pretty self-explanatory, or is it a little bit complicated to sort through?
Once we're inside the analyzer, ma'am, could you be more specific?
Of course. If you handed me a Celebrite phone dump and I plugged it in, how easy would it be for me to find specific data? Or is it easier if it's pulled out in certain ways?
It is easier if it's pulled out in certain ways.
Now, when you are analyzing a phone and pulling things out, how is it that you pull that data out in a more readable way?
There's several different ways on the Celebrite app specifically. You can extract that information as an HTML file, as a Word document, as a PDF, and a CSV, and through Excel. Normally, I will do it as a Word document and or an HTML. That being said, it's also easier to read. I would normally break it up into sections and put it inside of a PowerPoint when I'm getting ready to present the evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Oh, you're Victoria, I'm sorry.
Sergeant, I'm handing you what's been marked as leads 478 and 480. Please look at these and let me know if you recognize these items.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
These are going to be my extractions and the data inside here is data that I put inside these USBs.
And do they appear to have been altered with or changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 478 and 480.
Okay.
478 and 480 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, when we're looking at this USB, when I first open it, can you explain in general what it is that we're looking at? What part is the phone dump versus what part are things that you've pulled out for readability?
Yes. At the top of the list where it says, the T King cell is going to be the cellular extraction of her phone.
I'm going to click on that so we can kind of walk through that as well.
Inside there, we're going to have two different extractions, one being a before first unlock, and the other one being a full file system, which is the largest one we can get and the one that we want so we can pull the most data.
So when I open up that, you said was the full file system?
Full file system, yes, ma'am.
What is within this full file system?
Inside the full file system will be all the data that the cellular program, or that the extraction program pulled from the phone. In addition to that, it's also going to contain everything that was also in the before first unlock. The before first unlock being a smaller amount. And then when I do a full file system, I get all the before first unlock data and everything else with it.
Is it fair to say that all of the data you were able to pull off of Tammy King's phone is inside this folder?
Yes.
But is this the easiest way to view it?
It is not.
We're back on this page. What are we looking at?
On this here, I was requested by the primary detective and Angie to go through these cell phones.
Just for the record, it's Angie, Detective Hudson.
Detective Hudson, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Detective Hudson to go through cell phones in her behalf and find the data inside the phones. What I was specifically looking for is everything that occurred after we believe that Tammy King was deceased.
And what portion of which folder of this is kind of the first thing of note to you?
Are we talking about in this order? Is it now or?
What was the first thing that you pulled from Miss King's phone?
The first thing I pulled from her phone were financial records. I pulled things from Cash App and to see what money was moved after a certain time that morning on February 5th.
And do we have any of those in your pullouts?
They'll be on the PowerPoint.
All right. Will you let the jury know what we are looking at?
Yes. This first page here, if we were to give you the program and let you look into it, read it, which will be on these files here, be the Cellbrite reader, then I take a picture of the face page so we can verify all the data on the phone. It is her phone and it's real.
I want to zoom in really quick on the type of phone that Miss King had.
Miss King's phone was a Moto G Stylus 5G, so an Android type phone.
Your Honor, may I approach the exhibits?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been admitted as states 476. Will you let me know what states 476 is depicting?
This is Tammy King's cellular device.
And does this cellular device that we see in stage 476 match the device that is up on the screen in stage 478?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
So is it fair to say this is the cell phone that you dumped belonging to Miss Tammy King?
That's correct.
On this screen, before we get into more of the information, what all is depicted on this kind of page of Celebrate?
On this page specifically, like as I previously stated, we're looking at the data details of the phone. On the left-hand side gives us the information of the dashboard, a timeline, analyze data, and you can do it as a file system and do two files independently and not as a graphical interface. And locations, if they have the locations turned on, and then the insights is anything that may be attached to the phone, you know, or something like that.
And moving to the next slide, we see there's some difference on the left. Can you explain what that is for us in those areas?
So normally when I go through a phone, I will go to the analyze data button that's on the left hand side, and I'll expand it, and it starts to give me, as you can see there, applications, calendar, calls, contact, device, financial purchases, the media, which will be your photos and videos, network connections, search and web, social media, and down through there's the user account details. And if you just scroll up, ma'am.
Scroll up?
Yes, I want to see the very bottom.
Oh, I apologize.
And just to point out, we're talking about how much data will be on the phone. Is all the files are 318,000 files.
So would this be considered a larger phone dump or smaller or somewhere in the middle?
Somewhere in the middle.
I would be excessively large. I would have a huge.
And tell Jerry what we're looking at here.
What I did here was after I went to analyze data, I went down to finance and purchases and to transfers, and I was specifically looking for cash out transfers.
And what, if anything, were you observing or documenting here?
I was documenting that these purchases or these transfers were made after the death of Tammy King.
And what time were these transfers occurring?
Can we go up one page now? So there's a page before this one.
The page before this one?
Yes. Yes. And can you make it smaller so I can see the values of so I can see the prices?
Yeah.
Before they were taken out of there. Is there one more page before this one? Okay. We got that page.
Just give him the cursor.
What I was observing on here is that it's February 5th, 2025. There's incoming transfers coming in as late as 2:49 p.m. And I can't say that amount now. $200. The transfers from Tammy King to Tammy King's Cash App account.
And what do you mean by from Tammy King to Tammy King's Cash App account?
They're internal transfers where she's moving money from her either her Wells Fargo or Chase account and into her Cash App account. And there becomes a point here at 8 p.m. that this money starts moving from Tammy King's phone to Tara's phone.
And at 8 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th, is Miss King already deceased?
Yes.
And are Tara and Uriah still at the home in Bacliff, or have they moved?
I don't know.
No problem. Moving to this next slide, what is it we're looking at?
Again, we're looking at more transfers of money from from Tammy King, internal transfers from Tammy King to her Cash App account. And these here, I couldn't, these are gonna be where they logged on to the Chase account and they're doing logins and it shows the activity of every login that was made to Chase. And above that also a Zelle application was installed on the phone.
And now, when was the Zelle application installed on the phone?
On February 5th, 2025, February 5th, 2025 at 11:08 p.m. Very soon after Ms. King had been deceased.
And at the bottom, where are those Chase Bank web searches?
You're saying
What time? I apologize.
They are starting at 12 a.m. on the 6th and going through, do we scroll up a little bit, or scroll down? And then stopping also on the 6th.
Now,
pretty consecutively together.
Now it says UTC plus 0. What are we talking about?
UTC plus 0 is going to be universal time, and we have to minus 6 hours.
Okay, so knowing that we need to convert into Central Standard Time, let's use this bottom highlighted one for example. What date and time would this have been?
This would have been 6:11 a.m.
Would it be AM or PM?
6:11 p.m.
On the 6th or on the 5th?
On the 5th.
And same question up here, what date and time would that top one be for Zelle?
That would have been at 5:08 p.m.
On the 5th?
On the 5th.
I apologize for making you do math. Before I zoom in so that we can see this, what are we looking at here?
This is going to be a message from Tammy King to Terry.
And just in general, why does it look like this? What type of image are we looking at?
In this case here, I went into Celebrite and I selected all the messages that were sent to her after she would have been deceased, or sent to him after he'd been deceased, or conversations, and I did it in a Word format.
If I zoom in again, which of these numbers would be Tammy's?
Tammy's number is 281-508-4666.
And then we know this bottom number belonged to whom?
Terry Udman.
And you are Mayor for just yes. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 64 through 72. These exhibits have already been admitted. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes, these will be from Tammy King's service phone.
And do you know who she's having this conversation with?
Terry King.
Terry.
Oh, Terry.
And do the screenshots held within 64 through 72, do those match the screenshot or the images and data you were able to collect from Tammy's phone?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I was incorrect in my previous statement. This message is when Tammy's still alive.
Okay. But it is the messages contained.
This is black because I use black thread, but this is beeswax. You can see the color on the bottom. And when you run it through too many times, you start getting deep grooves and it over waxes your thread. So what I did was I heated it up. It's still warm. Oh, actually, let me do this. Feels so good on my jaw. I heated it up and doing what's called a heel. So now it's smooth again and it won't over wax my threads. Little tips and tricks from the beading world. And we wax our thread
With
to
the
make
same
it
section.
smoother as it goes through. Protects a thread.
And as we move forward, I'm not going to go through all of them, but are these more of those same messages that we have the actual screenshots from in 64 through 72?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this just documenting that these same messages, we can confirm that they are true because they are also within the data on Ms. King's phone, correct?
That's correct. The way I validate the data on the phones is I compare it to the data inside the phones, validation process.
Having tech issues today. I'm going to skip ahead a little through the messages with Mr. Utton because we do have those other screenshots.
Live flight just flew over. Prayer for whoever's on it.
We're going to give you a chance to sort that out. And it is noon. I understand we've received a request for the jury to have an extended lunch today. So we will be back at 1:30, ready to start up. I'm going to urge you to please remember the orders that I have issued. Do not discuss the case. Do not research the case. Do not read anything about the case. Go enjoy the day, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
All right, so
I'll rise for your honor. That's my time. So they're getting an hour and a half lunch. Well, hour and 15-minute lunch. It is 12:15 our time. Yes, you saw I did eat my little sandwich. I've just been eating sandwiches all week. It's about the easiest, quickest thing I can do right now. I have about 6 inches left, and think I'm done, almost done beading. I do need an updated bingo card, please, in LiveCom, if that is at all possible. We are also awaiting for the live coverage of the boyfriend beheading Red Room trial, which will start at 11. You're an hour and a half late, Boo. Are you 11 East West Coast? That's 1 here. Why is the time not fixed? Okay, I've been waiting for that trial. Sorry, Booze. Dum 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 dum. We got the pregnant girlfriend Red Room trial. We'll go ahead and throw that on for now. Oh, they're in a lunch break too. That judge is old. Okay, we're gonna watch this for lunch, just lunch. Don't know much about it.
Physical abuse occurring behind a closed door. This defendant right here, William Kelly, viciously beat his girlfriend, who was visibly pregnant. His violent physical abuse took 2 lives, mother and unborn child. His violent acts for which he and he alone is responsible. In December of 2023, 33-year-old Christine Falzone was living with the defendant in Ossipee. The two lived together alone in a small, rented, 1-room structure. This small shack right here. And you'll see more photos and videos of it at trial. The entire living space is right here, as long as you see. It's about as wide as my outstretched arms. There's a single doorway into this single room. That doorway right here and right here. And at this entryway is where Christine Falzone died. You may not see them, but here and here are surveillance cameras. They were not working at the time. Christine shared a simple, solitary, remote, and isolated existence with the defendant here. There was no plumbing. There was limited electricity. There was no vehicle to leave. Few trips were taken outside this small rented property, and there were almost no visitors. Just the two of them. Christine and the defendant, her abuser. Hour after hour, day after day, together in this room, which is not much bigger than the jury box that you're all sitting in. That previous spring, Christine became pregnant with his child. And by that winter, Christine was almost full term. Not days, not weeks, not even a few months into her pregnancy. She was almost due. And over the months, as the pregnancy progressed, Christine, as you would expect, began looking pregnant. There was a prominent and obvious bulge to her abdomen. The few people who saw Christine in December noticed. He noticed. And every one of you will also notice Christine's baby bump when you see pictures of her after her death. Christine stood only about 5 feet tall. When she died while carrying an almost full-term baby, she weighed less than 140 pounds.
Wow.
But Christine's visible pregnancy did not protect her from his physical abuse. Christine's pregnancy did not stop him from beating her, ultimately to death. We will not be able to tell you how exactly he physically assaulted Christine. In other words, by what means he attacked her again and again and again, and caused the many, many injuries that she endured and that ultimately caused her death. Whether he inflicted the deadly blunt force trauma suffered by Christine using his fists, his feet, his elbows, his knees, objects he used as clubs, or a combination. Again, domestic violence occurring behind a closed door. And such evidence of exact mechanism of violence is not required or needed in order to convict him under the law and using your common sense. We will prove that his physical abuse killed
Thank you,
Christine
June.
and her unborn child. And that when he committed those fatal assaults, he acted recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. You will see and hear about the results of his physical abuse. Late on the morning of December 17th, 2023, the defendant called 911. You'll hear that phone call, probably this morning. Phone call lasted about 15 minutes, and it was recorded. And in the call, he was emotional, and he was calling for medical assistance. Help that was summoned far too late. And using common sense, you will know why Christine's abuser called 911. You'll also know why he was upset. He was upset because he knew that he went too far in his abuse. Christine did not get up this time from his repeated and vicious strikes. And as to why Christine's attacker would call 911, he had no choice at that time. Christine was unconscious. She was not breathing. For her abuser, it was either call for help and lie about what happened to Christine or dispose of her dead body. In that
He's
same
painting.
call that the defendant made to 911,
He is painting a good picture of domestic abuse. I will give you that, dude.
he claimed that Christine had been fine earlier. He admitted that he had argued with her, but he said that Christine was, in his words, clumsy. Clumsy. Her abuser suggesting a false cause for her many, many injuries. The defendant over the phone also expressed concern that people would think that he had hurt Christine, and he complained that he did not want to lose his dog over it. He was worried that he might not get to see his dog again. His dog. When medical responders arrived and tried to help Christine, the defendant continued to lie and blame Christine for what happened. You will hear from the medical personnel who tried to help Christine, who was bruised and bloodied and unconscious. Christine was not breathing. Her heart had stopped beating. And you will hear about the lies that the defendant provided to those who were desperately trying to save her life. The defendant claimed that he saw Christine about 15 to 30 minutes before calling 911, and she was fine. He admitted that he knew and saw Christine's abdomen had been swollen for months, but he claimed he had no idea that she was pregnant. The medics trying to treat and help Christine asked the defendant how long she had the obvious and severe swelling that they saw to her face. Both of her eyes were bruised and swollen shut. And the defendant's response to that question for medical aid, he would not incriminate himself. I won't incriminate myself by talking about Christine's bruised and battered face. That was the word he used, incriminate. An admission of wrongdoing by the person who caused that trauma. The defendant also claimed that he and Christine physically fought often. And the defendant claimed that he was also a victim. I'm also a victim. Another admission of his victimization of Christine and trying to defend it, trying to justify his own abusive acts. Ambulance crews gave medical aid to Christine. For about 20 minutes, they tried to revive her. But despite all their efforts, they could not bring Christine back to life. She never regained consciousness. They could not get her heart restarted. She died where they found and treated her at that doorway I showed you before. Her abuser had called 911 far too late. And Christine's body was covered with dozens upon dozens upon dozens of bruises, head to toe, to her front, to her back, to her side, and to her abdomen. Christine had bruising around her left eye and her left cheek. She had bruising around and a cut to her right eye. Christine's upper lip and lower lip were both split open. Christine had internal bleeding in several different locations to her head, in between her skull and her scalp. Christine had dozens of separate bruises all along her left arm and hand, and all along her right arm and hand. Christine had over a dozen separate bruises along her left leg and along her right leg. Several of Christine's ribs were broken, and she had massive bruising to her chest, and she had bruising to her side. Christine had bruising up and down her back. And Christine had over a dozen separate bruises to her abdomen. Trauma so severe that it caused internal bleeding. Nearly a tenth of her total blood volume spilled into her abdomen from inflicted trauma. Severe blood loss that Christine suffered, in addition to the open cuts to her face and all of the internal bleeding under her scalp, and all of the other internal bleeding from the dozens upon dozens of separate bruises all over her body. All of this is the evidence of the brutal trauma that Christine Falzone endured and suffered all over her body. Over 100 separate bruises, over 100 caused by these inflicted injuries. All of the many, many separate injuries that Christine suffered before she lost consciousness and her heart gave out. And only then did he finally call 911. Too late. And his explanation for all of this trauma, all of these injuries, she's clumsy. You will all know that that.
Wait, did I hear that? Oh, hold up.
Christine's death was not.
Listen. Tell me what you heard.
You will all of
Listen.
these injuries, she's clumsy. You will all
Somebody went,
know that is not what happened.
There was a reaction.
Christine's death was not accidental. Clumsy Christine did not fall down the side of a mountain. Nor did Christine fall down several flights of stairs again and again and again. You saw her humble home and did not have a single step. And Christine did not die from natural causes such as heart disease or a stroke. And Christine did not commit suicide. She did not beat herself up all over her body, top to bottom, side to side, front to back, to death. The medical expert who conducted Christine's autopsy and documented all the dozens and dozens of separate traumatic injuries that she suffered will tell you what you will already know from looking at and hearing about all of these injuries, and from hearing about the defendant's lies about what really happened. Christine's death was a homicide caused by all of these many injuries together. Christine had her life beaten out of her by her abuser, by the only person who was with her. Christine Falzone was the victim of domestic violence committed behind a closed door by this man right here. And all of this physical abuse that killed Christine also took the life of her unborn daughter, an otherwise healthy, viable, normally developing fetus who was about 8 months along.
Oh,
8 months.
what is it with these guys? Come on, dude.
Because her needed source of life, her mother, died. The homicidal violence committed by the defendant that caused Christine's death also caused the death of her unborn child. A separate homicide for which he is also responsible under the law. Now that is a summary of the evidence that you will see and hear over the next few days. Evidence that establishes that the defendant violently abused Christine Falzone while she was pregnant, resulting in her death and the death of her unborn daughter. And at the end of the case, after you've seen and heard all the evidence, Brian, who you met in jury selection, will speak to you in closing arguments. And he'll ask you to follow the facts that we will provide to you and to follow the law that the judge will give to you, and to use your common sense and find this man, the defendant, guilty of reckless second-degree murder for the 2 lives that he took through his act of deadly domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Attorney Canning?
What you just heard is horrible. I want to take a second to acknowledge that. What they said, the story they told, was awful. But that's what it is.
Yeah, counsel, I just want to make sure that your voice, that everybody's able to hear you.
I'll bring it over. I can do that. That's what it is. A story. A story that the state is hoping that you will find so compelling, so emotional, that you will rush to judgment. That you will have already made up your minds. This case is about a rush to judgment. They judged first. They pointed the finger at William Kelly, and they built a case around that judgment second. A case cobbled together not by evidence, but by a story. A story that they will feed you about an evil man. The rush to judgment began because her blood was on his hands. When the police and the EMTs arrived, Christine's blood was literally on William Kelly's hands. There's a saying in the English language that many of us have heard before. To have someone's blood on our hands means to be responsible for that person's death, to be at fault, to be guilty. The police zeroed in on the man with blood on his hands, and they never looked back. They wanted to hold someone accountable for what appeared to be a gruesome crime, and they wanted to do it immediately. It is human nature to jump to the most obvious conclusion first. But our Constitution exists to protect us all from the pitfalls of human nature. It places a roadblock in front of the massive machine that is the state. A machine that would otherwise chug along to a quick condemnation. You are that roadblock. You stand in the way. You are here to uphold the constitutional promise that protects us all. And your job is to demand evidence, not easy assumptions, not stories. Our Constitution requires objective, unbiased evidence. In order to convict William Kelly of murder, as the state is asking you to do, they must present you with objective, unbiased evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. That evidence simply does not exist. Because William Kelly did not kill Christine Falzone, and he did not kill their unborn child. Their deaths were a tragedy. They are a tragedy that he is enduring, not one that he caused. William Kelly is not guilty. The police and the ambulance crews responded to 332 Water Village Way on December 17th, 2023, because William Kelly asked them to. At 11:43 that morning, William Kelly, or Billy, as you will hear people refer to him, called 911 to get help for his girlfriend, Christine, who he had just found unconscious and bleeding on the floor. You will hear the fear and emotion in his voice as he yells into the phone, trying to respond to the operator's questions. He is distracted because while he's talking, he's also performing CPR, trying to revive her. The operator keeps having to repeat her questions, and Billy keeps saying, I don't know. Right? His voice is raised, he's out of breath, he's scared, and he is 100% focused on saving Christine. Billy doesn't know what happened, so he's offering guesses in response to the operator's questions. Maybe she didn't take her medication. Maybe that caused some sort of issue. Maybe she fell. Maybe she has a concussion. Maybe she has head trauma because she's bleeding from the mouth. He doesn't know, so he's guessing. He's trying to help. He is grasping for a reason amid the chaos. At the same time, Billy is trying to save Christine's life. You will hear him doing CPR on the 911 call, counting along with the operator for guidance. He moves Christine flat on her back and closer to the door so that he actually has room to help her. He tells the dispatcher there's blood coming out of her nose and mouth. What do I do? And she tells him he needs to clear her airway. Turn her to the side and wipe the blood away. He does what she says. You'll hear from the EMTs that he is still performing chest compressions when they arrive about 15 minutes later. His hands and arms and face are unsurprisingly covered in Christine's blood. The EMTs arrive with the Ossipee police and immediately go to work. You'll hear a lot about the cramped, cluttered, one-room shack where Billy and Christine lived. It's so small that when the crew comes in, Billy gets pushed toward the back where he's stuck while the chaotic scene unfolds. No exit, no way to get air. 4 EMTs are surrounding Christine from all sides. Police officers with guns and badges flank the doorway. Billy is crying and pacing around in the tiny space that he has. They will tell you he was distraught. He kept asking them if she was going to make it, and Christine was still not breathing. Billy was in a state of emotional overload, adrenaline, devastation, shock, and fear. He is watching the person he loves dying in front of him, and there's nothing he can do about it. All the while, he's being peppered with questions that ring through him like accusations. How long have her eyes been like this? What happened here? Billy is obviously aware, even amidst the chaos and the turmoil, that they are looking at him with raised eyebrows and pointed fingers, that he is a suspect. The state just told you about some of the statements that he made to the EMTs in this emotional state. They want you to impart a rational, calculated criminality to his words in a situation incompatible with rational thought. They have presented these statements as evidence of guilt. But think about what he did not do. He did not try to hide Christine's did not flee the scene. He did not leave her there to die or try to cover up something that had happened. He called 911. He brought all of these people, the full power of the state, right to his doorstep to try to save Christine's life. But despite everything that he tried to do, despite the emergency crew's valiant efforts, Christine didn't make it. Unfortunately, tragically, Christine and her unborn baby died that day. Right then and there, his home became a crime scene, and William Kelly the suspect. Billy was ordered out of the house and made to sit in a plastic chair by the fence in the cold. He was ushered down to the police station where they executed a search warrant. They confiscated his clothes, swabbed for his DNA, took photos of his naked body. It could not have been more clear. To the police, this was their man. He never left the police station that night. Less than 12 hours after the police responded, before an autopsy was done, before any evidence was tested, before interviews were completed, William Kelly was placed under arrest for second-degree murder. Point the finger first, build a case later. The next day, Dr. Mitchell Weinberg of the Office of the Medical Examiner conducted Christine's autopsy. Dr. Weinberg concluded that Christine's cause of death was multiple blunt force injuries. He will tell you that in his opinion, the totality of her injuries was not consistent with an accident or a medical event. And the state will ask you to accept that opinion without scrutinizing it. But that is exactly what you are here to do. All of us, even experts, make mistakes. All of us succumb to confirmation bias, to assumptions, to tunnel vision. Dr. Weinberg conducted a routine autopsy in a non-routine case. He was not equipped for the complicated physiological circumstances that Christine's case presented, and he did not seek input from someone who was. His opinion is compromised because of it. Dr. Weinberg failed to do two critical things. First, he did not try to determine whether Christine had any pregnancy-related medical complications that involve bleeding disorders. This matters because there are conditions related to pregnancy which can cause a pregnant woman to bruise and bleed excessively. You will learn throughout this trial that this pregnancy was high risk. Christine was a former drug user. She and Billy were living in extremely unsanitary conditions with mold and rust and no running water. She was receiving no prenatal medical care. This was a high-risk pregnancy, and a high-risk pregnancy can come with dangerous medical complications. Dr. Weinberg will tell you very candidly that he is a general forensic pathologist. He is not a placental pathologist or an obstetrician or a specialist in maternal fetal medicine. Those experts do exist, and he easily could have consulted with them, but he did not. He did not conduct a placenta exam or any specialized testing beyond his routine autopsy procedures, nor did he consult with someone who is an expert in those areas. As a result, he cannot rule out with certainty the possibility that a complication of pregnancy contributed to Christine's death. The second thing Dr. Weinberg failed to do was to try to narrow down which injuries actually occurred on the day of Christine's death. He did not sample her bruises, her fractures, or the blood in her abdomen to try to determine how old any of those injuries actually were. In reaching his opinion, Dr. Weinberg relied on the totality of Christine's injuries. He will tell you, and the state just told you, that he believes it was the total combined blood loss from all of the bruises on her body that caused her to die. But you will hear from every EMT and the investigator for the medical examiner's office, and from Dr. Weinberg himself, that Christine's bruises were in various states of healing. He will not be able to tell you how old they were, whether any of the bruises were fresh, as in likely to be from the day of her death. He will not be able to tell you whether those bruises were superficial or deep, which would impact the amount of blood loss each one of them would cause. He could have obtained this information. Dr. Weinberg could have performed a layered dissection of the tissue and actually sampled those bruises under a microscope to look for this evidence. But he did not do this, nor did he sample her fractures or the blood in her abdominal cavity. And why is this important? Because Dr. Weinberg will not be able to tell you which of Christine's injuries occurred on the day of her death, or which one actually caused her death, or what the mechanism of her death even was. This leaves us with critical questions that Dr. Weinberg cannot answer. Was Christine suffering from a bleeding disorder that caused excessive bruising? Is this why she was bruised all over her body? If so, was there one specific trauma or medical event that day that could have caused her death? We will never know, because Dr. Weinberg did not seek those answers. His autopsy sought to confirm, not to discover, Christine's cause of death. But with that autopsy report, the rush to judgment found another shaky leg to stand on. From the state's perspective, the case against William Kelly was justified. But it still wasn't enough, and they knew that. There was not, and there still is not, a shred of direct evidence that William Kelly killed Christine Falzone. So they had to come up with the evil man story. A story of William Kelly as callous, uncaring, chronically depressed, and perpetually angry. They will feed you that story throughout this trial to try to convince you that he is the type of person that would have killed Christine. That evil man, as they will present him to you, concealed Christine and her pregnancy away in their shack. But you will hear today from Christine's father, Dominic, that he believes she had her own reasons for wanting to hide her pregnancy from others, not just from her family, but also from the state. Reasons that had nothing to do with Billy. That evil man, as they will present him to you, was always angry. The neighbors constantly heard him shouting, so much so that it was part of the soundtrack of their daily lives. But they never thought twice about it, and it never raised any alarms. He'd often be shouting at the goats, or at his dog, or at no one at all. And although they heard him shouting on the morning of December 17th, it was not notable to them. Not until the police came around asking about it. And finally, that evil man, as they will present him to you, cared more about his dog than his girlfriend. Yes, Billy was concerned about his dog, Chance. Yes, Billy loved that dog. Chance was part of his family. But don't fall for the false binary, that just because he cared about his dog means that he did not care about Christine. Billy loved Christine. According to one friend who the state will call as a witness, he was always thinking about her, always talking about her, always wanting to stop somewhere and to pick up something to bring back for her. And on December 17th, Billy was absolutely distraught as he watched her die. Your verdict must be based on evidence, not on an evil man story, not a rush to judgment, and not on the overwhelming emotion that you will undoubtedly feel. This was a tragedy. There is no question about it. You can feel that deep in your bones, but you still must do the job that you promised to do. Be analytical, to scrutinize the evidence fairly and methodically, to give William Kelly a fair trial, because that because an unjust conviction, one based on a rushed judgment or on emotion or on an impulse to hold someone accountable, would only compound the tragedy of this case. It's an awesome responsibility, as one of you said the other day. Demand evidence. Demand proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Hold the state to its incredibly high burden. And when they don't meet that burden, find William Kelly not guilty of murder.
The state like to begin its first. I'd like to take a break since the jurors have been here for about an hour. I would like to take a break at some point in the next, 20 minutes or so. So I'll leave it to the state if you'd like to call your first witness.
I think the first direct we can do in that 20 minutes.
Very good.
State calls Dominic Felsen.
So would you please remain standing for a moment and raise your right hand? You solemnly swear to testify in this case, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. You may be seated.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to us and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Dominic Falzone. I'm Christine Falzone's dad. My DOMINIC
Where do you live?
Effingham.
How long have you lived there?
On and off about 10 years.
Where'd you live before Effingham?
Ospey.
Did you grow up in New Hampshire?
No, I didn't.
Where'd you grow up?
Massachusetts.
Do you have any kids?
Yes.
How many?
4.
Is one of your children Christine Falzone?
Yes.
When was Christine born?
March 19th, 1990.
Did Christine have any children of her own?
Yes, she had 3.
Mr. Falzone, is Christine now deceased?
Yes, she is.
What was she like in life? What did she like to do?
She liked writing in her journals. She loved just being there for people. And she's one of the type of people that would walk into a room and just light it up and make everyone happy. She dedicates herself to her relationships, no matter whether they're good or bad.
I want to focus on a specific time frame with you, December of 2023. Where was Christine living at that time?
Moultonville, down the street from here. I forget the name of the street, actually.
In Ossipee?
Yes.
Was she living with anyone else?
William Kelly.
How long had she known Mr. Kelly?
Roughly 2.5 years.
And over the time that Christine knew Mr. Kelly, did you have occasion to meet him?
Yes.
About how many times?
5 or 6 times.
Do you see Mr. Kelly in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point him out for us and just identify something he's wearing?
Right there with the tie on, the last one on the defense table.
I ask the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
So I want to back up a little before December of 2023. At some point in Christine's adult life, did she begin to struggle with drug addiction?
Yes, she did.
About when did that begin?
Roughly about 8 years prior. And then she sought help many times. And then finally she was able to be clean for about 2 years.
So I want to clarify some time frames there. You said about 8 years prior. Was that 8 years prior to moving to Ossipee?
Yes.
And then at the end, you said she had been clean for about 2 years.
Yes.
2 years prior to moving to Ossipee, or while she was in Ossipee?
While she's in Ospey, Effingham and Ospey.
And as Christine began to struggle with that, was she allowed to live with you when she was in her active addiction?
At times, I did take her in and get her help, yes.
Were there other times where she was not allowed to live?
Yes.
Where did she live sort of in between when she was allowed to live with you and when she got to Austin?
With friends or with a boyfriend.
Was that boyfriend Mr. Kelly?
At one point prior to her actually going with him for a year and a half, which is this last time, she dated him for 6 months, about 2 years earlier.
So she was sort of on and off with the defendant
Yes.
over the period of several years.
Yes.
And at the time she was living in Ospey with the defendant, were they in a relationship?
Yes.
Do you remember the address of the property they lived at?
I believe it's Waterville Road out here. I know how to get there. I just don't know the exact address.
Would you visit Christine
Often.
at that location?
Often.
About how often?
Every other week.
Can you describe the structure that she was living in there with the defendant?
Back when I used to visit her, I really didn't know. It's after she passed, I learned what it looked like.
What's it look like?
A shack, a little shed.
And you said you'd go see her there about every other week. What would you
Yes.
do when you went to see her?
I would bring food, check on her, make sure she's safe, make sure she didn't need anything.
To your knowledge, during the time she was living in Ossipee, did Christine ever have a job?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did the defendant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did she have a car where she was
No.
living? Did the defendant have a car?
No.
When you would go to visit her, you mentioned a little earlier that you hadn't seen the actual place they were living until after she died. Were there rules that you had to follow when you would go see Christine?
Yes, I only could pull in so far into the driveway, and it was blocked by a giant tree branch.
So you were only allowed.
Boo, that is done. I hope you like it. I might put one little bitty feather right there, but we'll see. Usually you have a feather in the cap. Now I need to adjust the fold and the brim. Let me get this one. Here, this one. I hope you like it, Boo. I'm not gluing the hat band down, so if she wants to change it, she can. But I need to get pictures of all of them. Now I got to work on the next one. Yay! Yeah, I've got it on June. I got oh. Okay. So this other court is going into a lunch break. Everybody's going into lunch breaks except for the beheading trial. Mm. We did watch some of that last night, and we'll be watching more of that now until we get our Texas trial back up and going. I'm going to throw up the bingo card. Let me get it up on the stage. Here's the bingo card. I have text messages, photos, pass the witness, interviews, UTC, no objection, free space. Your Honor, Galveston County Sheriff, date, business records, phone call. That's what I've got. I think I match with June. If not, she'll let me know. And that's fine. Color theme for this one is turquoise, hot pink, and orange. And I will add black and white for the contrasting colors. Always have black and white or black and silver, black and gold, something. Otherwise, the colors don't pop. They don't tend to pop. I got to figure out a pattern. I got to figure out what am I going to do? What's my pattern going to be? So, I got to think about that for a minute. Oh, stop making noises, would you? Well, okay, put you over here. I got to figure out my beaded hat pattern. I got to take a mental cleanse. Mental cleanse. Oh, let's see. How about a cleanse? Oh, come on, Boo. Get to where you're supposed to be. I don't know if you'll hear it. What is going on? If the bird nest ain't right, it don't play right, y'all. There you go. I don't know if you can hear it. I'm just cleansing the air. Yep. I sit for hours. I love playing. Could you hear that at all? Sometimes y'all don't hear things. Nancy Roberts Z5F, welcome aboard. Welcome into the A to K Express. Cleansing the air. I'm Native American, don't mind me. I do all kind of things. So, and by the way, just so you know, we don't bead or make anything when we're in a bad mood. Oh, Nancy, you're just good. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. We are waiting for court to resume in 2 different cases. We got one in Texas and one in Las Brejas, New Mexico. So all of a sudden, I just lost my ears. Are y'all hearing me at all? I need a sound check. Whew, this girl needs a fan now. I'm just saying. Oh, I need to bring my shofar tonight. Yes, I do. I need to bring the shofar tonight. Haven't blown it in ages. All right. No sound? Anybody giving me a sound check? No? June, are you there? Somebody? Am I all alone in the world? Hello, it's Brit. Did you hear the flute at all? Or was that a wasted thing? Well, it wasn't wasted. I cleansed the air. But did you hear the flute at all? Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Hello. Hello, it's Brit. Oh, yeah. I am looking. I'm trying to come up with an idea. See, I do all my patterns custom. I don't copy. I never do the same thing twice. Ever. Ever do I do the same hat twice. In all honesty. Okay. I just want to make sure. How bad did that sound? I haven't played it in a few months. I ought to play more. I miss it. It's very relaxing, very soothing to do. And then I have my Irish whistle. I have 2 of them, actually. Let's see how this one is. Now, the trick is to do both Irish and native at the same time. No, that won't work. I don't know. I'm in a silly mood, y'all. I'm waiting for court to come back. Come on, court. Come on back. We're waiting for you. We got 2 courts on the in skew, and none of them are popping. 2 courts in skew, and none of them popping. Okay. I don't know if Ari's on here. Ari, if you're here, I need to talk to you about your hat. Ah, That was me playing. Me play. Ari, I need you. If you're here, please. I need you. Because I want to ask you about a bead pattern for the hat. I don't know the personality of the people receiving the hats, so it's a little more difficult to come up with a pattern. Usually people tell me what they like. Usually. That's not what I want. I want that. Oh, please. That's machine done. That's shitty. No, I'm not gonna. So I wait to hear from you. You did great. I was listening. Didn't realize that was you playing. Just thought it was music. Nope. That'd be me. I actually have native flute music on my sound bar. I really love native music. Now, this is going to be a test. Let's see. Let's just see if the copyright strike hits me. Oh, that'll be interesting. Let's see if I get copyrighted for my own playing. I mean, my daughter was copyrighted for singing. Yeah, Children's Choir claimed it. I had to fight it. I got it taken down, but dang, it's stupid, y'all. El stupidio. Oh. Ooh. I see something I like. I think I'm going to be making me a hat for me. I'm going to make a hat for me, y'all. I found something I saw that was freaking cool, and I'm going to do it, and I'm going to wear it at powwow. Powwow. Coming up. Native American powwow. Yes, I do go to powwows. I do love to go to powwows. I love the drum. You'll see me sitting here bouncing like this in my seat the whole time, dancing in my seat. I know people don't get it. It's okay. It's more than okay if they don't. It's just my world. It's a pretty world. So I'll wait till I see her again. Hello, Miss. Oh, you hat. Y'all just hopping in? Here's the finished hat. There's the finished hat. And there's the headband. I beaded the headband. And then I put a little beads on the kickers. I'll probably put a small feather in it. Just something real petite. But there's the hat. Very simple, elegant. I go for elegance. But I got to come up with a new pattern for the next hat. And that, my dear, is where I'm at. That hat took 4 days working every day, all day on it. 4 days. We're looking at 30 hours almost, I believe. I didn't really time it like I do sometimes. Sometimes I really time it because depending on what I make and how I make it. Depends on how I make it. What kind of pattern, how I'm charging. You know, I see people selling these Western hats beaded on Etsy, and they're using the thickest beads possible. I'm going to share this screen. Okay, that is shitty quality. And I'm not being mean, boo, but look at the beadwork. Look at all the, look at the rim, how the beadwork is up and down. Look at the gaps. That is horrible. Horrible beadwork. And you're using the thickest beads possible. And you charged almost 150, 130 for that? Oh, God, no. God, no. That is, no. Boo. We got to have a talk. Appropriately beaded hats look like this, which is what mine look like. Now, this beaded hat band, that's several $100s. That's a lot of work. Hi, 80K. Mods in chat? Yeah, well, hello. See, that's thick. I'm not real fond of the thick ones, but at least that's pretty, you know? All of these real thick hat bands are done on the loom, and most of them are not handmade. Just saying. This one's handmade. I can tell that one's handmade. But you pay for those handmade ones, man. Yeah. See how thick that is? I'm like, boo, that is so thick. You can carry your thicker bead on. You can, now that's okay, that's not too bad. Their edges are pretty decent. But you can carry your thicker bead on a felt hat, but the problem is people don't realize it adds weight on the head. And when you add weight on the head like that, oh, it's uncomfortable. I've tried a hat on that had the thicker beads. Oh, no, boo. Now, I'll do it if you want it, but my beads are the more, well, the thicker beads are cheaper, by far cheaper. I can get 5 of those thicker beads for the price I can get one of these. I'm not kidding. It's all about the money, honey. Now, this is not bad. I kind of like this one, and it's a thicker bead. Okay, it's appropriately priced. It's a thicker bead. The hat is not an expensive hat, but that hat is $5.99. I would tend to venture. Here's some of their work. But see, those patterns, I can do that in half the time that I did her hat. See, that's kind of what I want to do to her hat, the next hat. I'm thinking, oh, yeah, that's a man. That's a man's hat. Oh, now that's nice. Very nice work. But again, thick beads. Thick. Y'all, I could not, I hate those patterns. I don't like them. I would charge you more than $5.99. It would be almost double for that pattern. That takes forever to load up your beads. I kid you not. I wouldn't want to do that without less than $800, $900. Even that pattern. Even that pattern's not easy. Ooh, no, I like that. That'd be nice. That would be for me. See how he did the brim like that? So, because it's hard to match up your patterns. I would charge $800 for that easily. I don't think 500, even 600 is worth it. Unless he's doing it on a loom. And if he's doing these on a loom, let me look. Let me see if I can look. That's done on a loom. That's not freehand. That's done on a loom. I would do that for $500 on a loom. It's easier to do it on a loom and then sew it to the hat. But y'all, that's a lot of work. And then he probably freehanded this part. Yeah, you can tell by the unevenness. The front's freehanded, but all of this pattern looks, but I don't know, his work could be that great. Look at that, y'all. I can do it, but I charge out the airs. Yes, the trial, the civil court that happened yesterday, they came back on a verdict within 4 hours, just a little over 4 hours, and the verdict was guilty on all not guilty on all counts. She was found guilty of extreme, uh, reckless neglect, whatever, and they found him, in that's a loom piece, that's done on the loom. That's all loomed. Uh, anyway, awarded her 10 million. Gave her 10 million. What is up with court? Why are they not starting on time? I'm not understanding this, people. I need help. We're waiting for court to return. I'm looking at beaded hats. The hats that I'm beading, I normally would charge more for, but she wanted 3, and it is for one of my viewers. So, yes, I will gladly. Let me show you another hat. This is a loom. You can tell this is too perfect. They do it on a loom, and then they adhere it to the hat. And then you can see right about here and here at the end of that arrow there, and the end of this arrow here is the end of the loom. And all of this is free-handed between. I can see the loom threads right there. You can barely see it. Yeah, yo, that's loom work. Maybe I ought to start doing it that way. But here's the problem. It wraps around the bill, and then they anchor it and sew it on the edge. But all of this here is just laying over the fabric. So when you're touching it, it moves. And it's not, it doesn't, it just doesn't do as well. I like doing it my way. I did it my way. I did it my way. The loom, well, it is and it isn't. To do those intricate patterns like that, it is somewhat better to do it on a loom. But the way I personally would do it on a loom is I would do a narrower pattern, and then I would go around the edges and add beads to it to severely anchor that thing. But loom work is so much easier than what I do, I believe. You just pick up the beads in a pattern, slide it through, pop it. I mean, it is so much easier. Also, loom work, a lot of loom work can be done by machine. And then you buy the loom piece and just sew it to the hat. To me, that's a lot of what people are doing that are charging less. If they're charging less than $500 for a hat, which I am, but I'm choosing to. If you're charging less than $500 and you're a decent beater like me, you're cheating, because there's no way you're going to put. I put over 30 hours in this hat. Over 30 hours plus the costs and everything. What would that hat normally cost? At $25 an hour, which I'm worth more than that, is $750 plus 65 for the hat, plus another 150 for beads, plus the turkey feathers and everything else, plus the shipping. You're looking at, that's what that hat right there would normally cost. If I was selling it just Joe Blow, $1,000. $1,000.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and accounted for.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna go back on the record and see, 377-239, State of Nevada versus Devin Michael. And the record reflects that Ms. Michael is present and her attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna ask you to raise your right hand. We're gonna re-swear you in because it's been overnight.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. State, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, yesterday we left off with a couple of questions about the backyard and that side gate, that wooden fence. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now 163. Is this a view of the front of the house aiming at the trash cans and that side fence?
It is.
164, those trash cans were opened.
Yes.
165, another trash can. 166, trash can opened. 167, another trash can. Yes?
Yes.
168, that trash can opened.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
And search anything of evidentiary value found within those trash cans.
No.
168A? Just like that, you good. Yes. I believe by stipulation, we move to admit 168A.
Correct.
168,
168A.
168A. Okay, 168A will be admitted present stipulation.
And ma'am, I mentioned yesterday, we appeared to be missing a photo. Does this appear to be a photo showing the backyard and showing that gate where the fence would be out front?
Where the wooden fence would be out front, yes.
Okay, so does this now tell us both sides of the entry to the side of the house are obstructed?
Yes.
Did you and your team also go out and execute warrants on the vehicles out front?
Yes.
169, ma'am, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the victim's truck and trailer that was parked out front of the house.
Can you describe just for the record how it is parked?
It's parked, I'm sorry, I don't know directionality, but it's just parked along the street right in front. of the
Okay,
house.
parked, I guess, wrong way on the street.
Correct.
And the trailer appears to be hanging out into the street a bit.
Yes.
170. Did it appear that the moving trailer portion was somewhat empty,
Yes.
other than a blanket or something?
Yes.
171, just another angle of that.
Correct.
172, documenting the license plate, if you could read that into the record.
399ZUK.
173, is this the bed of the truck?
Yes.
Obviously searched at some point.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the trailer or the bed of the truck?
No.
The inside of the truck, was it also searched?
Yes, it was.
174, is that a side angle of the truck?
Yes.
A couple of American flags sticking out the back.
Yes.
And then there's a bunch of photographs of different angles of the exterior of the truck. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm not going to show them all to you, but you would agree with that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one more, 180. Just a better angle showing the empty moving trailer, or moving trailer except for that blanket and a piece of wood or something.
Yes.
181. What are we looking at here?
That's the interior of the truck.
Front seat.
Yes.
182. Back seat.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the truck?
No.
In addition to the truck, was there a little blue sedan parked out front?
Yes. A little Nissan Sentra.
And was that searched as well?
It was.
185, is that the Nissan?
Yes.
186, rear of the Nissan.
Yes.
Looks like a temporary tag,
Yes.
2010 date on it.
Yes.
Can you read the plate into the record?
Sure. 1E67224.
And that vehicle was searched as well?
It was.
188. Front seat.
Yes.
189. Back seat.
Yes.
190. Trunk.
Yes.
Appears that there's a bunch of random materials as though maybe someone was packed?
Yes, it was full.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the Nissan?
No,
And I'm assuming that when you're referring to evidentiary value, that would include anything related to blood.
correct.
So let's go back inside the residence just briefly. I'm almost done with you.
Okay.
193, we showed this yesterday, but this particular dog door, did you say was it impounded under our vent number?
Yes, the cover was, yes.
And you mentioned some latent print processing. 194, what are we looking at here?
So that's the door that's leading from the laundry room to the garage, and that was also processed for letting fingerprints.
And 195, a closer view of that same area?
Yes,
You mentioned yesterday, sometimes you'll process and use photography. Other times you'll process and actually pull tape.
correct.
Here, it looks like you may have pulled tape.
We did.
And want to ask you some general questions about fingerprints.
Sure.
Fingerprints are an artifact left behind when someone touches something, correct?
Correct.
And there's latent ridge detail that could be matched potentially to a known fingerprint, correct? Fingerprints don't tell you anything about timing,
No.
right? That could have been left there a day ago, a month ago, a year ago.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to establish a timeline for fingerprint.
Okay, and if someone is a known occupant of a home, you would expect their fingerprints to be in their home.
Absolutely.
If someone had lived in that home previously, you would expect fingerprints to be in the home.
Absolutely.
If someone had been inside the home, one or two times, they may have left prints as well.
Absolutely.
You just never know, but
Yes.
you do it nonetheless.
Correct.
I'm gonna go back to the body a bit. And I'm gonna put these cameras up on, or I'm sorry, these photos up on the screen for the cameras. 208. Is that John once the cover was removed from his body?
Yes.
There was a suggestion yesterday that maybe the decapitation occurred at a different location and his body was moved to this location. Is there anything about this body that suggests otherwise?
We did not feel that the decapitation occurred anywhere else. Based on his morbidity, when we removed those bedding and all those sheets, his morbidity was consistent with that position. There was no mixed morbidity or anything to suggest that he had been in a different position.
Okay, the jury's hearing the term lividity for the first time.
Sure.
What do you mean by that?
So morbidity occurs when your heart stops beating, the blood in your body will pull into the natural cavities of your body. So the morbidity becomes fixed at a certain point, but you'll see dark discoloration that's consistent with the position of the body.
And so if a body lays, say, in this position on the belly for an extended period of time,
Right.
the blood essentially settles with gravity.
Correct.
And that at some point becomes fixed in the body, correct? Now, if a person is killed, and they sit there for a minute, an hour, and then are flipped onto their belly, they're on their back when they're killed or whatever.
Right.
Are there times in which the lividity will change a bit?
You'll see a variance in the morbidity.
Okay, and in this particular case, anything suggesting that he was moved from this small position on the bed other than maybe flipped over?
No.
In addition to that, we talked about how you believed it was a post-mortem decapitation.
That's correct.
As a result of that, you're not going to have spurting vessels or veins or arteries, correct?
Correct.
However, there is blood leaking from the
Right.
decapitation.
Right.
Did you see anywhere outside of this small area in the scene any evidence to suggest this body was dragged in, brought in, carried in, or anything like that?
No, nothing of the sort.
Showing you 212. Now that the cover is removed, can we see more of those what appeared to be chemical burns?
Yes.
Not feeling the need to publish this photo, but I'm going to just show you the old school way. 214 ultimately is the body removed from the scene, placed into a bag, and the custody taken over by the Clark County Coroner's Office.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just remind you, you will have all of the photos that were admitted into evidence when you go back for your deliberations.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was the scene documented after John's body was moved?
Yes.
Showing you 220. Describe now what we're looking at.
So after the victim's body was removed from the scene, we proceeded to basically open up all the blankets and bedding that he had been wrapped in to see if we could find anything of evidence, anything important in that bedding.
And so we can reorient, if the jury can't recall, is this the foot of the bed down in the lower left portion of the photo?
That pillow is the pillow that we discussed yesterday that was underneath the upper portion of his torso.
Okay. Well, another personal question. Have you ever received a massage?
Yes.
It's weird, but I have to ask it. So are there times in which a pillow is placed under a person's body when they're getting a massage?
Sure.
Okay. Down here, bottom left portion of the bed, when you first come upon the scene, that is bare, correct?
Right.
Just mattress,
Just
and then
mattress.
we saw the red staining in this area.
Correct.
When you fold the sheet back, is this red staining consistent with the location of that other red staining we saw in the mattress?
Yes.
Okay. So hypothetically, if someone were to want to roll this body over to do something to it, could the initial impact have occurred here and then the whole sheet then rolled over and with the body in it?
It's possible, yes.
.221, another angle just showing kind of now we're peeling the layers a bit or getting different angles of the layers.
Yes.
.222, is this the remnants of the pillow and the blanket that were underneath where John's head should have been?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counsel, which exhibit is that? Number?
.222.
Thank you.
You're welcome. .223, what is this?
That's a towel that was found towards the head of the bed.
Okay. And now it's just been laid out for documentation?
Correct, yes.
.225. Are we now seeing the white comforter kind of spread out
Yes,
and a couple of blood spots in corresponding corners on the top?
yes.
And show one more graphic image just to talk about a point you made earlier. .229. Is this some of the lividity that you were talking about?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
And that's kind of blood settling when a body remains in a position post-mortem for an extended period of time?
Yes.
One last question. Did you observe any bleeding injuries to the victim's hands anywhere?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll just start with the last part of your testimony and address some of the testimony that you gave yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked a series of questions concerning lividity and when lividity sets in, correct? You'd agree with me that you don't have an opinion as to the time of death.
I would agree with you, yes.
So when you talk about lividity, you're kind of just guessing because obviously lividity sets in after someone dies, correct?
Correct.
And if you don't know when a person dies, you just kind of have to guess when the lividity. Obviously, it begins after the person dies, but we don't know when, correct?
There are several factors affecting lividity, yes.
And what time was it that these photographs that you've testified concerning? When were these photos taken?
and we entered this meeting.
Before I start scrolling.
This is a word that when I spoke earlier about making small read reports out of whether it be PDF, Word, or HTML, stuff like that. This is going to be where I pulled the conversation from Chris to his mother's phone and put it in a Word format and such like.
Let's start right here. So who is this conversation between?
It's going to be between Tammy King and Chris King.
You go ahead and let us know what this first message is and when it is.
That is going to be 2/5/2025 at 3:44 p.m.
Is that
Central Time.
And is that because this is in UTC time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and from the investigation, is Miss King alive or deceased at this point?
She's deceased at this point.
What is Chris asking his mom?
He's asking his mother to tear out 8 bank accounts.
And what does Tammy's phone send back to Chris?
No, my Cash App has been stupid, so I had Piercy reduce some money I couldn't use for some reason.
And what time was that message sent out?
That is going to be at 4 p.m. on the 5th, on February 5th.
And from the investigation, do you know who has Tammy King's phone at this point?
Tara King.
And is Tara King with anyone?
She's with Uriah.
And so we see just some messages back and forth continuing with Chris, correct?
It is correct.
And the last message sent from Tammy's phone is at what time and what does it say?
That's going to be 6:24 p.m. on February 5th. And it says it's been going good. I've been sleeping. I haven't been feeling so good.
And so that 6:24 p.m. message on Wednesday the 5th is the last message that was sent from Tammy's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to switch devices for us here. And did you approach looking at Uriah's phone similarly to when you looked through Tammy's phone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And so here again, we see a pretty large PowerPoint, but we also see a bunch of smaller folders, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the majority of these smaller folders?
These small folders are conversations between him and people that he's befriended.
So let's start with this between someone that says labeled Uriah and Cole. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this again that similar type of extraction report that you put into a Word document like you just explained with Chris and Tammy?
That's correct.
So tell us who the participants are in this conversation.
The participants are Uriah and Cole.
Now I don't see the word Uriah up there. Can you explain to me who Uriah is on this page?
Uriah goes by the alias of Piercy.
And just Percy sound right?
Percy.
And so is that Uriah's number above where it says Percy Frog Hog?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this first message to Cole from Percy is on what date and time? And I'll scroll back.
February 2nd, 2025, 3:55 p.m. And it's UTC -6.
Okay, so in comparison, when we had Tammy's phone up, it was UPC 0, correct?
Yes,
And so does that mean that the numbers on Uriah's phone have already been converted to Central Standard Time?
that's correct.
Okay, so the numbers we see here are correct.
Yes, ma'am.
So on that February 2nd date, what does Uriah say to Cole?
Says, I just have autism and ADHD for guns. My sickness was an insult thrown at me for liking peculiar things. So man, I ain't sick, just too little to handle, too lit to handle.
What does Cole respond?
I'm definitely sick.
What does Uriah say here?
I want to watch a 5.56 shred someone's flesh off their body in slow-mo.
What day and time did he send that?
That is going to be February 2nd, 2025 at 3:56 p.m., just 3 days before Tammy's murder.
And do we know what Tammy was killed with?
A AR-15 rifle of 5.56 caliber.
Is that the same type of 5.56 that's being referred to?
Yes.
What does he say next?
But is to test its capabilities. And Cole thinks that's funny. Uriah tells Cole a few days ago she passed out in school and the teacher just left the classroom. He was referring to Tara passed out in school.
This is still on that February 2nd date.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Now what does he say about 4:05 p.m. on that February 2nd date?
Could you scroll it over something? I don't remember much, to be honest, just that I snapped with an AR in my hand under the carports. Cole
Go ahead.
Cole replies, teachers at that school suck. I swear there would be a shooting and they'd be all. Piercy replies, it was Miss Gaines. She's probably getting fired. I killed him.
Is that the end of kind of pertinent messages between Uriah and Cole?
That's correct.
All right. And I'm going to go to a message sent next. Which one was next in your investigation?
Uriah and Scoop. On 2/4/2025 at 11:28 a.m., he just messaged out to Scoop. Just his name, Scoop. Uriah tells Scoop, good news, man.
And just to be clear, this is the day before Tammy King is murdered, correct?
Yes, ma'am. This is 2/4/2025, 11:28 p.m. Piercy tells Scoob, got money, guns, and drugs to sell. The diamond's real, and my coins are too. We're making bank and living together, homie. Fuck a struggle. We're gonna have a fucking blast. That's gonna be Scoop's address.
What date is this?
That is on 2/5/2025 at 8:57 a.m.
And is this the morning that Tammy King is killed?
This is the morning Tammy King's killed, isn't it?
So what's the next message from Uriah?
It is 12:49 p.m. after the death or after the murder of Tammy King.
Okay. What does he say?
Yo. What's up?
Okay.
To reply to him, I was like mad asleep when you texted me this morning, so I was trying to get you to tell me what you were telling me again. I was completely fucking out of it. Excuse my language. And he says, I can go to yours. Got thousands of dollars. Guns, old coins, a diamond. I got you. I'll pay whatever bills you need. Scoop tells Uriah, speaking of bills too, I need to figure out how I'm gonna get $60 here soon, because in a couple days, my effing internet bill due, and I ain't got the money. So we have till Friday. Uriah replies on 2/5/2025, so the day of the murder, 2:48 p.m. That Friday is when I leave. And do you have Chase Bank? Scoop replies no. He asks for Uriah to call when he gets a chance. And he asks, are you talking about the Chase mobile app? Uriah replies, yeah. And Scoop says that we downloaded it. Tammy. Uriah replies, bet.
And does this conversation about the downloading the Chase Bank app correspond to anything else that you had located?
It corresponds to them getting into the Chase Bank and logging into it. And there's also a Zelle download. And as we get through this phone, he talks about having Zelle or downloading Zelle also.
Okay. What does Uriah say next?
Do think and link your bank card to it. I can send you cash. Okay, thank you. Can you link a PayPal or Cash app to it? Because that's what we have. And my cousin's trying to get things up right now with Chase, but I don't know if it's working too well. I mean, Zelle works too. It takes any bank, and I use your number to send it. And I correlate with the Zelle download we saw on Tammy's phone.
Then we have kind of a jump again. What time is this?
This is 2/5/2025 at 10:09 p.m. He says, yo, what's up? I don't know what does it mean? My bad, maybe. I had to run real quick because what Uriah's telling Scoop. And Scoop tells Uriah, hey, so I talked to Nate. He said, if you send him money to go down there and get you, he'll come and get you. And then I was also going to see if you could figure out that card stuff. Nate is going to be Scoop's cousin per his conversation.
All right. That takes us to the end of that Uriah and Scoop file. Which one came next in your investigation?
Jaden, Uriah, and Jaden. This again is a Word document that was generated out of the Celebrite program.
And who are the individuals conversating in this message?
Piercy and Jaden Landry.
So when do these messages begin?
2 days before the murder on February 3rd, 2025 at 11:40 a.m., Piercy tells Jaden, yo, funny thing. Mike's been having orgies with my girl's grandma, his girlfriend, and her girlfriend, and grandma's boyfriend. And they all smoke meth/crack together. Hey, yo. Pierce replies, not kidding. And he replies, that's wild. And I don't know what that means. I don't know what to say, is basically what he's telling him. He doesn't know I live here. He just smells like drywall, and so does she.
And so where is it that Uriah is stating that he lives?
Uriah is stating that he lives at Tammy King's house, and he's staying under a table where he makes his shanty town in Terror's room. Piercy tells Jamie they smoke so much crack. It smells bad. And he hates it here. He says gonna kill him and go to his trailer to raid it, by the way.
And is this still 2 days prior to
This
Tammy's
is
death?
2 days prior to Tammy's death. And he's referring to Mike.
And what does he say next?
Piercy tells Jaden self-defense because a strange man I've never seen in the house, in quotations.
So how did you take this message?
In quotation, fabricating is self-defense.
What does Jaden tell Percy?
You should not do that. He asks why. I make big bucks from grandma fucks. But he says why not? Because that's not what you should do. And he asks him, what are you on? Piercy replies, nothing. I want to leave and make money. I'm tired of hearing them fuck all night. It's driving me crazy, man. And he tells me he smoked weed about 13 minutes ago.
Comfort
James
break,
tells me
be right
he's
back.
insane. And he says, no way. Piercy tells Jaden, dude, I saw him, his girlfriend, and my girl's grandma at once. And girlfriend and her grandma was naked. He had shorts on. Dog. Shit was unpleasant at the least. Aaron Clark was sneaking out this morning. Her grandma let him out back, or was trying to. She was putting clothes in the dryer and they just walked in towards the back door. Jane replies, that's wild. Hey, bro.
What date and time is?
That is 2/4/2025, 11:01 p.m. the day before, just hours before the murder. The day before.
So this is the night before Miss King is killed in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What does Percy say to Jaden?
Hey, bro. Need you down here tomorrow to drive us. Got it all. Guns, drugs, kit, and everything. Hydros. Perks. Tiva 833.
Do you know what Ket, Hydros, Perks, Teva is?
Ket would be ketamine, hydros would be hydrocodone. I'm not sure what Teva is.
And Perks are Percocets?
Yes. Percy tells Jaden got a shotty, an AR, or pistol for you. Choose one. And Jaden says, he needs a pistol. Jaden replies to him, what's up? and being Uriah.
And what time is this?
That is 2/5/2025, 11:48 a.m. would be after the death of Tammy King.
What is person stated?
I got you my old one. Or a comp pistol. That Pierce details JB4 performance. Also, and we just do. What's up with that Cash App? It's for Friday night. This is, yeah, work later.
I gotta work later, it's gonna work later.
It's gonna work later. Jaden tells Piercy that, yeah, I'll leave here at 4 a.m. Piercy tells Jaden, right now my phone is ass. And asks, are we going back? Question mark. Jay replies, no. Piercy wants to know where we going. And says, I got a homeboy in Wyoming. I'm not leaving the state. Because Jaden's telling me Piercy's not leaving the state. Piercy tells Jaden, shit, where you want to go? Says, I want to go somewhere. He says, I want to go somewhere bad. I can give you a lot more if you drive me to Wyoming. I can give you a lot more if you drive me to Wyoming and hit back. Okay, bet. How much we talking? Where do you want to go? Piercy tells Jaden he's going to Iowa and to fuck other places. Iowa's far. I don't know. Goddamn keyboard. Jaden tells Uriah, we'll see. But I don't know if I'll do it. Uriah replies, bet. For some money. Jaden says it'll be for some money. Piercy tells Jaden I have an inch of hundreds. And another diamond from the house. Still got antique coins.
After you went through everything with Uriah and Jaden, where did you go next?
Next, I went to Nate.
And earlier you said Nate was whom?
Nate is the cousin of Scoop, according to Scoop. This is again a word format from the Celebrate program.
And we see who's involved in the conversation.
Nate and Percy.
All right. Right here, what date and time is this?
9/12/2024 at 2:15 p.m.
Okay. So is this just the start of the conversation of the whole time that Nate and Uriah have corresponded?
It is a yes, ma'am.
So if I scroll forward, will I get to a more pertinent date?
Yes, ma'am. This will be where I'll start now.
Okay. So what is our date and time here?
2/5/2024, 9:40 a.m.
And this is, in fact, in the same hour that Tammy King is killed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What does Uriah say to me?
Said, it's Tony's friend. I got 10 grand or so in guns, need to move. Now, Nate asked, you need to go to Wyoming? And Uriah replies, wherever is a safe place. Uriah tells me he cannot be in Texas. Okay, let me call Tony and see what I can do. And he says he has to move soon. Nate asked where to call me. And he'll do my advice girl's Cash App. Sierra Cincinnati.
And is that a Cash App handle?
Yes, ma'am. Pierce says, gotcha, I'm gonna do it in a sec, right into a spot.
And what time is that at?
That's gonna be 2/5/2025 at 1:32 p.m. Nate replies, gotcha. And he wants to know what part of Texas it's from. Uriah replies, League City, Dickinson, Bacliff area. Uriah calls for Nate, calls him by name.
What date and time is this?
That is 2/7/2025 at 3:58 p.m.
So is that Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
And so there's been a pretty good gap between the last message on 2/5 to now 2/7, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Uriah says Nate, then what?
You know how to hide someone who's wanted? And Nate replies, who is wanted? Uriah replies, me. Nate asks, why are you wanted? Nate asks him to call him. He says he can't. It'll trace. He says, what do you, Nate says, what did you do? I'm not the FBI. Uriah replies, self-defense. What's the plan? No ID, no license, nothing. And he says, download WhatsApp and Messenger. And those conversations stop. And as we previously spoke about, that WhatsApp Messenger is often encrypted. And I just I lose the conversations from there.
Now, after you kind of went through everybody's messages, is there another person who you had messages with, or do you move on to something else?
I went through Travis Hodges' messages. They were quite lengthy, but all they really speak about is just the preparation of leaving there, of getting the ride from the home, getting a storage place to store the weapons and things they'd taken with them, and then eventually giving them a ride to Laredo, Texas.
Okay. Now, earlier we talked about there's lots of things on a Celebrite dump that you can look at. What are we looking at here?
This here is just a snippet of the videos on Uriah's phone. We look at the media, there says there's 34,547 articles of media, and that is going to be a combination of audio, pictures, and videos.
What is it that you are showing the jury here?
This one here is on 11/9/2024 at 3:05 p.m. Well before all this starts taking place or the murder occurs. He's inside the safe in Tammy's room, and they're inside the gun safe.
Okay, so this is a kind of screen grab of video of the gun safe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here?
On 1/15/2025, I found a photo on Uriah's phone of all the safe codes.
And is this roughly 21 days before the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this appear to be to you?
This will be the combinations to the safe, the big gun safe, small gun safe, black safe, and directions how to get there to stop at 40, left 83, right 10, and a white safe.
And what's
Plus key,
what's kind of the clear plasticky stuff that we see on either side?
a tape.
And what does that appear like to you?
I'm not sure what was that, man. It was just on.
I mean, does it appear that that password is taped somewhere?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's taped to a piece of wood.
Okay. And you mean we just don't know where that piece of wood
I
was?
don't know what piece of wood is.
Okay. Now, this is some of those text messages we talked about earlier, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, what is this item?
This item here. This item here is that Tara and Uriah go into Tammy's room and what I consider a setup for this murder. They're going through there and they're talking about, oh, here's the drug she has. They talk about, oh, I've been listening to her have orgies for, I believe it's 3 days, then it's 4 days, then it's 1. Then Uriah has to correct her on the story they fabricated. And they're just trying to
June
make sure that
to
Tammy is a bad person.
private chat, please.
Is this that video?
This is that video, man.
Yep, we checked it up, guys. Hey, babe? Yeah, you know where this was again? This was this was right there, right? Yeah, it was, yeah. Okay. No, I just sat there. Checking. Yeah, I was having a threesome no, actually, a foursome in here. Crazy. Been hearing it for 2 fucking days. Actually, I've been hearing it for. Yeah.
Okay, guys, I got to run something to my son. Something happened at work and he needs all new clothes. So I don't know. I'll find out. I'm thinking Greece or something. I don't know, but I need to run him some new clothes. June, are you able to give me thumbs up? Are you good at taking over while I get back? It'll be about 20, 30 minutes. All right. 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
A day? Oh, yeah. Because it was. I'm gonna go watch.
And we go back to some of those messages we've already looked at on the Word documents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at here?
This is a AR-15.
And who did this picture get taken by?
This was taken by Uriah's phone by Uriah.
And where did it get sent to?
Can you scroll up one, man? They sent a scoop. There's 2 photos in the scoop.
Is this that second photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Look backwards for a second, just to get to the next portion. What are we looking at?
earlier I spoke about conversations between Travis Hodge and Uriah. And in those text messages going back and forth, Travis Hodge sends him the message we're fixing to look at, which is a snippets of the Galveston County Post of the murder and that Uriah and Tara are wanted.
Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the original Facebook post by?
Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And then it was reshared where?
Talk of Bacliff and St. Leon.
And you said that this screenshot was sent by Travis to Uriah, is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me get it correct. What are we looking at here?
This is a screenshot of a video, just of its the data from the screenshot. And the video is going to be of Uriah and Tara in the room. And there's a point where there's several guns shown, but one of those being the murder weapon.
And what date and time is this at?
2/5/2025, 12:16 a.m. So approximately 9 hours before Tammy King's murder.
And we have another screen grab here. What are we looking at? Is it similarly just another video taken around that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Pressing play. What is it we're looking at?
There's the firearm right there, a small snippet of that. The drugs in there are hydrocodone, pills are hydrocodone with acetaminophen, and then the white crystal stuff is the methamphetamines, or it could be fentanyl mixed with something else.
So miscellaneous drugs are what you kind of just dumped in this lab, correct?
That's correct.
And you said there was multiple guns?
There's another video that's going to show all the guns there. In this one here, you could see that the murder weapon.
Is this part of that same video?
It is, ma'am.
And is this another video?
This is another video, and I'd like to point out that this blue container that was used to make it look like it was Tammy's is in their possession, and it's continued to be so.
And is that why you made the determination that you believe that first video was a kind of setup video?
Well, for several reasons, because they're trying to convince each other the lie of what happened. Was it 1 day or 2 days or 4 people or 3? Even in that, she picks up this blue container and then immediately asks him, "Hey, where was this? Well, you just picked it up." So I believe they're just scared and trying to tell a lie.
Pressing play on this video.
This here is another weapon. I have a screenshot there after of the serial numbers. We're trying to cruise it kind of fast in the video.
Is this the screenshot you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. It is a Ruger, and the serial number is 856-97352, and that is the murder weapon.
So we have that firearm in Uriah's hand after midnight on the day that Tammy King was murdered.
That's correct.
Now, I know we've gone through kind of some pullouts of both Tammy and Uriah's phones. And we talked about this kind of story that Tara and Uriah are telling about Tammy doing drugs or having orgies or being abusive. You also went through Tammy's phone in its entirety, correct?
That is correct.
Was it clear if Tammy was in a relationship with someone?
It was clear.
Who was she in a relationship with?
Terry.
Anywhere in the conversations between Terry and Tammy, did you find any comments about including other people in their sex lives?
I know when I specifically looked for that type of activity to see if I'd seen text messages, videos, pictures, or any other data, and I did not find that.
And did you look in only with her messages with Terry, or did you look for that type of information in Tammy's entire phone?
I looked in the entire phone.
And then also, let's talk about some of the allegations are that Tammy engaged in drug use. Did you also look for that within Tammy's phone?
I did.
What did you locate?
She smoked marijuana, I believe.
Anything alluding to her smoking methamphetamine or ketamine or cocaine or anything of that sort?
Not at all.
And were there any messages, say, between Tammy and Tara or talking about Tara, where it seemed as if Tammy was physical or abusive to Tara?
No.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Atkins?
So what you're alleging is methamphetamine there. Are you saying that belonged to Uriah and Tara?
If you could be more specific, sir, because there are several videos of a white crystal substance.
Well, I mean, like you got the one that was in the plastic container, you got the one that was in the little plastic envelope. Are you saying that those were Uriah's and Tara's?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
And you believe that they were just trying to plant the picture to show that it was not, that it was Tammy's?
Yes, that's correct.
Why do you think that?
For several reasons. One, I didn't find any kind of drug usage of that nature on her cellular device. And then the medical examiner's report did not show that she had drugs in her system.
How long after you use drugs will it show up in your system? How many days?
It depends on what it is and how much you use. Marijuana can stay in for 30 to 45 days, depending on how much you hydrate yourself, things like that, or what kind of test it is, a hair follicle or your analysis. The drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamines and such stay in your system for about 3 days.
Most of the drugs that we test for, as far as that goes, don't have a long shelf life in the body, correct?
It depends on the amount you use.
Okay. So, just because she's, let's say, not necessarily a heavy user doesn't mean she's not an occasional user. We're not going with this.
I didn't find that she was a user at all.
Okay. But you're just basing that on stuff on the phone, right?
I'm basing that on what I did not see, yes, sir.
Okay. Just because it wasn't in her blood doesn't mean she hadn't used it at other times. Where I'm going with
that could be correct.
Okay. And the thing is everyone who uses differently and under different schedules, different amounts and all that. Just because it wasn't in her body or on her phone doesn't necessarily mean she didn't do it at all.
Right, but that doesn't mean you get to murder her either.
Never said that.
Yes.
Never said that. Okay. But that's just what I'm getting at there. So, just because it wasn't found in your system doesn't mean it wasn't true.
That could be correct, yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Very, very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Out of all of the devices that you did a forensic download on, Sergeant Williamson, which ones did you locate evidence of narcotics use?
Uriah and Tara's phones.
Of the devices that you downloaded, which ones did you see evidence of firearms?
Uriah's phone and Tara's somewhere.
And on which of these devices did you see any communication about multiple partners in a sexual relationship, orgies, or anything of that sort?
I'm not sure I've seen that at all. I did see a lot of sexual activity between Uriah and Tara on their phones.
In any discussions about those sort of orgies or foursomes, was that on everybody's phone or just some people's phones?
Uriah was making those allegations outward to other people.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
How old were they?
Who, sir?
Uriah and Tara.
They're adults.
17 and 18, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old was Tammy?
I don't know.
She was 62.
Thank you.
Okay. The older we get, presumably the smarter we get, and don't leave as many trails as opposed to being younger, correct?
Sure.
human nature, as you get older, you sort of learn what you get in trouble for, as you get older. Right?
Some people learn from mistakes.
Some people don't. I got you there. I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further from the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, have a good day. Calling the next witness.
State would call Sita Patney.
You may proceed.
Good morning, ma'am. Or afternoon, rather. My apologies. Can you please state your name and spell it for me?
My name is Sita Patnaik, SiktaPatnaik.
And how are you currently employed?
I work as a forensic scientist at the Texas Department of Public Safety at the crime lab, which is located in Houston, Texas.
And do you have a title, or would your title be just forensic scientist?
It's forensic scientist 3.
Okay. How long have you been employed with the DPS crime lab?
6 years now.
And what are your duties as part of your job in the DPS crime lab?
My duties involve visually examining items of evidence, perform chemical tests on stains that would have possible biological material, collect DNA from an item of evidence, collect those possible biological stain, prepare these samples for DNA analysis, perform DNA analysis, write reports, testify in court, and perform any other duties that are assigned to me in the lab.
And what kind of education did you need to acquire in order to be a forensic scientist for DPS?
I have a bachelor's degree in agriculture science from a university in India. Then I have a master's degree in biotechnology from Stephen F. Austin State University in Nacogdoches, Texas. And I have a PhD in biochemistry from Oklahoma State University in Oklahoma.
Now, is the DPS crime lab, could you break down for the jury how many DPS crime labs actually are there throughout the state?
There are about 16 labs in different locations throughout the state of Texas.
And which crime lab do you work for?
I work for the Houston Crime Lab.
And is the Houston Crime Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
Is this accrediting, what is the accrediting organization for the Houston Crime Lab?
So the Houston Crime Lab is accredited by Texas Forensic Science Commission and an accrediting body known as ANAB, that stands for American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is that accrediting organization recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
Now, what exactly is accreditation?
To be accredited means to be assessed and evaluated by an external agency to make sure that the lab and their member follow certain guidelines and standards.
And is the
accreditation recognized and accepted internationally.
Yes, they are.
Have you been proficiency tested in your specific discipline?
Yes.
Now, what is your discipline? Or I guess, what's your specialty? That'd be a better way to put it.
I perform so DNA in our lab is divided into three parts. The first part is called the biology or the screening or forensic serology. So these words are interchangeable. Then the second part is called the DNA analysis or the analytical part. And the third part is called the DNA interpretation. Currently, I'm trained on all three of the parts.
And which of those three parts were you involved in with this specific case?
For this case, I was only involved on the first part, that was the biology or the screening.
And you have been proficiency tested in the biology part, correct?
Yes.
When was the last time you were proficiency tested?
Spring of 2025.
And what were the results?
I passed.
Are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
What did licensing require?
So a licensing with Texas Forensic Science Commission requires you to have a degree, a bachelor's degree or a higher degree in one of the hard sciences. That includes either having a biology degree, chemistry degree, physics, or forensic science from an accredited university. Then you have to be employed by a lab that is recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission. Then you have to write an exam, a general forensic scientist and analyst exam, and you have to pass the exam. And once you pass it, you have to renew it every 2 years, and you have to fulfill certain continuing education criteria, which is about 24 hours of credit. And you can do so by attending seminars, conferences, reading literature.
And so in addition to all of those things, would you consider that specialized training in this area, or have you taken additional specialized training?
When I joined Texas DPS, I was provided with specific training in the DNA part.
Now, have you testified in court before as an expert witness in biology?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
13 times.
Does this include expert testimony in the courts of Galveston County?
This is my first testimony in Galveston.
What other counties have you testified?
Fort Bend, Jefferson County, Orange County, Liberty, Montgomery, Walker County, and Jasper.
Forgive me if I'm making you repeat yourself, but could you explain to the jury what a forensic biologist is?
The forensic biologists are scientists that use their knowledge in identifying and characterizing biological stains on items of evidence and trying to identify it, perform tests on it, and then see how they're related to the crime scene.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So Ms. Patney, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 458 and 459. Do you recognize them?
Is it okay if I reach into my?
Yes. Absolutely.
Your Honor, is it okay if I look at my notes?
Yes. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, so let me re-ask it a different way. When and where did you first see the state's exhibits before?
I have my initials and date for 5/6/2025 for both.
And I imagine the first place up would be in the crime lab.
That is correct, yes.
Could you explain to the jury a little bit how that happens? How do you normally get items of evidence for testing?
When the agency brings in the item or evidence into the lab, it goes through our evidence department. So the evidence technician would then enter it into our computer system, which then generates a unique barcode and a unique case number, which is associated with any of the items that are included in the case. Once the case is received by the evidence technician, they then bring it up to the DNA vault, which requires a special access by 2 personnel with special codes to enter. So once this case was assigned to me, I, along with another analyst, we punched in our special code to go into the vault and to retrieve the evidence and bring it back to my bench area to perform analysis on.
Now, on those envelopes, is there a written line on states 458 and 459 sort of documenting who they were collected by?
Yes.
And who were they collected by?
For state exhibit 458, it says buckle swab from Uriah Urick.
And may I approach you?
Yes.
And does it say maybe which deputy actually collected the specific sample?
It says on here that it was collected by Shelvavius, and there are numbers associated. It's 8334.
And on 459, does it appear to have been collected by that same person, Ms. Chaviers?
Yes.
And would that be consistent if Ms. Chaviers testified that she collected the buckle swabs from Uriah and John?
I won't be able to answer that
Okay,
question.
no
'Cause,
problem. So when you, how do you recognize these items here before you today?
From the unique case number that we have here on the label, it's associated with the case number that I have on the case record here, and then also from my initials and date.
And did you conduct scientific analysis of these two items?
Yes, I did.
Did you inspect states 458 and 459 for the potential presence of biological material?
These are known samples from individuals. So for known samples, I do not perform any testing. All I do is I would just collect these and I would prepare them for DNA analysis, which means that I'll take a small portion of it, put it into a tube, and I will label it accordingly and put it in a place where it would go through the next steps of DNA analysis.
Okay. Could you sort of go into the process of that process that you just mentioned, the DNA collection and analysis?
So if it's a stain that I need to perform, if it's a question sample, so we have question samples and non-samples. So if it's a question sample, then I would perform chemical tests on it, depending on what offense type it is. So for this case, I performed a chemical test for testing for presumptive blood, which meaning it gives me an idea that it's blood, but doesn't give me 100% confirmatory that it's blood. So in this case, I performed, in a lot of the samples, I performed the presumptive blood test. But for knowns, we do not perform any testing. They will just, a small portion would be cut into a tube and would be forwarded for DNA analysis.
And specifically for states 458 and 459, do those samples appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
I have it in my notes that they were properly sealed and not tampered with.
So is there any indication that prior to your conducting a scientific analysis on these items that they were tampered with?
No, not according to my notes.
All right, this time State would move to admit states 458 and 459.
Objection.
States 458 and 459 will be admitted.
Ms. Petnick, I would like to ask you now sort of about your, how you document your findings in your analysis. Do you generate any sort of reports as part of your process?
Yes, we generate at the end of my analysis, as I'm performing my testing, I'll be taking notes for my bench notes, and at the same time, at the end of my analysis, I will generate a report.
And what are you documenting in that report, generally speaking?
So the report generally would have if or any test that I performed and the results of the tests that I performed, then if the item was collected or was not. And if for items of clothing, we generally collect possible trace or apparent trace, which is basically collecting if there's any loose hair or any other debris, then we collect those for our trace department. So if the agency requests for a trace analysis, then we can forward those for trace analysis. So these generally would be the things that will be included in the reporting statements or in my report.
And did you generate a report for this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Ms. Petnick, I'm going to show you what's been marked in states 495. Do you recognize it?
Appears to be a redacted copy of the report that I have here.
So let me ask you about that. What has been redacted from this specific exhibit?
The DNA portion of the reporting.
And is the DNA portion something that someone else can testify to?
That is correct.
So just to make sure I'm clear, this individual report has your report findings and someone else's report findings.
That is correct.
And in this exhibit, the only thing that's been redacted is that other person's report findings.
Yes.
Other than those redactions made for evidentiary purposes, does it appear to have been tampered or altered with?
No.
Does the unredacted portions truly and accurately reflect your report as originally submitted?
That's correct.
Your Honor, this time State would move to admit states 495 and tentative opposing counsel.
No objection.
495 will be admitted.
May I vote, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just to begin, let's start with the top. Is this that individual lab number that you were referencing earlier?
That's correct.
And what is that number?
It's HOU 2502-02194.
And as we kind of move down the top of page 1 here, we can see that it came from the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who are the suspects listed here?
King Tara Lynn and Urick Uriah Lee.
And who's listed as the victim?
King, Tammy Sue,
And we have two eliminations. Who are those? What is
Hodge Travis Wayne, and Newton Terry.
Moving on down, we start seeing evidence description, results, and analysis interpretation. What are we looking at here? Can you explain this part of the report?
These are the items of evidence that I performed testing on and my reports or my results for that individual item.
How the y'all is back? Was that less than 30 minutes, Miss June? Was it close? How long was I gone? 2:22? Oh,
May proceed.
Okay, just my reading.
30 minutes.
So kind of picking up from where we left off, we have.
Okay, y'all. My poor son. Gee, new kid, right? He's never worked a fryer. Like, not my son, somebody else. And he went and got out of the freezer chicken nuggets. Now, what happens when you throw something in the fryer that's super cold and got a lot of moisture in it? Yeah. So my son was covered in grease. Poor kid. Luckily, he didn't get burned. All is well.
Kind of a different number here with 02-01. What item is this?
There's a pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your testing on this item?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from the item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
Moving down, we see another item, 03-01. What item is that?
Pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your analysis?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from this item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
Moving on to page 5 here. We have item 04-01. What item is that?
Pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your test?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from this item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
And moving a little bit further down that list, or this page rather, we see 2 items here that haven't been mapped, 0601 and 0801. Starting with 0601, what is the item that was tested?
22 magazine with ammo, 8 cartridges from outside Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what did you do with that item?
Swabs were collected from this item and retained.
And now on towards the bottom of the screen here, What item is that?
The 0801?
Yes, ma'am.
1.22 long rifle caliber Smith & Wesson model SW22 Victory semi-automatic pistol, serial number UEDO345 from Uriah Urick.
And what were the results of your analysis on?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Swabs were collected from this item and retained.
Moving on to page 6 of your report here. We see a large section on the top of page 6 that's been redacted.
Yes.
And then moving up, we see item 14-01. What is that item?
Buccal swab from Travis Wayne Hodge.
And what was done with that item?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a known reference sample.
And that would have been the 4th known sample that we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Were there any other items that were tested in your report?
These were all the items that were tested and are in my report.
And so is the rest of the report kind of just documenting who was involved in the analysis and other shopkeeping measures by DPS?
That is correct.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Okay.
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. Call the next witness.
They would call Madison Blanche. Yes.
Right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell for the record?
My name is Madison Launch, LANTZSCH.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist.
As a forensic scientist, what are your duties?
I analyze and interpret genetic data from evidence submitted to the lab. This includes drawing conclusions on DNA profiles, reviewing data, typing up case reports, and reviewing them. I also testify in court when needed.
And what educational background do you have that qualifies you for your duties?
Bachelor's of Science in biology with emphasis in forensic science and pre-medicine.
And you said you're employed as a forensic scientist, but who do you work for specifically?
I work for the Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Houston.
And is that the same crime lab that Ms. Patney works for?
Yes.
So all the accreditation questions would be the same since you guys work for the same laboratory?
Yes.
And how does your role differ from Ms. Patney's?
Her role in this case was the biologist, which means that she kind of prepared the evidence for DNA analysis. And I'm the one who actually did the DNA interpretation on the evidence that was submitted that she prepared. So it's kind of like the step after hers.
And In regard to the discipline of DNA testing, have you been proficiency tested?
Yes, I have.
What was the last time you were proficiency tested?
The spring of 2025, and I passed.
Excellent. Are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, I am.
And in addition to sort of the basic education, have you received any additional training to the area of DNA analysis?
Yes, I completed the DNA program for DNA analysis by the Texas DPS Crime Lab. This consisted of, reading relevant literature, having quizzes on DNA analyst concepts, analyzing, interpreting practice mock samples, supervised production cases, passing an oral board, and a mock court.
And have you testified in court before as an expert witness in the area of DNA comparison?
Yes, I have.
Has this been on a few or many occasions?
Many?
About how many? You can 20?
22.
22. Have you ever testified in Galveston County before?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain to the jury, and speaking of DNA, what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the blueprint of life. It goes from everything such as our specific traits, such as hair color and eye color, to the development of our organs and limbs. It is found in every cell in the body except for red blood cells. It is unique to every individual except for identical twins. And you get half from your mom and half from your dad.
And where is DNA, what sources, let me rephrase that. Where can DNA come from?
DNA can come from a variety of sources such as blood, sweat, semen, saliva, hair, and skin cells or touch DNA.
Now, as part of your analysis, are you able to determine what source that DNA came from if you identify any DNA?
No, you cannot.
How is DNA applied to a forensic setting?
In forensics, we look at certain locations on the DNA strand to determine a person's DNA profile. We can make comparisons between evidence profiles and known profiles. Since every person's DNA profile is unique, it becomes very useful in identifying individuals involved in the crime.
Now, is it possible to take DNA from biological material found at a crime scene and compare it with DNA from a known biological sample taken from a suspect and then make a comparison of those two?
Yes, this is how we can tell if an individual is included or excluded as a contributor to the evidence profile.
And that's what the comparison would tell us?
Yes.
How is a genetic profile from a crime scene sample or a reference standard generated?
So there's a 4-step process. So the first step is extraction, which is when you'll isolate and separate the DNA from the cells. The second step is quantification. This is when we'll see how much DNA is present in the sample. The third step is amplification.
You're right, my bad. I said mark off DNA on the card. I'm going to need an updated card, June, when you get back. And then make sure that you're obedient to Mr. Nightbot. Leave your DNA here. Thank you.
Which is when we'll make millions of copies of desired DNA fragments. And the fourth step is load, which is when we'll load the sample onto an instrument called a genetic analyzer, which will then send information to a genetic software, which will develop our DNA profile for us.
So does DNA, you said it was sort of the blueprint for each person. Is that a fair analysis?
Yes.
Does each individual's DNA differ from everyone else's?
Yes, everyone's DNA is unique.
Does-
Except for identical twins. Apologies.
Except for identical twins, yes. Now, does DNA change over a person's lifetime?
No, it does not.
Did you perform certain DNA analysis in this case yourself?
Yes, I performed DNA interpretation in this case.
And when you perform that interpretation, what do you do with the data? How does it get recorded?
So the data that's associated with the case, the evidence profiles, no profiles, all that has already went through the laboratory process before it comes to me. And so what I will receive is the DNA profiles associated with the case, and then the data that came from those 4-step processes.
and then I will review them, and then I will start interpreting the DNA profiles.
And once you've made those interpretations, do you record that in like a report or any sort of standardized format?
Yes, I will type up a case report on my findings.
And did you do so in this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach? Ms. Lanch? Launch. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 483. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Thank you, June. Doesn't look like it changed much.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of our DNA lecture report.
Now, I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as State's 495. My question is State's 483, is this an unredacted version of the same report in State's 495?
Yes, it is.
And does this report here in 483 appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, it does not.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the entirety of the report?
Yes.
At this time, State would move to admit State's 483. No objection. You may vote, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, Ms. Launch, on page 1 here, we see that first biology section that Ms. Patnick has already testified to. And on page 2 of this report, here, I'm going to zoom in to make it a little bit more easier for everyone to see. We see a section called with the heading DNA. Is that a section that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And what was tested on this item here?
These were the swabs from the stains of the outside of the front of the purse.
And what were your results after having analyzed the DNA data?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals for Tammy King as an assumed contributor. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
So let me ask a question about how you word your results. Because would you be surprised to know that a lot of people want you to just say, her DNA was in fact on this item? That's surprising.
No, we're not.
Are you able to say that?
No, I'm not.
So as far as what you can say as a forensic scientist, what are the various results that you would get from your position?
Do you mean the comparison results or?
Yes, and then like the likelihood ratios.
So one way that we do comparisons is using a software tool called StarMix. And StarMix is just a tool that's used to help the forensic analyst perform statistical calculations and deconvolute profiles. And so the StarMix tool will generate something called a likelihood ratio, which is just a mathematical way to give weight to one scenario when compared to an alternate scenario to see how much more likely it is. That number that's given from the likelihood ratio is reflective of the strength of the comparison. So the higher the number or the higher the LR, the more strength there is for the initial scenario. So in terms of what I'd be saying with my report, I would be saying that the probability that the evidence I have is best explained if it came from the person of interest over the probability that the evidence I have came from an unknown unrelated individual.
Can you hear on my approach?
Yes.
Ms. Launch, I'm going to show you what's been marked that states 496. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a graph of our likelihood ratio reporting results. Whatever the numerical value we get from that star mix, you can have like a line graph and it would determine which reporting statement we'll be using.
And did you prepare this graph yourself?
I did not make this graph myself, but it is something that was given to me by our laboratory.
Is it something that you utilize as part of your duties?
Yes.
Does it appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No.
All right, this time state would move to admit state's 496 technical plus counsel. No objection. And may I publish it as the in comparison with so Ms. Launch, to show the jury this graph, could you sort of explain each step along the way?
So the first one on the left is exclusionary, or this would be like a exclusion. So this would be meaning that an individual is excluded as a contributor to the evidence profile. To the right of that would be limited support for exclusion. That means that there is some but not definitive support for excluding an individual. The next one would be uninformative. That means that both scenarios are equally likely to one another. So both, they could be like, you can't really draw too much weight to that result. The limited support for inclusion means that there's just a limited support towards including an individual. The next would be moderate support. So there's some more support towards including an individual. Then there's strong support, which means that there's more weight or more strength towards that, the scenario of including an individual in the evidence profile. And then you have very strong support, which means that it just means that there's greater support towards that initial scenario.
And as part of your report, I'm looking on page. I believe it's page 11 here. You see a chart. Is that just a different way to express that graph that we've been in evidence here?
Yes.
So the minimum section for very strong support is 1 million in the likelihood ratio?
Yes.
So to move on to some of these other items, Ms. Patnaik has previously testified that some of these items were not tested. So I'm going to skip over those and go down to item 01-06AA. And what is the DNA analysis? What results do you have for that?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and is consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy Sue King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributor of this profile.
Now on item 0107AA, what are the DNA results here?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy Sue King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributors of this profile.
Going on to page 3 of your report, at the top of the page, start with 0108AA. What are the results of the DNA on this item?
The partial DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with Tammy Sue King as an assumed contributor. Based on the likelihood ratio results, Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributors to this profile.
Now moving on to item 0109-AA, what are the DNA results here?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and is consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy Sue King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded
as contributor of this profile.
Now, I kind of skipped over it, but going back out here, the items that we've covered, are they all swabs from a purse and various sheets? Is that what those items are?
Yes.
And beginning here at item number 01-11-AA and 01-12-AA, what did you do, or what was done for DNA analysis for these samples?
These are known samples from the individuals involved in this case, and so we developed a known DNA profile, and we used different comparisons to the evidence profiles developed in this case.
And was a similar thing done for item 01-13-AA?
Yes.
And then later on in the report, item 14-01, similar thing done there.
Yes.
So beginning on page 4 of states 483, what are the DNA results for item 02? Well, before I get into that, what is the item in item 02-01-80?
This is a cutting from a stain on the pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what are the DNA results there?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile, if the DNA came from Uriah Urick, is 146 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor of the profile. Tara Lynn King, Tammy King, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributor of this profile.
Now, switching over briefly to states 496 is 146 septillion larger than 1 million.
146 septillion is the number 146 followed by 24 zeros.
And for reference, a million has 6 zeros?
That's correct.
Now, are you able to answer questions as to why DNA may or may not be on an individual item?
That is correct. I'm not able to say how the DNA got there, only that DNA is present and that an individual is included or excluded as a contributor to the profile.
So there's no explanation that you'd be able to give on why a pillow from Tara King's bedroom doesn't have her DNA on?
Again, I'm not allowed to say how DNA got there, just that DNA is present.
Understood, thank you. Now, moving on to item 03-01, what item was tested here?
This was another cutting from a stain from the pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what are the DNA results on this item?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with Tara Lynn King as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile, if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and Uriah Urick, is 258 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and one related unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
And kind of a similar question, is 258 septillion larger than the 1 million threshold for very strong support that we see?
Yes.
In states, 496.
Yes.
Moving on to page 5 of your report here, we'll be talking about item 04-01. What item was being tested?
This was a cutting from the stains of a pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the DNA results of that item?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals or Tara Lynn King as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, is 341 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and one unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
Now moving on to item 0601. What is the item that was being tested and what were the results of those tests?
This was a swab from the bottom of a magazine from the outside of Tara Lynn King's bedroom. And my results were, due to insufficient data, no interpretable DNA profile was obtained. No associations or exclusions will be made.
Then moving on to item 08-01. Just what is that item? And then you have your DNA results on the next page. Just what is this item?
This was a long rifle caliber Smith & Wesson model SW22 Victory semi-automatic pistol from Uriah Urick.
Moving on to page 6, we see the DNA results for 08-01. What are your results?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and one unknown individual is 378 quadrillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tara Lynn King is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Uriah Urick and one unrelated unknown individual is 188 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tara Lynn King and Uriah Urick is 6.98 quadrillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tara Lynn King and Uriah Urick are both contributors to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
Now, we've seen the number septillion a handful of times. Let's start with quadrillion. Is quadrillion around the same? How much is quadrillion?
A quadrillion is 15 zeros, so it is 378 followed by 15 zeros.
And how many zeros was after septillion?
24.
Now, how many zeros is behind quadrillion?
43 zeros. Or it is 6.98 followed by 43 zeros.
And lastly, we have item 14001, that's just a known reference. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, sitting here to my right. I wanted to question you about one thing. There was a blanket that indicated that there were 2 DNA profiles. One matched Tammy King, and then one matched an unrelated individual. Do you know which one that is?
You mean 0108A?
I'm not looking at my report right now, but that's what I'm talking about.
The swab from the stain of the white blanket from the victim?
Yes. So what that means is that her DNA was on it, but you don't know who the other person's was, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The other 3 individuals that I did comparisons with to the profile, they were excluded.
So, I mean, I'm not trying, but I mean, one of the eliminations, one of the people that listed in the elimination was Terry Hutton. Did y'all not test his DNA?
I did not.
Okay, so that was not used for comparison then?
I only did comparison with the knowns that were submitted to our laboratory.
Okay, and so maybe it wasn't submitted then, but it just lists there on the elimination that Terry Hutton is one of the people. And I was wondering if his DNA was tested as well, but it doesn't sound like it was.
We never received a known, to my recollection, from Terry Hutton.
Okay, that's what it is. No further, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next witness, the state will show you.
That hurts my ear. Thank you, June.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Windsor. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Shane, S-H-A-N-E, Windsor, W-I-N-D-S-O-R.
Mr. Windsor, how are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic scientist with the Texas Department of Public Safety, Crime Laboratory Division, in the Firearms and Tool Mark section.
What does it take as far as education and training to become a forensic scientist?
For the Firearms and Tool Mark section, we require a Bachelor's of Science degree in a natural science. That can be biology, chemistry, or depending on the course material, a forensic science degree may satisfy the requirements. And then upon being hired by the Department of Public Safety, we have it can be anywhere between an 18-month and a 2-year in-house training process.
And did you go through all of that education and training processes?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When was it that you first became employed as a forensic scientist?
I started with DPS in our McAllen laboratory in 2008, and I transferred to the Houston laboratory in 2012.
And as far as DPS Crime Lab, are all DPS Crime Labs accredited?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any sort of licensure or certification in which you must hold in order to be a forensic scientist at the DPS Crime Lab?
It's not required by DPS, but the state of Texas does require forensic scientists to be licensed.
And with that licensure, is it one that once you have, keep forever, or do you have to have continuing education or recertification?
You're required to reapply and be approved every 2 years, and there is a continuing education component to that process.
And do you currently hold that licensure?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated previously that you were in the firearms and tool mark section, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Ma'am.
That was a big question, I apologize. So previously we've heard from individuals at DPS in the DNA and biology section. What does firearms and tool mark section, what does that mean? What are you looking at?
We're routinely asked to compare fired components recovered from a crime scene, such as fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, to other fired components, or if one has recovered a particular firearm.
And whenever you are assigned a case, first off, how does it get assigned to you?
Once the case is submitted to the laboratory, my supervisor will be informed of the case number and she will assign it to me when I'm ready.
Once it has been assigned to you, what do you do?
The first step is I gather the evidence from our secured vault. I'll then take it back to my workstation where I'll check to make sure that the packaging is intact. I will then open each piece of evidence to make sure that what's listed on the submission form is what was actually submitted. From there, I will then proceed with my analysis.
When an item comes to you or a piece of evidence to be examined, does it have any sort of identifiable number that lets you know it belongs to a certain case?
Usually when I get it, there will be the agency case number that is written on the evidence from the agency. And then at the time of submission, our laboratory will put a unique laboratory barcode sticker on the outer packaging material.
And does that unique laboratory number stick with the case throughout its entire movement within DPS?
For the most part, yes, ma'am. The only time it wouldn't is if the evidence was returned to the agency and then the agency submitted it back to the laboratory, but didn't tell us that it had already been previously submitted, then it might get a new case number.
But is it fair to say a general rule of thumb is that it would maintain the same one unless a certain circumstance, like you said, occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Once it is at your desk and you said you kind of analyze everything and get it ready, what sort of processes do you do first?
After I've opened the evidence and made sure everything that is listed on the submission form was actually submitted, I will then begin by looking at the fired components, such as the fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, to determine possible class characteristics and if there are marks suitable for comparison. If I see marks that are suitable for comparison and there are multiple fire components of the same type submitted, I will then compare the evidence together to see if they came from one firearm or multiple firearms.
When you say class characteristics, what does that mean?
I'm looking for marks that were imparted on the evidence that were intended by the manufacturer. Some examples would be the shape of a firing pin in the primer of a cartridge case, or the number of lands and grooves, or the widths of the lands and grooves imparted onto the bullet as it passes through the barrel.
And you stated then you see if there's any markings suitable for comparison, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you perform that comparison if they are suitable?
I will put the items of evidence under a comparison microscope, which is a specialized microscope we use that has two zoom bodies attached by an optical bridge. What that lets me do is look at two separate items of evidence, and then when I look through the eyepieces, the microscope puts them side by side so I can see both items at the exact same time.
And now, earlier you were talking about all the different things that you may be examining or testing, and I want to specifically ask, are you able to visually see whether or not a bullet has been fired or not fired?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that may sound like a silly question, but are you able to tell if a if something submitted to you is an unfired round versus a spent shell casing. Is that an easier way to say it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you able to explain to the jury how you can visually see that difference?
Most commonly, if you're looking at an unfired cartridge, the bullet will still be in the cartridge case versus a fired cartridge case, which will not have the bullet. However, if you want to go further than that, if you look at the primer, a fired cartridge case will have a firing pin impression, and an unfired cartridge will not have a firing pin impression.
And so when you're trying to do these comparisons to match something to a firearm, are you comparing unfired rounds or a spent cartridge casing?
We can do both. Normally, we're looking at fired cartridge cases, but we have been asked in the past to look at unfired cartridges to see if they were cycled in a particular firearm.
What do you mean by cycled?
That'd be the cartridge was moved from the magazine into the chamber of the firearm and then extracted out of the firearm.
Now, did a time come where you were asked to perform analysis in a case title or with the case number HOU 2502-02194?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that you were asked to analyze in that case?
In that particular case, there were several firearms that were submitted. There were several unfired cartridges that were submitted, and there was a fired cartridge case and a fired bullet.
May I approach exhibits?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as states 116, 117, 118, and 431. These have already been admitted into evidence, but will you let me know if you recognize these items?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And are these all items in which you performed an analysis in that same HOU case number I just read?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to, and I can leave these with you, are you able to tell me what those items are?
These specific items or their content?
Yeah, the contents of each of the 4 items.
Can I go inside? Or?
Absolutely, they've already been admitted.
So State's Exhibit 431 was a fired bullet. State's Exhibit 118 was an unfired .22 caliber cartridge. State's Exhibit 117 was a fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge case. And State's Exhibit 116 was an unfired .22 caliber cartridge.
Thank you, sir. So just to be clear, we had one, you said fired bullet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
2 unfired .22 rounds. And then one shell casing of a different type of caliber, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach some different? Alright, sir, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's 491. Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this item or the contents within it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
On the box, there is the laboratory sticker with the unique laboratory case number, but there's also in my own handwriting that unique laboratory case number, the item number that our computer system assigned to, in this case, the box, my initials and the date, and then inside I also saw that unique laboratory case number, item number, initial, and date on the contents inside.
Has the contents in the box been changed or altered in any way?
Aside from the box being opened, it does not appear to be so.
Your Honor, statements to admit State's 491 have been tendered to opposing counsel.
Okay.
491. All right. What is inside State's 491?
Specifically, there is a .22 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol. There is a holster made of leather. There is the test material that I made during my testing, and there is a properly sealed brown paper bag.
And now, is that firearm connected to this box?
Yes, ma'am, it's zip tied to the box.
Your Honor, may I publish the contents of the box to the jury? Yes. Mr. Windsor, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's 492. Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this item?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
Once again, on the box, there is, in my handwriting, the unique laboratory case number, the item number, my initials, and the date.
And does it appear to have been changed or altered in any way other than it being opened?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit State's 492.
Any objection? No objection.
492 will be admitted. And may I publish to the jury, Your Honor? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Windsor, so are all of these items we just looked at items in which you performed an analysis on?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you have firearms, I know previously we talked about how you did comparisons on different types of ammunition. How do you perform analysis on firearms?
The first thing we do is document its general characteristics, its make, its model, the serial number, its general rifling characteristics, which is the number of lands and grooves in the barrel and the direction of the twist. And then we'll examine the safeties to make sure everything is functioning as it should. Once that's done, we'll then take some ammunition provided by the laboratory into our range, and we'll test fire it to generate samples that we can use for comparisons.
And once you make those comparisons, how do you document it?
We have a standardized worksheet that we use to document the steps of our analysis for both firearms, projectiles, and cartridge cases.
And what do you do with that information?
Once we've completed our analysis, we'll use our notes to help create the report that gets released and sent to the agency.
And so ultimately, at the end of your analysis, you have a report, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? Mr. Windsor, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 485. Can you let me know if you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
At the top of the report is that unique laboratory case number. And on page 2 is my electronic signature.
And is this a report that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
Aside from the state's exhibit sticker, no.
Thank you. Your Honor, statements to omit States 485.
No objection.
States 485. And may I publish? All right, Mr. Windsor, I want to kind of go through this lab report in sections, if that's all right. Where do you get this information here at the top?
The laboratory case number, the section designation, and the issue date are all generated by our laboratory information management system.
And then we move down here where it starts, it says Rachel Martin, all the way down to eliminations. What are we looking at here and where do you get that information?
That's information provided to the laboratory by the submitting agency on our submission form. Generally, it contains the agency's information as well as the names and dates of birth of victims, suspects, and any additional samples that they would like to provide to the laboratory.
Then we have this section where there's requested analysis. What does that mean?
That section is just what service the agency would like conducted by the laboratory.
And then our next section which says evidence description. What are we looking at here?
That is the itemization of the items that were submitted to the laboratory. The whole number, for example, the 05 at the top, is the outer packaging of the item that was submitted. And then underneath it, the 5-01, 502, and 5-03 are the actual items themselves.
And is states 116, 117, and 118 those three items you just described? 0501, 0502, and 0503.
State's Exhibit 116 is item 5-01 on my report. State's 117 is 5-02. And State's 118 is 5-03.
And then it's right at the bottom of your report. I'm gonna move it up in a second. I'm gonna have you look at stage 431. And will you let me know what item number on your report that corresponds to?
Case number 431 is item 11-01 on my report.
Is that what we see here, the one fire bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna move to the next page of your report. What are these items we're looking at here?
Item 12-01 was the rifle that was previously shown to the jury. And item 13 is the brown box that contained the Smith & Wesson pistol, which is item 13-01.
And are these extra items, I know you mentioned when we saw at 13-01, there was some holster and other items inside that box.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go through your actual analysis and findings. So can you tell me what this very first section is?
The first paragraph of results is my results of the individual firearms as they were submitted to the laboratory.
And you see 4 listed here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell us, just to be clear for everybody, which 2 were the ones that have been submitted into evidence?
The Smith & Wesson pistol, which on my laboratory report is item 8-01, which was the first item there. And the Ruger rifle, which on my report was item 12-01, which would be the third firearm listed.
So the Smith & Wesson is the one in the brown box, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the Ruger rifle 12-01 is that long white rifle box, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now go ahead and let's move to this second, or I guess first, what can you tell us about the Smith & Wesson pistol?
At the time of submission, the Smith & Wesson pistol was not functional because the pistol has a magazine disconnect safety, which means the firearm will not operate if a magazine is not inserted into the firearm. A magazine was not submitted to the laboratory, so I had to manually make it functional in order to generate test material.
So ultimately, it wasn't that the firearm was not working, it was because of a safety mechanism that required a magazine, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the third rifle, or the third firearm noted the Ruger rifle, what can you tell us about that firearm?
The Ruger rifle was functional as submitted.
Now, as far as, we talked earlier that there are different types of caliber ammunition, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would the Smith & Wesson pistol, I apologize, and the Ruger rifle fire the same type of ammunition or different?
They are different calibers.
Are you able to tell the jury what calibers each of those firearms are?
The Smith & Wesson is a .22 long rifle caliber, which is a rather small round. The Ruger rifle is 5.56 by 45 millimeter, which is also known as a 223 Remington caliber, which is a rather small, long rifle cartridge.
I want to kind of skip this middle paragraph for a minute and come down to this third one first. Can you let us know what your analysis is in that third paragraph?
In the third paragraph, I was asked to compare the 2 unfired cartridges that were submitted to the, both the Smith & Wesson and the, I believe, Ruger pistol. In my analysis, I ended up not having to compare it to the Ruger pistol, but the analysis to the Smith & Wesson pistol was that it was inconclusive, meaning I could not identify or eliminate it as having been cycled in that Smith & Wesson pistol.
So 5-01 and 5-03, we previously discussed were states 116 and 118, correct?
Actually, I'm sorry. I did compare it to the Ruger pistol. That's my mistake. That comparison was also inconclusive.
And I apologize. So the lab number 5-01 and 5-03, those are states 116 and 118, correct? We spoke of earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you say that your analysis was inconclusive due to the lack of agreement or disagreement in class characteristics of individual marks. However, is that caliber what would be fired through either the Smith & Wesson pistol or the Ruger pistol? Is that correct?
The cartridges were of the same caliber as those two pistols. Yes, ma'am.
So those live rounds could functionally be fired through either of those guns. We just can't say if they ever cycled through them. Is that a fair way to put it?
Both of those cartridges could be inserted into the chamber and discharged. However, I cannot determine if that happened in this case.
Now I want to circle back up to this middle section. What is it that you are comparing in the middle paragraph?
In the middle paragraph, I was asked to compare the fired cartridge case and the fired bullet to the Ruger rifle.
What was your analysis of both of these comparisons?
Both the fired cartridge case and the fired bullet were identified as having been fired by the Ruger rifle.
All right, and so this Ruger rifle, just to be very clear, that's us talking about this long white box we previously showed the jury, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the fired cartridge case, 05 or 5-02, is states 117, correct? Oh, I can zoom it out.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I notice on here it says live round, but you examined this item, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that item a live round?
I would not call it a live round. I would call it a fired cartridge case.
And is that what we see up at the top where there it says spent cartridge case?
Yes, ma'am.
And so states 117, you can say was fired out of the large white rifle box, the gun within it.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to say the location that this was located,
You want me to read it, ma'am?
if you would?
I believe it's 4723 15th Street. I'm not sure what the last word is.
Does Bacliff look about right?
Could be.
And then in states 431, is that item 11-01 that you examined?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me the location from where this projectile was recovered?
On the envelope, it's written as the ME's office.
And is what your lab report telling us is that this projectile, or I believe your phrase for it, I'll use the right terminology, is the fired bullet. Those were both, that was fired from the long rifle that's inside the white box.
Yes, ma'am.
And at risk of being redundant, just to be very clear, this spent shell casing found at 4723 15th Street and the fired bullet located in the ME's office in Mrs. King both came from that rifle, correct?
I don't know the person from the bullet, but I identified both the bullet and the cartridge case to the Ruger rifle.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You're released from your subpoena. The state will call Detective Angelica Hudson.
Can I see the attorneys or take a quick break? All right, I want to see the attorneys. Can I take a quick break?
Um, I was trying to find something for you.
Those were both, that was fired from the long rifle that's inside the white box.
Yes, ma'am.
And at risk of being redundant, just to be very clear, the spent shell casing found at 4723 15th Street and the fired bullet located in the MD's office in Mrs. King both came from that rifle. 11-01.
Okay, so we do have a sidebar going on. So I'm looking at when all this went down, I was looking at our bingo card. We do have sidebar. I have 2 bingos. How about you? Look, y'all, I have bingos. How about you? I guess the court is done for the day, maybe, maybe not. Nope, they're still there. So we have evidence tags, text messages, photos, DNA, pass the witness, interviews. Evidence tags are those things that he was reading and saying that he signed. UTC, free, fingerprints, no objections, phone calls, business records, date, Galveston County Sheriff sidebar, and Your Honor. June, what is opportunity to REVIES? Are you meaning review? Revis? It's not, I have it here. Opportunity to what? REVIES? Was that supposed to be review? Yep. Opportunity to review. Did they not give some of these witnesses opportunity to review stuff earlier today? I believe they did. They let them glance through the document. So I'm going to go ahead, opportunity to review, mark off because they gave them opportunity to review. They said, we're going to give you an opportunity to look at this, a review. So I'm going to mark that off. We are on a court break. We're going to hop on over to the boyfriend body beheading.
I would say somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock.
So we're talking about a 5-year period, and you're giving us opinions concerning lividity. And that's just the 5 hours that you were there, correct?
Correct.
You gave an opinion concerning, it appears the body had not been moved, presumably from the time of death that you don't know, correct?
Well, I don't know the time of death, no.
No, and that's my point. Yet you're giving an opinion concerning the lividity, correct?
All I can base my opinion on is what I observed during the time that I was there.
Correct. That's somewhere during that 5-hour period, correct?
Based on my knowledge of lividity and based on what I observed while I was there, that's what I'm basing my opinion on.
Let's talk about lividity. When does lividity begin to occur?
I'm not a medical examiner, but I'm not comfortable answering exactly when it sets in.
Thank you, and you're making my point. So it's pretty tough to say that this body stayed in that same place based upon the lividity and based upon my observation of it, correct?
What I'm saying is that based on my observations of the lividity, there didn't appear to be any variance other than the position that he was cramping in.
Fair to say the body dies and it moves 2 or 3 times in a 1 hour period. You can't give an opinion concerning the lividity and when it's set in and if the body was moved or not, correct?
Not a medical examiner, and like I said, there are several factors that affect lividity, including the body itself, temperature, things like that. So again, I'm not comfortable answering those questions.
So fair to say, let's just.
Thank you for saying that, madam, because that's one thing that's driving me nuts about this guy is he's really stuck up on the stupid lividity. But in all honesty, guys, lividity is relative because with the I mean, they can go back and scientifically kind of try and guess if they know the temperature and the humidity and the conditions it was in. So if you have a body that's out in a desert, is very dry, is very hot, lividity is going to set in at a different time and after the person has deceased versus if you have somebody who's in Colorado, it's super humid and it's 20 degrees and very cold. Why are we harping on lividity at this point is my question.
Not get to the point where, well, the body wasn't moved because of lividity. That's a fairly unfair assumption, an unfair testimony, unfair conclusion to reach, correct?
No, I would not say it's unfair.
I see. We don't know when the body died, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what time lividity may have set in, correct?
Correct.
But nonetheless, you're just going to testify and say the body wasn't moved.
Lividity evolves.
Correct.
Lividity evolves, and at a certain point, it becomes fixed. And again, there's a lot of factors involved. So again, all I'm basing my testimony on is what I observed while I was there.
Okay. During the 5 hour period, correct?
We were there longer than 5 hours.
Yesterday, you had given testimony that based upon what you saw and the evidence you collected, you had an opinion that it was there on the bed. This gentleman died, correct?
Correct.
You testified that there wasn't any signs of struggle.
Correct.
Fair to say there could have been a struggle somewhere else and the body wound up on the bed. You can't give an opinion, correct?
No, I can't.
You testified yesterday that we, and presumably that's you and other crime scene analysts, or who else? You said we a number of times, like we hypothesized that about him, the body being rolled. Who was we?
Members of my team, members of detectives who were also there, who did a lot of discussing as a group, as a team.
And when you talk about hypothesizing, is it kind of like in a scientific sense where you reach a hypothesis and then test it?
We don't, that's something that we can't really test, but based on our observations and evidence at the scene, yeah, we potentially come up with theories on how blood stain patterns could have occurred. That's very common.
Okay. But getting into, we don't know the time of death
No.
based upon your testimony,
No,
do we?
we don't.
You had testified again about this assumption that the person died at that bed and then was beheaded. Fair to say that was in large part because you saw some blood going down the side of the bed and puddling on the floor?
I mean, that there was obviously bloodletting there that had occurred, but I don't know that that's the sole reason that I made that I made that statement.
Okay. Well, we don't have the time of death. You testified that you observed that the head was severed, but you didn't make any observations of the injury, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, you testified yesterday that the head was severed, but your testimony was that you didn't make any observations as to the wound, correct?
No, as far as, like, what are you, specifically, what are you asking about the wound?
That's what I'm trying to clarify about your
Okay.
testimony and your hypotheses and your conclusions. You testified yesterday that you did not observe or analyze the wound, correct?
Well, I observed it up close, but I didn't make any determinations as far as what could have caused that or what implementations that caused the decapitation. I didn't make any of those specific assumptions.
But nonetheless,
Okay, so we're
State and spell your name for the record.
Angelica Hudson, ANGELICAHUDSON.
And Detective Hudson, how are you currently employed?
I currently work for the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, as a detective.
How long is it that you've been a detective with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately, I've been with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
Did you say Angela Hudson?
ANGELICAHUDSON.
And Detective Hudson, how are you currently employed?
I currently work for the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, as a detective.
How long is it that you've been a detective with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately, I've been with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office for 12 years. I began my career in 2016, and I was on patrol first.
Now, so you said you've been with the Sheriff's Office for, you said 12 years?
12 years, yes.
And you began in 2013?
Correct.
What was the first role you had in 2013 with the Sheriff's Office?
I was a patrol officer.
How long was it that you were on patrol with the Sheriff's Office?
3 years.
Let me go backwards first. Before 2013, were you in law enforcement or something else?
In law enforcement.
When did you first become a member of law enforcement?
1998.
And what did you do in order to become a member of law enforcement?
I attended a police academy at the University of Texas Police Academy in Austin.
And is there any sort of certification in which you must hold in order to become a licensed peace officer?
Yes, at the end of the police academy, you take the state test through TCO, and if you pass that exam, you receive your basic peace officer license.
And is your basic peace officer license something that once you have it forever, or do you need to have any sort of continuing education?
There's a continuing education, constant training you must take within the 2 years of each cycle. And it just depends on if you have the basic, intermediate, or master peace officer license, what classes you need to take.
And which of those peace officer licenses do you hold?
A master peace officer license.
And what is different from a master peace officer license versus a basic peace officer license?
Basic is you take certain courses. When you get to be masters, you have more years of service, more years of experience, more training through TCO.
Now, once you passed your teacher certification, what was the first job you had within law enforcement?
I worked for the University of Texas Police Department, where I was a police dispatcher for 5 years.
And where did you go after that?
After that, I was a patrolman.
Wait, oh, sorry.
With the same agency for approximately 2 years.
After that, where did you go next?
In October of 2006, I worked for the Dickinson Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long were you with the Dickinson Police Department?
7 years.
And were you always a patrol officer, or did you hold any other roles there?
I was also the field training officer, also an officer in charge. Basically, when supervisor wasn't there, I assumed that role.
And is that when you moved to Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
In 2013.
How long was it that you were on patrol with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 3 years.
And where did you move to within the Sheriff's Office after that 3 years?
In 2016, I was promoted to sergeant over the Bacliff division.
How is that different from being on patrol?
Being on patrol, you're the first responder. When you receive a call, you go to the house or you call them. As a sergeant for the Bacliff division, I was responsible for 3 buildings. This building, security for this building. I also did the payroll administrative duties.
So 2 very different but important roles within the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Is that fair?
Yes.
Where did you move to after being a sergeant in the Bacliff division?
In 2021, I was promoted to the rank of detective in the major crimes unit.
And what is a detective? What do you do as one within the major crimes unit?
So as a police officer, you respond to the call. If the offense has been committed, they take the offense report, the initial offense report. We follow up on those offense reports. We work anything from a theft, an assault, burglary, to crimes against children, to homicides.
Now, before I get into a little bit more of what it is to be a detective, do you have any other extra training or certifications that if I asked you for a highlight reel, what would you tell me?
I carry right now I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice with a minor in psychology. I also have over 4,200 hours in T-code training. And in those training hours, I've taken homicide investigation, intermediate interview interrogation training.
And are those all extra trainings that assist you as a major crimes detective?
Yes.
Now, when you were a major crimes detective, you gave us a list of some of the types of cases you may be investigating, but how does a case get assigned to you?
Two ways. Your supervisor either assigns you a case or you're the on-call detective.
What does it mean to be the on-call detective?
Every 8 weeks, it's a rotation list. When you're on call, you begin on that Monday, you follow it to the following Monday. You receive all the calls. If something occurs within the city or Galveston County, then you respond to the call if they need you.
And as far as Galveston County, what areas of Galveston County falls under the sheriff's office purview, or is it all of it? How does that work?
It's mainly the unincorporated areas of Galveston County. We have, we respond to Bacliff, which is also Bay Shore, San Leon and Bacliff. There's some parts in Santa Fe, Dickinson, and Oliver Peninsula, Crystal Beach, those areas.
And then are y'all also available to assist any of the other agencies within the county?
Yes.
Now, when you're the on-call detective, you stated that you get calls coming in from these areas, correct?
Correct.
How do you determine whether or not it's something that you need to respond to?
The patrol deputy, when he responds to it, if he thinks he needs some help, he'll call you. He'll give you the details of the call, and at that time, if it's serious, like this case, you respond to it.
So, since we mentioned this case, I want to focus our attention towards February 6th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Were you an on-call detective or not that week?
Yes, I was an on-call detective.
Did you get a call as the on-call detective that led us to be here today?
Yes.
What was that?
I received a call from Deputy Touch, who responded to a welfare check.
And why was it that you were called?
He requested, he said it was a possible homicide and needed detective and crime scene to respond.
And I know, so Deputy Couch says it's a possible homicide.
Right.
If there is any decedent on scene, does the sheriff's office typically send a detective out?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because we respond to suicides, we respond to homicides, because we follow up on those, and we have more training than the patrol officer that responds to it. We've been trained to look for certain things.
When you answered that call from Deputy Couch, was there a location in which you responded to?
Yes.
What was that?
4723 15th Street, Galveston County, Texas.
And, thank you. And what type of location was this?
It was a residential.
And what did that location look like?
It was a single-story home. It was a typical household.
Once you arrived, what was the first thing that you did?
I spoke to Deputy Touch. I also made contact with the crime scene investigators that were already on scene.
And who were those?
It was Patrick Ryan, Angela Schaefers, and Rachel Martin.
Once you made contact with those individuals, what was the purpose of those contacts?
To get the details of the call, to see what else transpired since they last called me.
After you got that information from the crime scene investigators and Deputy Couch, what was the next thing that you either observed or did?
I contacted my supervisor. They're responsible for sending more additional units if I need assistance.
And at that point, did you determine if it was better to have more detectives come on in?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because there was several things that must be done to follow up on a homicide.
And is it fair to say that certain types of cases may need more hands helping than other types?
Yes.
And so is a homicide one of those bigger cases?
Correct.
Once you contacted your supervisor, what was the next step that you did?
I saw that Detective Bernard arrived on scene. There was also a witness on scene who was in the driveway.
What was that witness's name?
Terry.
Hey, Angela, love. Good to see you.
Now, without telling me anything Mr. Utton said, what was his demeanor? How did he seem?
He seemed distraught, he seemed sad, at times he was crying. And then he told me she's in there.
After you spoke to Mr. Utton, what was the next thing that you did?
I did an initial walkthrough of the residence. I checked the interior, the exterior, just to assess what occurred.
And generally, what was your observations upon doing a walkthrough of that home?
As I entered the living room, I saw that there was a purse on the floor, had some red stains on it. There was cards laying around it, a driver's license I left over. There was a Christmas tree in the living room, and there was guns leaning against the wall. I noticed that there was a bag of dog food, some containers of water, and I continued further into the house.
What did you observe further into the house?
I went into the dining room. There was a dining room table, a large freezer, and then I went into the kitchen. There were some dirty dishes in the sink, some trash in the trash can, just normal stuff in the kitchen.
Did you move to another room after that?
Yes, I turned around and there was a hallway leading off the dining room area that contained 2 bedrooms and a restroom or a bathroom.
Did you go into either of those bedrooms?
Yes, I went to all the rooms in the house.
What was the first room in which you went to?
There was a bedroom that had a bed in it with, it looked like a girl's room because I saw a Hello Kitty mirror on top of a desk. There's posters on the wall. It was dirty. There was items just all over the place, clothes. There was a pillow on top of the bed. Recall there being some blood on it. There was also another pillow underneath the desk, and I noticed some blood on that. There were water bottles full of urine, just Dr. Pepper cans everywhere.
And that area under the desk with the pillow and the bottles of urine, what did that area appear to be to you?
It appeared like someone was laying there, just staying underneath there for comfort. There was water. There was a bag that was pushed against the wall, and it had empty bottles of water. It appeared like someone was staying under there and they were urinating in these water bottles and then putting them to the side. Also, I found some underneath the bed.
After you observed that room, where was the next place that you went?
There was a like a plastic bucket or a container. I noticed that there was in the hallway, there was right by the door frame, there was a magazine, and it had the initials JK written in black marker.
Did you learn through your investigation what that JK meant?
Yes, JK stand for JC King, or he also went as Butch.
And who was that?
He was deceased. He was Tara's grandpa and Tammy's husband.
And you stated there was a magazine lying there?
Yes, with those initials.
After observing that magazine, where did you go next?
I went right, which was the bathroom. It was the typical bathroom. There was I did observe some pajama bottoms on the floor, but there was nothing that stood out in that room.
And where'd you next?
I went down the hallway, the opposite end of the hallway, and from the bathroom. And there was another bedroom, but it looked like it was used for storage.
Was there a bed or anything that appeared like someone slept in there?
No.
After going through that storage room, where was the next location that you went?
I was informed that there was an additional room leading off the kitchen, and I didn't see it at first because it was covered with like a sheet. And so I pulled back the sheet, and it was an entryway to the back of the house. There was a door back there.
And did you observe anything out of place or of note in that back room?
Yes, you couldn't get through it. It was blocked by a washer, and there was also like some containers that were pulled forward. It appeared like someone was trying to block that door.
And do you know if that door in fact was blocked? Could you open that door?
No.
After going through that room with the laundry appliances, where did you go next?
I went back to the dining room table, dining room area, and there was a master bedroom in the back.
Now let's talk about the master bedroom. What did you observe within that bedroom?
So as you walk in, you see a body laying on the bed. She's faced up and she's unresponsive. She has a smell of decomposition. And I noticed there's several sheets on her face and kind of on her chest area.
Did that strike you as abnormal?
Yes,
Why?
because she wasn't moving, she wasn't speaking. It was just, we knew that there was a death, but we didn't know at that time what occurred to her.
And the way the sheets and linens were positioned, did that seem like something natural or that was normally on the bed, or how did that appear to you?
No, it appeared like someone put these sheets on her face.
Other than, or did you identify who that woman was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Tammy King.
And other than what you observed about Miss King and her positioning on the bed, what else did you notice about that bedroom?
It looked like it was ransacked. There was items like pills on the floor. As you go around the bed, there was a safe that was like a small portable safe that was by her foot. There were some papers on the floor that belonged to, it was a deed paperwork. Over by the safes, they were open. And right near the safes, there was a big blue container that had guns in it. There was just items just thrown on the floor around the safes.
And did the contents of the safe appear like they'd been gone through? Was it empty, full? What did you observe
It
there?
was empty, like they moved those guns into that container that was right by it.
And just to be clear, we don't have any way of knowing what was in the safe, or you didn't at that time have any way of knowing what was in that safe previously, correct?
No, correct.
But you could tell that it seemed like things had been removed. Is that fair?
Right. It was more ransacked in that area specifically.
What else did you see besides that ransacking of the safe area?
There were clothes there were some that were folded, there were some that were on the floor. I noticed that it was just, there was a restroom and there was like a mattress, like a foam mattress pushed against the door. You couldn't go into the restroom.
Was there anything else within that bedroom that you observed, or did you start moving to another step in your investigation?
No. So after I saw that, I exited the house.
And what did you do after exiting the home?
I went around the corner. I was told that entry was made in a window on the side of the house. So I went to look at that and the window was broken.
And was that the only entry point that you saw in the house, or is that how you knew that someone had gone in?
Someone had gone in, but there was another entry.
Where was that?
On the back of the door, on the back of the house, there was a door and the window was broken on that, but there was no way to open that door.
And did you learn who had broken both the back door and that side window?
Yes.
Who was that?
Terry.
After observing those windows kind of around the house, what was the next thing that you did?
I went, there was like a carport shed and I glanced in there and it was just typical, just hardware, lawn care and things that you would find in a garage.
After observing that, how was that carport covered or closed?
It was just a tarp. It wasn't, there was no door on it.
After observing that carport with the tarp, what did you do next?
I went to speak to Detective Bernard, and at that time, we spoke to Terry.
Without telling me what anything said, after speaking to Terry, did you know if there was anybody else that was supposed to be in that home?
Yes.
Who else was supposed to be in that home?
Terry King.
And do you recall how old Terry King was at the time?
17, I believe.
Once you knew there was supposed to be somebody else in that home, what was the next thing that y'all did?
So after the interview with Terry, it was decided that Detective Bernard would draft a search warrant.
Why is it that you draft a search warrant to go into a home?
There was no one there to give us consent, and Terry also had an expectation of privacy, so a search warrant was drafted.
And once that search warrant was drafted, what did you do next?
Once it was signed, crime scene investigators went in to process the scene.
And did you go in at the same time with them, or what were you doing?
No, so when they process the scene, they have to take pictures, and no one is allowed in the house until they're finished with the pictures.
After, back up a little bit, about what time was it that you got sent out to this scene?
So it was the morning of the 7th. They contacted me. Can I look at my notes real quick?
Absolutely. If you want to refresh your memory and then look up at me once you feel refreshed.
I don't have the accurate or So I was contacted on February 6th.
June, I am pulling a freaking brain cramp. OTJ? What is OTJ? I can't remember. My brain's cramped. On the job.
2,300 hours, but I didn't respond to.
On the job.
After on the 7th, the morning of the 7th.
And is it because 2,300 hours is 11 o'clock at night?
Yes.
So when you responded, it had crossed over that midnight hour.
Correct.
So at this,
That would be OJP, not OTJ. You have Orange Thomas John instead of Orange John Paul. Outside the jury, you could have put a, okay. Well, okay. I left you another message there, June.
point when crime scene is taking all of their photos, are we still moving into the early morning hours of February 7th, Friday?
Yes.
After they take all of their initial photos, what happens next?
Then detectives arrived, additional detectives arrived on scene, and then we started searching the house for anything that would lead us to where Tara was at.
And what sort of things, if any, did you observe within the house that to you were pertinent or that made you take note?
Just that she wasn't there. I returned back to that white freezer because since we found Tammy in the house deceased, I was just checking to make sure she wasn't anywhere in the house.
And was there any sign of Tara still being inside the home?
No.
While y'all were searching the house, what else did you observe?
Just that it just didn't seem right. She was missing. The dog or animal that she had was missing. And at that time, the medical examiner arrived after the house was, the crime scene investigator processed the scene.
And when the medical investigator arrives, what do they do? What is their purpose?
So they go and they look at the body. They determine what occurred.
And at that point, did you observe Mrs. King?
Yes.
Previously, when you spoke about Mrs. King, she had some sheets and linens and things on top of her, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe Mrs. King as those items were removed?
Yes, so they took a video recording of the items, the sheets taken off her face, like one by one.
And what did you observe?
I observed she had an injury to the left side of her head.
And from your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to what that injury was from?
Yes, it was a gunshot wound.
After observing the medical examiner investigator and the blankets coming off of Mrs. King, what was the next thing that you did?
So at that point, we determined it was a homicide. CID began working as a team.
And is that something y'all typically do?
Yes, on big scenes like that, yes.
And when you say you start working as a team, what does that mean?
We began looking for people to interview, witnesses. We also canvassed the area for video.
And do you know if video was located?
Yes.
What was that?
There was cameras on a house across the street from Tammy's house.
And who collected those videos?
Detective Espinosa.
Now, while you were doing these interviews and canvasses, did you learn of any other individual who you may be looking for?
Yes.
Who was that?
At first we knew him as Percy, and then we later found out it was Uriah Urick.
And what relationship did Percy or Uriah Urick have to Tammy and Tara King?
It was Tara's boyfriend and just an acquaintance or a friend of Tammy's.
And once you knew you were now looking for Tara and Uriah, did you know how old Uriah was at this time?
Yes.
How old was he?
18.
Now, what did you do? What were you able to do with the information that you were looking for a Tara and a Uriah? Is there anything that can be done when a 17 or 18-year-old cannot be found?
Yes.
What is that?
So Tara was entered into NCIC as a missing person.
Why just Tara?
Because she was missing from the house.
And is that because we didn't know whether or not Uriah had even been there?
Right.
So once you enter Tara in as a missing person, what else do you do?
So as you enter or enter as a missing person, the surrounding agency will know, and in case they come in contact with them or her. And then there was a press release on the Galveston County Sheriff's Office Facebook posted.
And is that something that is typical for the sheriff's office to do?
Yes.
And why is that? What is the hope when y'all enter a press release out on social media?
If anybody has come in contact with that person, they'll call us. We'll provide a phone number. My number was on there as well as dispatch.
So is it fair to say it's kind of a hope for community support?
Correct.
Now, when you posted that press release on Facebook, was there anything else that you were working on, or that you also did? I apologize.
Yes. We began looking for Tammy's phone in League City.
And why were you looking in League City?
Because we received information that they might be in League City.
They being Kara and Uriah? And you said you were looking for Tammy's phone, correct?
Correct.
And is it because you're getting information that Tammy's phone might be sending information from League City? Where or who went and looked in League City?
Sergeant Mitchell Stevenson and Detective Brian Bernard.
Were they able to locate Kara or Uriah in League City on Friday?
No.
Due to that press release, did you start getting any information?
Yes, several people called. Over 20 people called, and we began interviewing people.
Did you begin interviewing people on that Friday?
Yes.
Who all did y'all interview on Friday?
So we interviewed Shauna Bridgen, Nathaniel Anderson, Christian Atkins, and Rigoberto Ferristella.
And just generally, I'm going to ask kind of the relationship of each of these people. Who was Shauna Bridgen, and how was she related to anyone involved in this case?
She is Uriah's mother.
And Nathan Anderson is whom?
Nathan Anderson is a friend of Terrace.
And then Christian Atkins?
That's the same.
And Rigoberto Garcieta?
And the same.
So you made contact with all of these individuals. And what was the next thing that you did, or next step in your investigation?
Can I look at my notes?
Absolutely.
So then from those interviews, we were able to come up with a timeline of events of Tara and Uriah.
And what timeline roughly what was the first thing that you were able to determine as part of the timeline?
That Tammy died the morning of February 5th.
And what sort of things led you to that determination?
Because of information we received from Instagram.
And how do you receive information from Instagram?
Search warrants. You obtain a search warrant, you send it to the law enforcement portal, and Meta will respond back if they have any information on that account.
Now, you determined from the Instagrams that Tammy King died the morning of, you said the 5th, correct?
Okay.
And that is February 5th?
Correct.
And that is a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
Now, what was the next step in the timeline that you were able to determine?
From the video we obtained from across the street, we knew that a black Nissan belonging to Rigoberto arrived at Tammy's house.
Do you know about what time that was?
I don't recall now.
If the surveillance video said 12:48, would that sound about right to your memory?
Yes. Yes, it was correct.
All right. So Rigoberto picks them up a little after lunch time. What is the next part of the timeline that you're able to determine?
So Rigoberto drives them to a location in Pearland where Christian Atkins works.
And then where do they go from there?
So they wait for Christian Atkins to get off work, and at that time, he drives them to his house in League City.
Now, we heard League City a little bit earlier in this story talking about Tammy's phone. Is the area you were looking for Tammy's phone roughly where Christian Atkins' home was? After learning that they went to stay at Christian Atkins' house in League City, what was the next part of the timeline you were able to determine?
So they stay at Christian Atkins' house till that Friday, which was the 7th.
And are you able to determine where they went to after Friday?
Yeah, so Travis Hodges picks them up from Christian's house and transports them to Laredo.
And how do you know that Travis transports them to Uriah?
Because Travis's lien holder is Lone Star Motors and his car is equipped with a GPS.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I don't need that. Your Honor, I move to admit states 489 and 490, which is the Lone Star Records GPS data and the accompanying ERA.
Okay.
489 and 490 admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
So you stated the lien holder had GPS on the vehicle, correct? Jim?
Yes.
And what company was the lien holder?
Lone Star Motors.
Now, when you reached out to Lone Star Motors, how did they deliver that GPS data to you?
Through email on an Excel spreadsheet.
I would start pretty zoomed out, but is this page 490, that large Excel spreadsheet that Lone Star Motors sent you?
Yes.
What date was it that you said Travis picked them up?
On the 7th, February 7th, which is a Friday.
Okay. I'll try that a secondary way. All right. Try that again. Are you able to tell me this first date and time, what that location is?
February 3rd, 2025.
Zoom in a little bit more. Right.
February 7th, 2025.
At what time?
1:14 p.m.
And where is Travis Hodges that time?
Galveston.
Now let's move forward. What is our next timestamp?
February 7th, 2025, 7:44 p.m.
What location is Travis at?
Lead City.
And are you familiar with this area?
That's the main, but was the main road in Lead City.
And is that close or far from where Christian Atkins was living?
I don't know exactly where, I know that Christian Atkins lives at 310 Waco.
And we know that's in Lake City?
Correct.
Okay. So we see Travis is in the same city that Uriah and Tara live in, correct? Okay. Where's the next location that Travis goes to?
The location in Alvin, Texas. Yes, in Alvin, Texas.
And then about 2.5 hours later at 10:44, where are they?
Lewis, Texas.
Are you familiar with where Louise is?
Yeah, 59, I'm assuming south. I don't know exactly.
No problem. And 59 generally, where does 59 run through?
Through Houston.
And then does it also go south towards Mexico? Like
Yes. Yes.
After Louise at 10:44, where do you see them next?
Fullerton, still on 59.
And then about an hour after that at 2:59 a.m., what location are they in?
Laredo, Texas.
What is significant about Laredo in this case?
Because that's where we located Tara and Uriah.
It is, so what did this GPS data help tell you as part of the timeline?
When they were in Laredo.
And is it also y'all's belief, y'all being the sheriff's office and you being the detective, that this is their trip to Laredo?
Yes.
And that Travis is driving them, right?
Yes.
And then we see at 3:44, where are they?
3:44, they're in Del Mar, Laredo.
And then about 2 hours later at 5:57, where is Travis's vehicle?
Freer, Texas.
And then we see it come back to that same Louise we saw earlier.
Yes.
And by what time, and this is all on the morning of the 8th, correct?
Yes.
So by the morning of the 8th, is Travis back for the most part in town?
Yes.
And from your investigation, did Tara and Uriah return with Travis from Laredo?
No.
Once you determined that Travis had taken them to Laredo, what were you able to determine about Tara and Uriah's timeline from there?
If they were they had left with Travis and they were in Laredo at that time.
And what
And he
sort
had
of,
learned about them.
thank you. And what sort of steps were y'all able to take, or were you able to take once you knew that they were in Laredo?
We contacted the agency. We contacted the U.S. Marshals and DPS task force.
And what sort of things were those agencies able to do?
Y'all, Karate Cat Mom's in Galveston courtroom. Boo. Court's almost over for the day.
They were, they located them on the 9th.
Cool.
And the 9th would have been what day of the week?
I believe it was a Sunday.
Do you know where it was that they located them?
They located them in front of a store. But prior to that, they had found them at the Motel 6 on video surveillance.
Once they were located, what was your next step?
So once they were arrested and transported to Webb County Sheriff's Office, I went to Laredo with 3 other detectives.
And what was the purpose of going to Laredo?
I needed to retrieve their property and also I wanted to speak to them.
Now, when you arrived to Laredo, did you have the opportunity to speak to either Tara or Uriah?
Yes.
Which one?
Oh.
And without telling me what anybody said, how did both of them seem? What was their demeanor?
They were, Tara, she wanted to talk to me. She seemed, she really didn't have
Why do we have it on the screen? Did they switch witnesses and we can't show the person? What the hell?
an expression.
What did I miss?
She wasn't happy, she wasn't sad. She wanted to know where Uriah was. And that's the only question she really asked me is where is Uriah?
And what was Uriah's demeanor?
He was quiet. He didn't want to talk to me.
Did he have any sort of emotions, or was he similar to Tara and just kind of straight-faced?
Straight face, just very quiet.
After you arrived at Laredo, did you also collect their property?
Yes, I was told that there was a phone call made, and when I asked for the property, they asked me to come back the following day.
And did you do that?
Yes.
After collecting the property and the phone calls, what did you do next?
So I collected their property, then I went to DPS and I met with John Miller to collect their additional property.
And what kind of property was it that you collected from Special Agent Miller?
It was the property they were found with. There were guns, clothing, things like that.
Once you had collected all of that, all of those items, what was the next thing that occurred in your investigation?
Can I refer to my notes?
Absolutely.
So I
June,
returned to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
June, are you able to take over? Do you have this up? We are at timestamp. Timestamp. No timestamp. Okay, we're pretty much live.
Met with John Miller to collect their additional property.
And what kind of property was it that you collected from Special Agent Miller?
It was the property they were found with. There were guns, clothing, things like that.
Once you had collected all of that, all of those items, what was the next thing that occurred in your investigation?
Can I refer to my notes?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I returned to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, June, if
Okay,
you
June,
in big,
if you in big,
my thing will not my
not
feed.
my feed.
Why am I hearing an
Why am
echo?
I hearing an echo?
Okay, you're gonna accept Shannon? I mean, the chat? I don't know why there's I muted. I muted your end. If you have me up, you need to take me down. Because there's an echo. Okay. We'll get it, y'all. Okay, I guess we're God Almighty. Why an echo? Okay, June. So pop up. Beheaded trial, and we stopped at 2 hours and 27 minutes. And I will pop up the proper media coverage on that. I'll just do that. It should be Miss Stephanie Wilson, CSI. About 2. Is it over for the day? No, it's still going. So 2 hours, 27 minutes. Ish. Go forward a little more. Hold on, June. Okay. Now just make it big. And hopefully we got sound. You remember you have to turn on sound for your page. Remember, boo. You got to unmute your screen audio. You're muted.
All the photos we've seen so far, those were
chat.
overalls documenting the scene, correct?
Correct.
Then anything that was of evidentiary value, you get closer photos and you take also photos of anything you're taking from the scene or impounding. Correct.
Hey, June, take out the chat, please. We'll get in trouble.
What were you thinking as you're going through the scene when you're opening boxes and?
Perfecto. Later.
Opening every bin, drawer, cabinet with a great deal of trepidation that we would find ahead somewhere.
Okay. And so when I showed you earlier, I'm not going to pull the photos, but when I showed you the bedroom earlier, downstairs bedroom, there's a couple containers and stuff.
Yes.
All of that is thoroughly searched.
Extensively searched.
Because there's glaring things missing from your stuff. Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll pass it.
Any follow-up, Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes, thank you. Based upon those questions, primary focus, you're looking for a head, weapons, correct?
Correct.
If there'd been any defects to the bedding, to the sheet, to the mattress, to the pillow, you would have photographed it.
We would have photographed it and we probably would have taken it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up?
No,
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. State and call your next witness. She has them.
Nicholas Pappas. Yeah, he just has the writings.
Are you he's I don't want to mix these all up. So is this caliber? This is the one, this is just the first part of this one that he handed to me. Okay. This is starts at 88, I believe. Yeah, they're on this part. Okay. The big step. Good morning.
Sir, please state your full name and then spell it for the record. My name is Nicholas Pappas, Nick-O-L-A-S. Last name Pappas, P-A-P-A-C-S.
Man. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
In which unit are you currently assigned?
I'm currently assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Unit, also known as our Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with that unit?
A little over 2 years with this specific unit.
How long have you been with Henderson PD in total?
A little over 20 years.
I want to bring your attention back to August 7th in 2023. On that date, were you called to a homicide scene?
I was.
Were you called while on duty?
I'd be off duty.
Why were you called in off duty?
Generally, given the size of our unit, anytime that we have a incident such as that, they need additional resources, so the people typically off duty will also get called in.
Okay, and so on this particular day you're off, you get called in, and around what time do you respond to the scene, if you
I
remember?
believe I responded at 10:36 that morning.
And was the scene at Haladura,
It was.
located within Clark County, Nevada?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Show you a few exhibits. 8, 9, 10, 11. Do those all look generally familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
And are those all fair and accurate depictions of aerial maps of a couple of different scenes you responded to in this particular case, being the Haladura scene and Porcupine Ridge?
Yes, sir.
Move the admission of those.
No objection.
Okay, those are your minutes.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with Exhibit 9. Detective, is this the actual homicide scene that you respond to on Haladura?
Yes, sir.
Represented by a little red flag?
Yes, sir.
When you respond to the scene, detective, what is going on at the scene?
Well, it was an active crime scene. Obviously, I was not one of the first detectives to arrive, so I was a little behind everybody else.
Okay. Had the main, or I guess lead homicide detectives already arrived?
I believe so.
And who would that be in this case?
Detective Dennis Lozada was primary in this case.
Okay. Primary meaning he's kind of responsible for delegating duties and such?
That is correct.
But you have a role in this as well?
Yes.
You worked in a support role, essentially?
Yes.
What is it that you first do when you arrive on this particular scene?
So when I originally got called out to this, like I said, I was a little bit behind, so we were in charge of actually canvassing for video surveillance originally.
I'm going to show you states 11A. You recognize this?
Yes.
Is this that same Haladura neighborhood with a bunch of yellow tags on it?
Yes, it is.
Do you know if this represents the video cameras that was done by your team?
I believe so, yes.
And can you direct the jury to the area where you were responsible for?
So originally I was in charge of the Carolina Laurel area.
Okay.
Which looks like it's going to be perpendicular to Haladura.
Yeah, let me go back to 9. Carolina Laurel, is that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is perpendicular to the Haladura entrance. Tell us generally what a canvas entails.
Typically with the canvas, we will walk the locations in the surrounding area, looking for video cameras, surveillance, ring cameras on the, next to the doors and everything. Anything that would signify that they possibly have video surveillance.
Okay. While you're doing your particular canvas of Carolina Laurel, are you called away to do something else?
Well, I made contact with a couple people on Carolina Laurel.
Oh, okay. You make contact with people. Do you remember if you yourself impounded any video from Carolina Laurel?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you learn of any surveillance on Carolina Laurel?
I believe that there was no surveillance available.
Okay. At some point in time after your canvas, are you called away to do something else?
Yes.
What is that?
I did conduct an interview after the canvas.
With?
That would have been Jenna Michaels.
Okay. So let's not get there just yet. Okay. At some point in time, do you make contact with a homeowner that provides a phone number for who ultimately you identify as Devin Michael?
That is correct.
Was there another name used, or?
David Dent, I believe, was the person.
No, I mean the other name.
Oh, as far as Nikki.
Okay. Was there initially some confusion as to who Nikki was?
Yes.
And describe that a little bit.
There were multiple names being used. Nikki was one of the names that we learned of, and we didn't know exactly what association there was with the decedent, so that was a little bit of a navigation as far as getting through that.
Ultimately, do you receive a phone number for Nikki of 702-677-4340?
44 is 30, I believe, yes.
Oh, 4430? Okay. And do you remember contacting that number?
I did.
Did you make contact with someone who identified themselves as Nikki?
I don't remember if it was Nikki or it was the other guy identified on the phone.
Okay. Nonetheless, do you tell that person to come back to the scene?
Yeah, yes, I request.
Request that person to come back to the scene. And that person does arrive?
Yes.
Do you see that person in court here today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
She's sitting across over here, looks like wearing a purple blouse, and I can't see the actual pants.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant? Thank you. You indicated earlier that you conduct an interview with the defendant?
I did.
Was that interview audio recorded?
It was.
Was that done in anyone else's presence?
It was.
Who else was present for that interview?
Detective Dennis Ozawa was present for that.
Okay. I want to ask you, just generally while we get it booted up, I apologize. At the time you interview the defendant, are you treating her as a suspect, a witness, an unknown? Like, how are you approaching this?
It was an unknown at that point because we really had no idea what was going on.
Okay. Did you have some preliminary information from a woman by the name of Yoko?
I believe so.
Okay. But is this more of like an information gathering, not like an interrogation of a suspect?
That is correct.
Tell us generally what's the difference between an information gathering and like a full-on interrogation.
I'd say like in an information gathering type interview, we are literally trying to solicit information as far as what's going on because we don't have all the details. I would say an interrogation would be more directed as far as the direct line of questioning, possibly treating them as a suspect.
Okay, so at this point, you're just looking for answers and anything you can get at that point. Okay. May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for the admission of 618.
I'm sorry?
I would move for the admission of 618.
Are there any objection to 618?
No objection.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
May we publish?
Yes.
And this was an audio recorded interview?
Yes.
Today is August 7th, 2023, approximately 1:11 a.m. My name is Nicholas Alabama, number 1531. Also, everything I do is my partner, Detective Mathis, EP number 1505. We're here speaking with Mr. Kane. And Devin Michaels. And we are here in reference to DR 23-152229. We're in my detective vehicle partner 2690 Colorado River Garage. So, yeah, I know like this vehicle already told me that Jonathan, he was found deceased this morning. Okay, so
Detective, we're going to pause that 46 seconds in. Judge, we have a bit of an echo going. May I inquire if the jury can actually hear what's being said? Are there any issues? Okay. Thank you.
As well as Benjamin, ladies and gentlemen, you will have this recording with you because it's been admitted into evidence, so you will have it for your review during the deliberation.
we don't know what happened to him. That's why we want to talk to you. See, I know you were here last night. You guys are like trying to move out of the house and move back to your place across town. Yeah. So if you guys go over the last time you saw him yesterday, your guys' conversation, anything that you think is important for us to know. As of right now, like I said, we don't know anything. You know, we just need to find out and start putting things together to figure out what happened.
We spent the whole day together yesterday. We did the girls' school shopping, clothes, pies. We loaded up the truck and we took it to my house. Unloaded it, came back here, was loading more things up. That was it. We just unloaded things. We ate, drank a little bit, smoked a little bit, but that was it. Like nothing abnormal.
Okay. What time were you guys here last night?
Often on different times. I know like we left like at 9, I think. Got back I think at 10. And then I know I left, but I'm not sure what time. I was talking to Yoko, so she would have the idea of the time I left.
So last time you talked to Yoko was after you talked to Yoko last night was when you left or after that?
Shortly after that, yeah.
Okay.
Because she was cleaning up and I was cleaning like the bottles and stuff like that up.
Okay. And who was home at that time?
John, myself, Yoko, and Yoshida.
Okay. And then last night when you talked to Yoko, you don't remember what time that was last night, or was it this morning?
It was like midnight, 1 o'clock, I think.
Okay. Do you remember your conversation with her?
Yes.
What were you guys talking about?
We were talking about John owing her money, and she said he owes her like $200. We were talking about Andrea coming back. I know John's trying to get out before Andrea came back. And I left the keys for her for Andrea.
When was she supposed to come?
We don't know. John said it was going to be any day because she has to pick up the car before the 16th. So we know she's like supposed to be soon.
Soon, meaning within between now and the 16th?
Yes, sir.
So we don't know if she was coming today,
Yes.
nothing like that.
He just didn't want to be here when she got back. majority of his stuff is at my house right now.
Okay. And then you guys were moving stuff back and forth yesterday. To your place. What's your address?
5510 Porcupine Road.
5510. How you spell that?
Porcupine, Porcupine, Rim, R-I-M.
And is that in Vegas?
Yes,
You know the zip?
89130.
How you spell your first name?
D-E-B-Y-N.
Last name?
Michaels.
Your name, Herb?
42878
And your phone number?
702-677-4430.
Okay. So you're moving stuff back and forth to this house, 5510 Porcupine Rim.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you think you came back here around maybe 10 o'clock-ish. Did you guys pack up more stuff?
Yeah, I put more stuff in my truck, and then I went and grabbed my daughter's prescription, and I went home.
Okay. But you said that John was drinking when you guys got back the last time?
Yes.
So I guess when you got back, kind of explain what happens from there. So
He started drinking, and he started smoking. He smoked cigarettes and weed, and he was in the garage. Yoko came down. They were kind of having an issue. She went back upstairs, and then she came back down later. That's when I was talking to him.
and then he fell asleep.
No, he was in the garage when I left.
Okay, because Yoko told us that you told her that he was asleep.
No, I said I told him to sleep it off instead of trying to drive last night.
So when you left, he was still awake.
Yes.
And what was he doing in the garage?
Smoking.
Smoking what? And no one's in trouble for smoking weed or doing any bad drugs right now. We're worried about trying to figure out what happened to Jonathan. Okay, so don't leave anything out just because you think it might get somebody in trouble. Okay.
It was just me.
Okay. Does he do anything else? You know?
No, sir. I know he smokes cigarettes and weed. I know he has drinking. He was drinking Jameson last night. I was cleaning everything up before I left.
So he's in the garage, you say he's just smoking, and then you finish packing up your stuff, and then you take off.
Yeah.
That's the last time. You guys text each other or call each other?
I've been texting him all morning because today was the first day of school, and he was supposed to come down to help me with the grocery register.
When was the last time you talked to him last night over the phone? Like text or call?
No, last time I talked to him was face-to-face.
Okay, so you didn't text him when you got back to your place saying, hey, he didn't try texting you?
I texted him, you can have me phone orders. I texted him. Hey, this was 4 this morning when I was up trying to get the stuff for the girls ready for school. And I was saying, like, I can't find anything. And then I've just been calling and texting and I haven't heard anything.
Okay. Do you know, like, what he does for work?
He's a handyman, so he does odd jobs here and there.
Like side jobs?
Yeah.
People just call him, and they'll just do things like, Mom said something about like the moving and stuff. Does he move people too? So he just does any kind of odd jobs. How long has he been doing that for?
A few years.
Does he have a lot of clientele, or is it just like word of mouth?
I think it's more word of mouth. I don't know his clientele. He says he puts ads up on Facebook and he tries
likes to drive his trailer around a lot. Like yesterday when we went shopping, I wanted to go in my car, but he wanted to use the trailer for advertising. So that's.
You know, when last time you had a gig or job?
Friday. He did something on Friday. I don't know. He was moving somebody's stuff.
That's the last job that you know he's done?
Yes, sir. He texted me for it. I don't know who it was for, but he told me how much he made and everything.
Okay.
But again, I don't know any of his friends. He talks about someone he works with named Andrew. I know David, that's the neighbor we've gone to his house. But I don't know who he works with. I don't know. I just don't know anybody of that nature. I know names.
Anybody that comes to mind where he was talking about, I owe this person some money, or hey, just be on the lookout, this guy's looking for me type of thing?
No, sir, people owe him money. Like he said, this guy, this one right here owed him money. So.
Did he own any weapons, handguns?
Yes, but they're at my house now. We took them over last night. We didn't bring the ammunition though, like, because there's no safe at my home for them. So we intentionally left the ammunition here.
Over here.
Yes, sir.
And then,
So Detective, so far you've learned a few things from Miss Michaels. She indicated that John was alive and fine when she left, correct?
Correct.
She claimed that John had some guns, but they'd been moved to her home, correct?
Correct.
She claimed she did not have a safe at her home, correct?
Correct.
We're going to resume.
the girl that's supposed to pick up this car over here,
His ex-fiance.
they were supposed to get married?
Yes, sir.
When did they break up?
They broke up, I want to say May.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why they broke up?
She was trying to get back with me, and she moved all of her stuff out. She tried to come back, and it just, from what he said, he'd rather try to make it work with me versus being with her. He says that she's been trying to text him and he hasn't been answering. So. She did show up one time, like out of the blue, because I came here to take the girls to school, and she was here, and we did not expect it. But that blue car, she's supposed to be driving back to wherever she's at. But I don't know. I think it's Utah, but he said she's coming because it has something about the 16 on it, like the tax or something. And Yoko, I left the keys for Yoko just in case she did, and someone will stand for her. So.
You mentioned earlier that your first officer is rolling. You guys are trying to avoid her, because it's hard to run over or shutting down. Is that like a constant follow with her?
I wouldn't say a problem, but he didn't want to keep dealing with her. He said, like, his ring, we actually threw his engagement ring in the trash last night. So he said it's done, he's 100% done, and he wants to have a family with the girls and everything, but we're not driving back and forth. We brought as much as we could to the house last night. Literally, we were doing this last night to get out of the house.
Have you seen any text messages she sent him or anything?
No, sir. He just said that he was done, and I just kind of took him at his word.
And she wasn't willing to be done?
I don't know if that was the case. I think.
She was wanting to get him,
No, some girl named Melissa started reaching back out to him. Yes, sir. And he said she reached out to him on Facebook.
What's Jonathan's phone?
Yes, sir, that's his mom. Yeah, I was sitting there talking, 702-561-9242. Yeah, I've been trying to reach him, but I just thought his phone was off again, because that's normally what happens when I can't find him. Like from non-payment.
Yeah. So there's nobody that he's mentioned that has issues with him that you can think other than Andrea, who they had a breakup. They're supposed to be married, but then they decided to try to work it out with you. But you said that she left with another guy, so it doesn't sound like she was too upset.
No, he was saying that it wasn't working out where she was at, and she was trying to come back. Yes. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I don't know if he was saying that just to kind of make me want him more, or what the situation is, but that is what he was saying.
And then what about Anthea? She's the mother of Debbie.
Yes, she lives in California.
Does he talk to her at all? Nothing like that. So, you guys, when did you guys start talking back?
We started talking more, I would say, at the beginning of this year, because I was coming down here to take the girls to school and things like that, and he was already saying Andrea was kind of on her way out, so.
So the girls were living over here with Yoko and Johnson. When did they move back in with you?
The day school got out.
So around May.
May 26th, 22nd.
So they moved back in with you, and you guys are starting to work things out at that point. And then you guys have been off and on since when?
No, we're not off and on, we're just trying to make a family work. Like, we're not physically intimate or anything like that, we're just trying to, because the girls really want us with one house, yeah. And it saves on gas, so we were trying to make that.
Do you have a boyfriend or anything right now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so honestly, I was not told that information. I thought you
I'm
guys.
married, but, okay.
We were told that you guys are possibly trying to get back together.
No, we're trying to get everyone in one house and be a family.
Oh, okay.
For the girls.
So, who are you married to?
I'm married to Debbie Urick.
His son?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So Debbie Air, his son, and you are now married. How long have you been married?
Almost 2 years. And yeah, John knows.
So it wasn't like you guys trying to get back together, like you said intimately, he's just gonna move back in with you to be with the girls.
Yes, sir.
Was there a reason for that? Just for the girls, or was there other?
It would benefit everyone. He was having issues here. Yoko was trying to get him out, and I know he needed advice.
Debbie Air was good with having dad come back, even though
I wouldn't say good, but he understood. It wasn't his first choice for everything.
And then how you spell Debbie Air?
D-E-V-I-E-R-E.
D-E-V-I-E-R-E.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Has there been any issues with Debbie Air and
together anymore, but they're not really.
Did he used to work as like a handyman and stuff with them? What does Debbie do now?
Installations for like security systems and stuff.
Like cameras and things like that?
Just taking the cameras down.
Who did?
John and I, we had just taken the cameras down. They're at my house.
The ones, there were cameras on the house. When did those go down?
Last night, we just brought them over.
Or you just took them off last night?
Yes, sir.
There's no cameras left on there at all. And then, how many dogs are in the house right now that you own?
4.
And then are they typically, where do they usually stay?
Here.
I mean, like in the house, like where, or
Downstairs in
outside?
John's room.
So they just all hang out downstairs in that. Is that considered a room? Like you walk down and there,
That's where he sleeps.
that's where he stays?
Yeah.
And they usually just stay all in there. Does he walk outside at all ever, or?
Yeah. Yeah, he goes outside. There's a patio door thing. So yeah, he's
A doggy door?
Yes, sir.
Does that ever get locked, or he just leaves them outside?
No, he gets locked sometimes. Like when he's trying to eat and he doesn't want them.
Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see what's up. You and Debbie are married for 2 years. He's just, John was just going, moving back in with you guys. The girls, trying to keep the family together, and it was beneficial for everybody. You're saying because the driving and things like that? Or
Not
saving
the
on?
driving. It was just the girls really want us together. And I know it's kind of complicated for them to understand that I'm married to Debbie, so we were bringing John into the house just to kind of keep things. I know it sounds weird, but
Economics.
Do you have any kids with Debbie here?
no, sir, I can't have any more children.
You're all having kids?
I don't know who you could talk to. The neighbor, David. I know John was supposed to go over there last night. He's doing like a crowd play thing.
Like some kind of seafood boil or something. And then, did Jonathan have any workers that he had?
Oh, yeah.
Like any normal, like day to day, or was it always something different?
He had a few that were pretty routine.
You know their names?
I just know Andrew. I think the neighbor on the other house to that way worked with them sometimes.
You know his name, by chance?
I want to say his name was David.
David?
Yeah, not this guy, but David.
You know Andrew's last name? You don't have Andrew's number, do you, by chance? Would Debbie ever know who Andrew is? Would that they work together?
I don't know. Because like when John texts me, it's usually, hey, I got this job, this, and this. So I have those. But they don't really have names on them or anything like that.
When John goes to bed, is there like normal clothing that he wears, like pajamas? Should be right, like when he sleep, there's just like shorts on, no shirt, or just like an underwear, boxers.
The last time John and I shared a room, my daughter was 3 days old, my oldest daughter. So he used to wear boxers to bed.
And that's it.
Yes, sir.
So, that's what I know it was a long time ago, but sometimes habits don't change, you know?
I know he used to wear boxers. I don't really.
That's all I need, just see the boxers, no shirt, and that's it.
Yes, sir. When I left He was wearing boxers. He had on, I want to say like black boxers on. Boxer briefs.
Does John have any tattoos?
Yes.
Do you know where and what?
On his arm, I don't know which one is which, but it says Oriental John.
And then anywhere else? Do you know? On his left arm?
One on each arm. I don't know which one.
Oriental John.
Yeah. But he's had those as long as I've known him.
So you guys been moving his stuff out of here, or was it the girls' stuff?
Both. We brought all the girls' clothes and like the majority of his stuff last night.
And how long have you guys been moving stuff out of the house?
Last night.
That's it.
Yes, sir. He loaded everything up that he could and we just brought it over. Like, he made it as quick as possible.
And you're saying Devier was good with this arrangement?
He was okay with it. I wouldn't say good is not his first option, but he understood.
You're saying he understood that it benefited everybody?
Yeah, it wasn't like there was a lot of animosity about it. The biggest problem was the dogs.
And when you guys were starting to talk to each other again, you and John, you say you haven't been into it together since for how long?
2018.
Do you know anybody else that he might have been dating or Andrea?
Everybody. He was dating Sarah, Andrea, Michelle. He was just like, when we separated, he was just
Going on dates like crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know how many. He said he had 5 girlfriends at one time.
As far as you know, he wasn't selling like anything illegal right now?
No, his hustle was he would go to the Goodwill, buy things, and then try to resell them. Yeah, that's why, like, if you go to the backyard, there's a ton of bikes. And he would get, like, turf and just random things from his jobs, and then try to resell them. Like, it seemed like he was trying to do better than what he had been doing in previous years.
Were you guys hanging out at all? Because I know you were all day yesterday. Prior to that, it was like a regular thing. You guys would hang out, or?
We actually were here a couple of times this week, me and the girls. We had dinner and everything like that. I know we were here on the 4th, because we went over to David's house. I think we were here like a week after that. So it was just whenever.
Did they here come with you guys?
No. It was me, John, and the girls. We were trying to build that together.
And then for, Yoko is Xavier's grandma too, right? That's the reason why he would want to come over?
No.
He just left it with you guys? Any additional questions for the sake of practice? Okay. Well, we have your phone number, so if there's anything extra that we need to talk to you about, we'll give you a call. Okay? Only thing I said, Motion 1243, and that's it.
Shall I keep going?
Okay, Councilor first. Lunch recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news and media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, and you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case. So it's 5 minutes to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess at 2:15.
All rise for the jury.
And C 377239, State of Nevada versus Devin Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. May the record reflect we are outside the presence of our jurors. State.
There was some confusion earlier with a late marked exhibit, so I just want to clarify for the record. 112A is the shower photo that we referenced. We moved to the admission of that because it's not admitted apparently.
Okay.
No objection.
112A will be admitted.
To clarify the earlier record, the one I was representing was 168A is actually the backyard photo, and we would move to admit, or actually that one is admitted. 168A for the record.
Okay.
291A. Oh, actually. For this witness, we showed defense counsel following exhibits. I'll give you this. 239, 243, 265 through 268, 291A, 339, 344 through 352, 360 through 361, 363 through 368, 373 through 389, 394, and 436.
Okay. And are those going to be stipulated, or are you?
Those are the show.
We will stipulate the admission of those exhibits.
Okay, those will be admitted pursuant to stipulation. Anything else outside the presence?
I don't believe so.
Nope, that covers it.
Okay.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on the record and see 377239, State of Nevada versus Devin Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, deputy attorney on behalf of the state. And both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and also I just remind you, you are still under oath. Statement of your oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, we left off hearing that recording of the first interview conducted with the defendant, Devin Michaels, correct? Correct. If you recall, when that interview was conducted, had you and your team executed the search warrant on the Paladar home yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So did you have a general understanding of what you had in your scene?
Not that we know.
Okay. Did you know there was at least a decapitation?
Yes.
Okay. But anything else is kind of follows the interview?
Yes.
You then enter after a search warrant is authorized by a judge?
Yes.
And do you go into the scene itself?
I do.
Do you stay downstairs, upstairs, or go through the whole thing?
I was in charge of searching a few different locations. One was the upstairs master bedroom, one was the kitchen, another was that kind of middle room, dining room area, as well as like a converted living room section that was more of a bedroom.
And is the converted room where John's body was found?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's start with upstairs. Was there anything of evidentiary value found upstairs?
No.
Anything of potential evidentiary value found in the kitchen area?
No.
Anything found in that level where the kitchen is? Like, and then let's focus in on the converted room, John's room, I'm gonna call it. When you went into John's room, did you get an overall perspective of the scene?
I did.
Did you go kind of look around and search different various items?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the body itself?
I did.
And what were those?
That the body was laying, across the bed with obviously decapitated.
Did you notice a substantial amount of blood under his head? Or where his head should be, I'm sorry?
There was blood on the mattress, I believe, as well as on the floor.
Okay. Did you observe any blood on the ceiling, on the walls, or anything like that?
I did not notice anything else there, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been in homicide about 2 years now, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you responded to violent scenes before, even if you weren't on homicide?
Of course.
What types of scenes?
I spent close to 9 years in K-9, so we went to a lot of different violent calls, obviously looking for suspects that had fled, obviously in patrol work and things of that nature. I was also an officer in charge for a while, so obviously responding to like your typical patrol calls, violent crime scenes, suicides, anything of that nature.
Okay. Did you make any general observations about the blood situation in this particular scene?
It looked a bit localized around the actual body.
What do you mean by localized?
As far as like the pool on the mattress as well as underneath, but nothing like you mentioned as far as like on the ceiling or anything like that.
Just so I can clarify, did you observe any blood staining or patterning or dragging or anything other than in that small area around the bed?
I did not.
Anywhere near the front door, the garage, the back door, anything like that?
No.
Did you observe any of the victim's personal belongings, such as his wallet, his truck keys, his phone, or his social security card within the scene?
I did not locate those items, no.
Did you observe any weapons that could have been used to do this crime?
Obviously, there was going to be kitchen knives and things of that nature, but nothing that was obvious.
Yeah. Nothing in the room?
Not that I located.
No kitchen knives in the room?
Not that I recall, no.
You're referring to the kitchen knives in the kitchen?
Yes, correct.
Any of those, did those have any apparent blood on them or look to be
No.
dirty, I guess? Okay. When, at some point in the investigation, do you get called out to execute a search warrant at a different residence?
I did.
Where was that?
That was going to be at, I believe it's 5510 Porcupine Road.
Showing you what's been admitted as 8. Do you recognize this generally?
Yes.
And what does this appear to be?
That looks like, obviously at the top, it's going to be the 5510 Porcupine Rim Street. And then down at the bottom, that appears to be the Paula Cure address was in.
Okay. And the information on the left, does that look like just a general Google mapping?
Yes.
And it appears here that there are a couple different routes you can take, but overall it's about 32 to 36 minutes between the two via a vehicle.
Yeah, it looks like that appears to be what the route says.
And this particular route that's highlighted, it says 25.8 miles. Is that fair?
Yes.
If you can see that. And this Paladura scene within your jurisdiction in Henderson?
Yes.
Porcupine Rim scene is within Metro's jurisdiction, but as a result of you investigating a Henderson homicide, you go into that jurisdiction.
Yes.
Is that common for agencies to overlap during investigations? When was it that you responded to this Porcupine Rim scene, if you can recall?
I believe it was later in the evening on the 7th.
So we're still on the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
States 239, already admitted. Is this the Porcupine Rim address?
That appears to be so, yes.
And there's two very apparent vehicles, but then there's one kind of tucked behind the van. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you present for the searching of any of that?
For the overall residence, yes.
Okay, were you present for the searching of the vehicles or?
I believe the other detectives in my unit were actually searching those specific vehicles.
Okay. And you obviously are working in tandem with other detectives and crime scene investigators as well.
That's correct.
So I pulled a few photos. We'll have a crime scene investigator talk about the scene later, but I want to direct you to a few things. States 265, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
That appears to be the front entry room inside the residence.
Okay. Fair to say there's a shoe rack on the right side here?
Correct.
And did you find any shoes that were black and white Nikes with a white Nike swoosh across the outside?
I did not locate them.
Showing you states 268. Is this the same room?
Yes.
Do you see these samurai swords here?
I do.
Were those of something of interest that you guys were interested in?
Yes.
And did you observe those?
I do not recall actually pulling them out personally, but I did observe them in the room.
Okay. Did somebody pull them out and check if there was blood on them?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. But you wouldn't know that? You don't recall
I
that?
did not personally do that.
Okay. 267. I can't remember why I put this up. Do you see anything of evidentiary value found in this one?
No.
Okay. 291A. Did you participate in any of the upstairs searching?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you recall ever having found you or anyone on your team black and white female-sized Nike shoes with a white swoosh along the side?
I don't recall that. No.
Did you participate heavily in the search of the main bedroom?
The downstairs master?
Yes.
Right, I did.
Tell us generally what your observations were of that bedroom.
Appeared to be like the largest bedroom in the house. That was downstairs. It was cluttered with lots of different clothes, papers, electronic devices, things of that nature.
And during the course of your search warrant, are you looking for particular items that are authorized by the judge?
We were.
And then if you come across something that was not originally expected or authorized, what is the procedure then?
Well, typically we'll obviously take note of it and identify and then contact the lead detective to determine what course to take on that one.
Okay. In this particular case, were you looking for any items associated with the victim?
We were.
And did you find some items associated with that? Describe the search process and how you came upon those items.
So with the search process, just when executing a search warrant, we obviously let our crime scene analysts first enter. They take overall crime scene photos of the thing, or the way the condition of the room was before we enter. After they're done with that process, then we enter, and then we actually physically search for the items that are within the search warrant.
Okay. In this particular case, were you tasked with searching through the dresser in that master room?
Yes.
And did you find something of note?
I did.
What was that?
I found a black wallet, as well as a set of car keys.
And you know, before we get there, I'm going to show you 366. You recognize that?
Yes.
You remember where that was found?
I believe that was on the bed.
373. What is this?
That looks like the same bag with a cell phone.
Okay, and then we have some items that appear to have been removed from that bag.
Appears to be, yes.
374, was that an item that was in that bag?
I believe so.
367, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
368, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
Before the camera goes and broadcasts that to the world, can I borrow your light? Fair to say that's a social security card, sir?
That appears to be, yes.
Just for the record, I've redacted out the social security number, Judge. 368. Can you read into the record the name on that social security card?
The social security card says Jonathan James Willett.
394, is that the contents of that wallet?
It appears to be.
395, the rear side of the contents?
If you zoom out a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Um, 364, same wallet. This is the condition where it was actually found.
Yes.
363, same thing, just showing a different angle of how the social security card was found.
Yes.
You mentioned searching the dresser.
I did.
Showing you 344. You generally recognize this?
I do.
So tell us about the search and how you came upon this item, and was it in this position when you first found it?
So when I first found it, it was actually in the top left drawer of the dresser in the back right corner, buried under like women's lingerie, underwear, things of that nature. The items, which were actually the wallet as well as the Chevrolet keys, were in a series of bags. So like the wallet and the keys were in one bag, and that was tied off, and then that was in another bag, and so forth, I believe, for a total of 6 bags.
Ultimately, do you document, you and other people document the process of unraveling those bags to see what's inside? 345, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
346, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
347, is this the innermost bag?
I believe so.
And I note the person holding it is wearing gloves.
Yes.
Is that you, do you know?
More than likely, I believe it is.
Okay, anyone who touched this bag within the scene, would they have been wearing gloves?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
Just to basically prevent contamination of the crime scene as much as possible.
Okay. Ultimately, is that last bag opened?
I believe so. There could be one more. I don't.
Okay, let me show you 348. Ultimately, I mean, every bag is opened.
Yes.
And what is inside?
So that is a black wallet with Jonathan's driver's license in it, as well as a set of Chevrolet car keys.
349, a little closer image, it shows both those items.
Correct.
350, there's the truck keys in there.
Yes.
351, just a different angle of both items.
Correct.
And 352, that's the outside of the wallet.
Yes.
Ultimately, 436, that's photographed later, correct?
I believe that was taken by a crime scene analyst somewhere else.
Okay. 360, what are we looking at here?
That would be the bed in that same bedroom.
And what is this item here?
That is a blue striped dress.
361, same dress?
Correct.
Appears there's a notebook next to it?
Yes.
Did that notebook contain anything?
I don't know if it was that specific notebook, but there were various, I believe, notebooks in the area.
Were there various notebooks and writings in the area?
I believe so, yes.
335, does that show some of those writings?
Yes.
336, is that zoomed in on the one in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
.338, is that another one of those writings? This one like crumpled up?
Yes.
339, another one of those writings?
Yes.
.337, another one of those writings?
Yes.
.376, another one of those writings?
Yes.
And this starts with, so it has been officially 3 days since Devier and I have stopped talking. He doesn't really seem two-faced.
Yes.
337, another one of these writings.
Correct.
378, again, another.
Yes.
379, another.
Yes.
380, another.
Yes.
381, another.
Yes.
382, another.
Correct.
383, another.
Yes.
384, another. Oops.
Yes.
385, another.
Yes.
386, another.
Yes.
387, another.
Yes.
388, another.
Yes.
And 389, the last one.
Yes.
This one starts with broken heart again, another lesson learned.
Yes.
The following day, did you participate in writing a search warrant for some call detail records?
I did.
Do you remember which call detail records you were searching for?
That would have been the Devin's phone number, which was the 702-677-4430 number.
Okay, and call detail records come from the cell phone company, right?
Correct. And in that case, I believe it was AT&T.
And other detectives will be better suited to talk about the contents of those, not yourself.
Correct.
You helped obtain them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Detective, in reference to the writings that I'm gathering here from counsel's desk, you would testify that these were recovered at the Porcupine residence?
Were those the ones that we were just going over?
Correct. Several of them, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed these in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Would you agree with me that these appear to be entries into a diary, perhaps?
I'd say like a journal of sorts.
Okay, fair enough. And did these writings contain dates that you recall?
I don't recall seeing dates.
Okay. So in reference to the contents of these, you can't give us any indication as to when they were written?
No.
Months before, years before, fair to say?
That's a fair assessment.
Are you aware of how long the occupant, or first of all, who owned this home?
Legally, I don't know exactly who owned the home, but I was told that Devin and Debbie lived there.
Okay. Are you aware as to how long Devin had been living there?
I am not aware of that.
Years, months, no idea. In fact, you have no idea where these were authored, correct?
No.
Were you aware of what was going on between the two houses, the Palmadura house and the Porcupine house? Occupants, what was going on, a move? Were you aware of what was going on?
Yes.
And based upon your knowledge, Jonathan Willett was moving into the Porcupine residence,
Yes.
correct?
That's what we're under the impression of.
And that was the residence where you found the wallet, the keys, Social Security card, correct? You'd agree with me, it appears that items had been moved in, they were out of place. I mean, the place was kind of messy and looked like a move.
It did.
Okay. Did you when you were at the Palmadura house, that house was in disarray as well, correct?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Fair to say that it appeared that the occupant, specifically Jonathan, was moving.
Yes.
In reference to the interview that you had had with Devin, that interview began approximately 12 p.m.?
I believe so.
And that was at the Paladura house, correct?
Yes. In the general area. It wasn't inside the house, obviously, but it was out front.
Okay. Fair to say that she had been summoned to the house and she had come?
She did.
Had there been a discussion that neighbors had called her or something that she knew something had occurred?
I got the phone number from one of the...
Come.
She did.
Had there been a discussion that neighbors had called her or something that she knew something had occurred?
I got the phone number from one of the neighbors, and then I made phone contact with Devin.
Okay. And asked her if she would come and speak to you?
Yes.
And she came willingly?
Yes.
And she appeared to cooperate with you?
Yes.
She obviously was made aware that something bad had happened?
Yes.
And it concerned Jonathan?
Yes.
And she came and freely and voluntarily answered your questions?
She did.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, actually, one more question. You were given the map, the distance between the two houses. Do you have that, counsel?
Yeah, right. I have one map. It's probably under this.
Do you recall that it was a Google map in the distance?
Some type of internet map, yes.
There was a time on that map, correct?
I believe there was.
Now, when Google calculates that time takes into account the time of day, correct?
I'm not sure with Google. I'm more familiar with Apple Maps. Like as far as on your iPhone, I know that it will typically account for traffic conditions.
So the time, perhaps, if that's pulled in the middle of the day, would be a different time. Let's say that if it were pulled at 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, fair to say that those distances and that, well, the distance would remain the same, but the time to go from point A to point B would presumably be less in the middle of the night versus in the middle of the day. And when you pulled that, or when that was prepared, are you aware of what time of day that was?
I am not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, thank you. Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, thank you, your excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
The state calls Uriah Urick.
Uriah. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You have a seat. Sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Uriah Urick,
Can you spell that for us, sir?
DEVIERLLETTE.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Uriah, how old are you?
29, sir.
I can sweep this up so you don't have what is your birthday?
March 1st, 1996.
What was your relationship to Jonathan Willett?
I was his son.
Do you have siblings?
I have 2 younger sisters.
And what's your mom's name?
Arminthia Sanders.
Do you remember or know when your dad and Arminthia split?
I was probably about 9 years old.
When they split and you were 9 years old, where were you guys living generally? Was it here in Vegas?
I don't remember.
Did you go back and forth between Vegas and California?
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit in your life?
Never summer.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where your dad moved here and stayed in Vegas pretty much permanently until his death?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living in the latter years of his life?
On Paul, Georgia.
Is that with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Is that Yoko?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time when you were introduced to a woman by the name of Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you end up getting married to Nikki. And we have a lot to unpack here. I'm sorry to air your dirty laundry, but we have to ask a lot of questions about this, okay? When you first met Nikki, was she dating or in a relationship with your dad?
They were dating at the time.
They were dating at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where were they living at the time, if you know?
I don't know.
When your dad and Nikki were together, did they eventually have children?
Yes, sir.
And is that your two sisters?
Yes, sir.
We don't need to say their names, but what are their approximate ages? Okay, that's okay. I just need an approximate. So are they right now under the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you in kind of living with that or anything like that when he was with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And when they had the children together, were they living together?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where that was?
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Street.
Blue Magic? Is that here in Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Before the girls were born, did there come a point in time where you and Nikki became intimate? Or was it after?
It was after.
Okay. So girls are born. Do Nikki and your dad stay together after the girls are born?
Yes, sir.
And for how long did they stay together before they split? When eventually, after the girls are born, do you and Nikki enter into an intimate relationship?
Yes, sir.
About how old were you at that time?
19.
19 years old?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old she was at the time?
No, sir.
How was it that that relationship kind of started? Do you remember who kind of, I don't mean to be crass, but like who made the first move or any of that? Okay, it was a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
While you were intimate with Nikki initially, was she still dating your dad? Or in a relationship with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Does it embarrass you to admit that in front of a bunch of strangers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue being intimate with Nikki for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad found out about the intimate part of your relationship?
No, sir.
And I'm not going to say it a bunch of times, but when I say intimate, I mean sexual. We agree there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you all three lived under the same roof?
Yes, sir.
And was that the Magic House?
Yes, sir.
And is that when the relationship, intimate relationship started out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me if you can remember, when is it that any of you three move out of Blue Magic? Like, we need to get a sequence of events. Did you move out first? Did they split and move in different places, or can you remember that for me?
I moved out first.
Where did you move to?
I moved back to California.
And where did you stay in California, if you remember?
187 Poppy Circle.
Was that with other family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eventually, do you move back to Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, sir.
Okay. When you do move back to Vegas, after moving to Cali, you move back to Vegas, do you move in with Yoko at the Palo Duro address?
No, sir.
Where did you move that time?
Back to the Blue Magic House.
Okay. Did you then leave back to California for a second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I stepped one step too far ahead. When you moved back to Vegas the first time, you moved into Blue Magic. Who was living at Blue Magic?
My father, Nikki, Tammy King.
The two girls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there some kind of discussion with Nikki at that time about being pregnant?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
I moved back to California, and I was told that she was pregnant with my child, and if I didn't move back, she was going to have that child.
So she tells you this?
She told me that.
So you had gotten out of the situation back in Cali, and you, I presume, talked to her over the phone or something?
Yes, sir.
She tells you she's pregnant, it's yours, and unless you come back, she is going to have the child.
Yes, sir.
What did you do in response to that? Did you witness her go to a doctor?
No, sir.
Did she tell you anything about that child she claimed was yours?
She told me that she had gotten an abortion.
But you never saw any documentation or
No, sir.
anything like that? Okay. So you're pulled back into this situation, you're back here in Vegas, and then you move out again to California.
Yes, sir.
When you moved back to California that time, do you remember your dad, Nikki, and the girls still staying at Blue Magic together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you go back to California, and when is it that you return?
A couple of years after that.
A couple of years?
I believe it was 4
Okay.
years after that.
And you spoke with Ms. Griffith and I last night, right?
Yes, sir.
We talked about, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't know a date, you estimate, but don't guess. We're in agreement there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing your best with the dates?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you moved back this time, were the girls living with Nikki and just Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Where was your dad living?
Paul Dura Drive.
Where did you move to?
Paul Dura Drive.
So you lived with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Who else lived in the home?
Yoko and Yoshida and my father.
Okay. Is Yoshida Yoko's partner, friend, boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
They're elderly folks?
Yes, sir.
When you lived with your dad, how was your relationship at that time?
It was fine. I worked with him.
You worked with him too?
Yes, sir.
Doing what?
Anything and everything.
Okay.
From moving houses to setting up backyards.
Moving houses, setting up backyards? Okay. So let me ask you kind of a general question before we move on. Is it fair for me to say that your dad was in and out of your life growing up?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a strong relationship with your dad as you're getting into your late teens, early 20s, or was it just kind of a, that's my dad and you don't see him too often, or what?
No, I love my father, so we have a strong relationship.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you're living with him at Palo Duro and working that you guys have some disagreements about work and other stuff?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider your dad to have been a hard-headed person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he an opinionated guy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell your dad that you had been having a sexual relationship with the father of his other children?
The mother, you mean?
The mother. Jesus, I said father. Yeah.
No, sir.
I apologize. Knowing your dad as you did, if he had known you were having a sexual relationship with his mother of his children, is he the type of guy that would have just said nothing and let it go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you never tell him. I don't want to ask an obvious question, but why not?
I couldn't go with the courage to do it.
Okay. Eventually, do you move out of the Paladur?
Just 1 second, Mr. Dunn. You can't hear him? Okay. And I'm sorry, sir. Your voice is, thank you so much. Your voice is just really soft to people. And we're gonna see if we can figure out some. Sir, can you just test for me?
Oh, test.
Can you hear him better now? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Nobody can be held in contempt.
All right. I'm going to keep that one in the back pocket. So you eventually move out of Paladura.
Yes, sir.
Dad stays, Yoko and Yoshida stay.
Yes, sir.
Where do you move?
To 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Did you move in with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And I've been saying Nikki. Did you know Nikki by several different names?
Tracy, Devine, and Nikki. Those three.
Tracy, Devine, and Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Devine spelled Devin? Devyn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, after moving out of Paladura and into Porcupine Rim, resume your sexual relationship with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Were your sisters living there, or was there some kind of custody arrangement? Or was that later?
That was later.
Okay. So when you first move into Porcupine Rim, can you give us a date, a year, an approximate year, anything like that? And if you need to use the date of your dad's death, August 7th, 2023, as a point of reference counting back.
Probably 2020.
Probably 2020?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay. So you live at, can we agree that you live at Porcupine Rim at least a couple of years with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time frame, I'm going to ask you some very specific questions. Did there come a point in time when the family court became involved in the custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Did Nikki lose custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Was this before or after you married, if you remember?
After.
So after you married Nikki is when the custody thing happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, were the girls living with you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim for however long you were living there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Dad, to your knowledge, is still living across town?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Nikki lost custody of the children, did they move back in with your dad?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did they live out at the Paladura address?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long they lived at Paladura with your dad?
No, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in the summer months, just before your father's death, that the girls moved back in with you guys, you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim.
Yes, sir.
Did they stay over the summer?
Yes, sir.
Were there, did they have bedrooms there?
Yes, sir.
And where were you sleeping at the time?
The master bedroom downstairs.
With Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times that you slept on the couch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your sexual intimate relationship continue throughout the course of this time period?
Yes, sir.
I hate to air out your laundry, like I said, but I just have to ask it. When you're having this sexual relationship with Nikki, is it a tumultuous relationship?
I don't know the definition of that word.
Okay. Is there a lot of kind of arguing and back and forth, or you describe it for me?
There was arguing back and forth.
Were there times in which you yourself were trying to get out of this relationship?
Yes, sir.
Describe that. How many times, what's going on in your head at this time?
That when I tried to fill some shoes that I had no business filling.
Whose shoes?
My father's.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I believe you just get a little bit closer to me. It's okay.
So you believe you said that you were trying to fill some shoes that you had no business filling. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
As a result of that, did you start to get a little uncomfortable and attempt to leave a couple of times?
Yes, sir.
Did there ever come a point in time, and I want to be precise here, prior to you learning of your dad's death, that you learned he was going to move in to the Porcupine Rim address?
Prior, no, sir.
So you didn't know he was going to move in prior?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn that at some point after?
I learned after the death when my grandmother was telling me about it.
Okay. Did you talk to your grandma like on the 7th?
The day after, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to now bring you to August 6th, okay, 2023. On that day, were you living at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Were the girls living there?
Yes, sir.
Was Nikki living there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember what you did during the day on August 6th?
I had woke up and I went to work and I got a phone call from my grandfather saying that my dad was critically injured and
Okay, let me clarify here. I'm talking about the day before you were notified.
I went to work.
Okay, so you work on the 6th.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Nikki and the girls were doing that day?
No, sir.
Did there come a point in time after you get home from, oh, and I should ask you, did you drive a work van?
Yes, sir.
Is that the white one that was parked in front of the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another vehicle out front of the home. Whose was that? Not the Nissan Armada, but the little sedan.
Oh, that was my vehicle, sir.
Was that operable at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The night of August 6th, you get home from work. Do you remember a point in time where you saw your dad at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So I just got off work. I was helping with the girls with their homework, and I believe I went into the garage and I saw my father bringing over a bunk bed and a desk for the girls, and his back was turned to me, so I closed the garage door.
So you didn't talk to him?
No, sir.
How was your relationship at that point in time?
We hadn't talked for a while.
At some point prior to that, had he learned that you had actually married Nikki?
Yes, sir.
How was that conversation, or if you had a conversation about it?
He sent me a text message asking or saying, I don't know what you're doing, but it's not right. And then I responded with half of what you know is true and the other half isn't.
Okay. So your dad clearly knew you were formally married.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the date you got married?
No, sir.
Did you ever get divorced?
No, sir.
Is that something you would like to do?
After this, yes.
Okay, once this trial is done?
Yes.
Okay. That night when you see your dad moving the girls' stuff into the garage, you don't talk?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do after that? Did you just go back inside or what?
I went back inside and I continued watching the movie with the girls.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury kind of how the night progressed from there.
So I continued watching the girls, watching the movie with them, and Nikki had told me that she was going to go help John move some things, and I said okay, so I stayed at the house. We continued watching the movie, and I believe when the movie was over, I had put them down to bed, and I myself went to sleep.
Do you remember where you put them down to bed?
Yes, they had individual rooms upstairs. So I took them upstairs, I had them change into their pajamas, and then went to bed.
Okay. And then where would you have gone to sleep that night?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
Do you remember texting Nikki saying something to that effect?
I remember texting her, letting her know that I had put the girls to sleep, and I myself am going to sleep because I was working the next day.
You had work the next day?
Yes, sir.
What time did you typically work?
I believe it was 8 a.m. or 8:30.
Okay. So I'm not going to show you a text message, but you remember sending a text message. Do you
Yes, sir.
remember the time of that text message?
I believe it was 10 p.m.
Okay. And so after the text message is sent, do you remember receiving a response from Nikki, or you just go to bed?
I just went to bed.
Okay. And if I didn't ask you, where did you go to sleep?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
The normal place you sleep.
Yes, sir.
When you went to bed, was Nikki home?
No, sir.
That would be why you sent her the text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember waking up at any point after falling asleep that night?
I remember waking up around 2 to her getting into bed, and since I work early in the morning, I didn't ask anything of it. I just looked over, I saw her, and I went back to sleep.
This was, to you, a normal night, right? You would have no reason to ask her anything, right?
No, because if they were moving things around, if they were just working through the night to try to get it all done.
Okay. When you looked over, did you see anything out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m.
Tell the jury how that morning progressed.
I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work. I'm usually the first one that's up, so I got dressed and I went to work.
Okay. Do you remember seeing Nikki or the girls or anything that morning after you woke up?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you remember where your job was that day by chance?
I worked at Hometronics, so I was all over the place in Las Vegas.
Okay. And when you're working, do you drive the, work van?
Yes, sir.
When you're on your off days, do you drive the work van or the car?
The car.
Okay. So on this day, can we presume that you're driving the work van if you're doing a job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I believe you said you work normally around 8:30.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, do you get a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
It was a phone call from my grandfather saying that my father was critically injured and he's in the hospital.
Okay. Okay. When your grandfather tells you that, what do you do?
I proceeded to call my boss to take off work.
And did you learn a little more information from another family member after that?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
That he had passed away. I didn't get any information on how he actually passed away. It was just that he passed.
Okay. So initially, the first call, critically injured, but you tell your work, hey, I gotta go. You learn after that he's passed.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess where do you go from work?
Straight on.
What do you do when you go home?
Started drinking.
Okay. Did you drink back then?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, before you started drinking, if the girls or Nikki were home when you arrived home?
No, sir.
You don't remember, or they were not?
They weren't home.
They were not home?
No.
Okay. On that date, August 7th, do you continue drinking after learning of your dad's death?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the next time you saw Nikki?
I don't. I drank myself to sleep for the next couple of days.
Okay. So is it fair to say those couple days, after learning that on August 7th and maybe into the 8th, maybe the 9th, you're drinking pretty consistently?
Yes, sir.
Is it a bit of a blur for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, do you remember police coming to the Porcupine Rim home?
Yes, sir.
And did they come inside and they do a full search and everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about items in your home. At the time you were working for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had the work truck.
Yes, sir.
I presume you had some tools.
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which you had saws and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you normally carry a saw, or is that something you use for particular jobs, or how does that work?
I had a drywall saw inside my bag along with a screwdriver, a flathead, an electric drill, measuring tape, a lot more.
Okay. Is there a safe inside your home, or was there back then?
Yes, sir.
What was that safe used for?
Guns.
Did you have guns?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have, or did you have back then?
3.
You're allowed legally to possess guns, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have 3 guns. Are they handguns?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember having them on August 7th, or was this general around that time frame?
We've owned the guns for a while.
Okay. Did your dad have guns too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you had guns, your dad didn't?
No, sir.
At least to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So try to give us any memory you have, but you don't remember the next time you saw Nikki, but you did see Nikki back at the home, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember her being there when the police came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you know you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
When is it that you have any conversation with her about your dad's passing?
I believe it was the night that I had found out, I was drinking heavily, and I believe she came home and said, I'm sorry that this happened, and I kind of just wanted to be alone.
Okay. You eventually, during the course of that search of your home, you're interviewed by police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was recorded?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, you give a lengthier interview, correct? an interview.
Oh, yes, sir.
And with that, you understand that was recorded as well.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately learn that Nikki is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is it, if you remember, that you learn she's arrested for the murder of your dad?
I want to say a week afterwards, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. So somewhere in the range of a week or 2 weeks after the actual death.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, before she gets arrested and after your dad's death, do you remain at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Do you question what happened to your dad?
Yes, sir.
Are there a lot of kind of unanswered questions you have during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time after her arrest that she contacted you from the detention center?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, we would move to admit 631, which is a recording of that contact. No objection. Thank you.
631 will be a minute.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Free call from an incarcerated individual has entered the detention center. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? They won't tell me anything. They're something about you, and they're not very pleasant. So they're holding me here while they look for evidence. Because they don't have any evidence. They have no murder weapon, no motive, no nothing. They're holding me here to find it. You should have released already. What? You sound like you should have been released already. I haven't gone to court yet. I go to court tomorrow. Okay, well, I'm not even going to California. Okay. CBS at the girls. With my grandfather. Are you taking fingerprints so they can go with him and we might go with you right here? churches, and they said, you have one in your house. And I'm like, okay. They're like, well, this was used at his house. Like, you're fucking joking, right? Like, that's literally what they showed me.
If you're getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it over.
So, I get released and you go to California?
I'm literally planning on it because I'm supposed to leave. I'll leave an article about you, says you're not leaving.
All the way up?
From where? There's one of those articles about you and what happened.
News article?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know until you get released. I still don't know what to believe. I'm sorry. But, yes, I'm going to have a plan. And if you are getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it over. If not, then I have to do something with them. My grandmother's on the way ready to get close to the girls.
You just presentation with these news articles about me and how literally nothing.
The food was so bad and points that you did it. The second one was very graphic and still points that you did it. Like I said, if you're going to court and they release you, I still don't know what to believe and I can't be here.
Devier, you mentioned a couple of news articles there.
Yes, sir.
When was it that you first learned of the graphic nature of what happened to your dad after his death?
I believe it was a day prior to the phone call that I was sent an article from the Las Vegas News explaining what had happened to my father and that she was involved.
Okay. At the end of that phone call, somebody hung up. Who did that?
She did.
When you were telling her, I'm leaving to California, I'll leave the dog, had you already planned when all this kind of madness started to break it off?
Yes, sir.
Was that essentially what the jury just heard, your breakup conversation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you ever talked again after that?
We never talked again after that.
Look at me. Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Pass witness.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a moment of cross-examination. We're going to take a brief recess to complete cross-examination of this witness. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, testify in the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case, so it's not submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 325 will be in recess until 3:40.
All rise for the jury.
That they were moving the desk from the bunk bed into the. I didn't know prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page. You've been asked that before under oath, correct? Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. Okay, Mr. Dustin, are you ready?
Mr. Willett, my name is Robert Draskovich. My partner, Mike Horvath, and I represent your wife. You and I have never spoken, have we?
No, sir.
You've never spoken with my investigator, Ken Hardy, have you? Investigator?
No, sir.
No. So this is the first time that we're actually having an opportunity to communicate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just get a little closer, that microphone, thank you.
You had testified today, fair to say, for the first time, that you had a relationship with your wife that went years back.
Yes, sir.
You'd been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you? Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
No, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct?
No, sir.
I see.
Sir, if you could speak up on the phone.
You had testified today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe it was your grandfather?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff what was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him we never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
No, sir.
It's the same, or it's different?
It's the same. I worked with my father.
I'm sorry, in this low voice, you can speak up, please.
I worked with my father, so we bumped heads on a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only over work.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house.
No, sir.
On August 6th. You don't recall telling the detective that? I mean, you have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was told shortly after his death that he was going to move in. Then I didn't know prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage, but I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just? And then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, so not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here, I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in, and you guys don't get along. You were talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that they were moving the desk and a bunk bed into the house for the girls.
So you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him. And I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering your question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony, correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. He wasn't really there for me, correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father, fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about moving out of Yoko's house, he said, I got out as soon as I could, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was gonna move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said, she was gonna tell me to move out, or she was gonna give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was gonna let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were gonna move out, and you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was pushing you out and that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
Oh, so now, you said before, until after your death, now you're agreeing you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Ozawa, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking to him the day before because you know you don't want problems and you know that he's moving in.
That's right.
Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out. Correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? And I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat it?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about your marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really. Because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like worked out for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, but like for the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it? Which you were telling the detective after you're saying that you learned for the first time that your dad's been murdered. What you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't remember.
You've read through this transcript. You agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that this detective was kind of confused, and he's saying, well, wait a minute. She had kids with him, but you're his son, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is clear Yoko didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 7, detective asks again, trying to clarify this relationship and what's really going on. So he asks you, so I didn't know, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. And you respond, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, sir.
So you're telling us that you were telling this detective the truth?
Yes, sir.
Then the detective asks you, but do you guys sleep in the same room? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys actually did sleep in the same room. You slept in the same bed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But when he asked if you two slept in the same room, you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he asks you, are you guys intimate at all? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it?
No, sir.
Fair to say that you were downplaying your feelings for your wife when this detective came to ask you about the murder of your father.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what actually happened to my father.
Please say it again.
Yes, sir, because I didn't actually know what happened to my father.
Okay. But you're lying to the police officer about your relationship with your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, the detective, page 8. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And your response recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah. And I mean, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. That's what you said to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective follows up. Okay, and that's you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here, or didn't know that you lived here? And you respond, no, he knows I live here, correct?
My father?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Knowing that I lived in Vegas?
No, that lived in that house. The detective asking, does he know that you live here? And you say, yeah, he knows I live here, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did confirm that you knew that she was going over there to your dad's house with the girls, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the joint custody that they had.
Yeah. And the detective, confirming that you know that he's moving in and that you're going out, asks, why was he moving out of the other house? And you said, because they all they do is scream and yell. When I was over there, my grandma would go downstairs at 6 in the morning yelling at him for the car payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also say, I think my grandma was kicking him out, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's true. And trust me, I'm not going to tell you anything you didn't say, okay? I'm not trying to trick you. You're asked, page 10 by Detective Ozawa, bottom of the page. Okay, so then, how long has, I guess, it been planned for them to move John in over here? Your response, I have no idea. Like, it was ran by me that, because we all know how he is. And it's like, okay, if he's moving in here, and if he's going to be homeless, I get it. I can move out and go somewhere, because I have a legitimate job, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some one-off. You repeatedly confirmed to Detective Ozawa that your dad was moving in and that you were moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had the legitimate job, correct?
We both had legitimate jobs.
You had a good job.
His job was better than mine.
He was a mover, part-time, correct?
He did everything.
Your grandmother was always angry at him because she owed him money. Fair?
Fair.
But you had a steady job at Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had the good, legitimate job that you were the one getting kicked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you go on to state that you're a technician for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you do security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you install entertainment systems.
Yes, sir.
You told the officer that you'd been doing that for about 2.5 years. Fair?
Yes, sir.
You were asked again by Detective Ozai, well, since you knew you were moving out, where are you going to move into? Where are you going to move to? And you tell him, and this is page 12, counsel. Yeah, like I have some friends down the street that I could roommate with. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That made you angry, didn't it?
No, sir.
I mean, you've been in this house with your wife, your dad's moving in, and you have to leave. You're telling us that didn't make you angry?
No, sir.
Now, today you testified that you'd worked the day before, August 6th, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were actually off the day before, correct? You didn't work on August 6th.
I was drinking a lot, I don't remember.
But you would first tell the police officer, yeah, I worked yesterday, but then...
Sir, I have to have you to speak up. The jury's having a really hard time.
Sorry about that.
Is that better?
If you could just please repeat your answer. Trust me, I'm not trying... If you could speak up, please, and just repeat that last answer.
I was drinking a lot and I don't remember.
But you actually made the same mistake and initially told him I was working yesterday, but then you corrected yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you really weren't drinking that much. Because you at first said, well, I worked yesterday, and then you said, oh, actually, you know what? It was my day off. Correct? Sundays are your days off.
That was 10 years ago and I was drinking very heavily for my father's death, so I don't remember.
Okay. But sir, this conversation occurred August 7th, 2023. All right?
Sorry.
Or, I mean, you do... Fair to say, it hasn't been that long, has it?
Not 10 years.
In reference to the day before, August 6th, and you seeing them moving in, okay, because you actually didn't work the day before. You said, I heard the door open. I thought one of the girls opened the door, so I came down and looked out and saw him unloading stuff. And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. So I closed the door, just didn't hear it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, you tell the detective that you actually don't have a room in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true. I mean, you were sleeping with your wife in the same bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that your guy is a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
His father.
Oh, you said your daddy.
Yeah. You said he's like a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said he had no filter, that kind of a guy.
Yes, sir.
You were asked, okay, so when you left Yoko's house, and that was a couple of years before, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often do you talk to him? And your answer was not at all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective says, oh, and you say nothing. I mean, you say nothing, correct? Meaning you guys don't talk.
After he found out that we were married, we didn't talk after that.
Detective asks you, he didn't call you or nothing, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
No text, nothing like that, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective then asks you about you speaking with him a couple of months ago, and what did that entail? Like, what were you guys doing at that point? You correct him and say, I didn't say I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, I thought you said the last time you spoke with, like actually talked to him, was a couple of months ago. And you say, well, like it was probably years, correct?
Yes, sir.
You say he doesn't call me on my birthday, not on Happy New Year's, like none of that. So not Thanksgiving, so we just didn't talk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're asked by the detective, counsel is on page 18, is there anything you can think of that you haven't told me that you think might be important for us to know? And you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're there trying to figure out this dynamic, and you've lied to them about the relationship that you have with your wife, and you've lied to them about the living arrangement where you're getting kicked out by your father, correct? He's moving you out.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what exactly had happened.
You did say that it was kind of a shit show at the other house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that you had discussed issues concerning this dynamic, correct? Concerning your wife, you, your father, the moving arrangements, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed another time, correct? By another officer. And you reviewed that in preparation, the transcript, in preparation for your testimony today.
Sir.
You'll agree with me that you'll lie under oath if it fits you.
No, sir. I became a very big alcoholic after that.
Okay.
So it's a little fuzzy, but I will answer truthfully to what I feel.
But you'd agree with me that you were an alcoholic before that day and you had a drinking problem, correct? Before August 7th, 2023.
Yes.
In fact, it became a really big point of contention between you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
The actions, correct? Things that you do, correct? She'd send you texts. I mean, she'd get angry about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
She'd tell you that you were turning into your father. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And you resented that part of your father, didn't you? Because he did the same thing, correct?
No, sir.
And you'd agree with me that when you drink, you do things that you wish you didn't, correct?
Other than maybe throw up, no, sir.
It affected your judgment, didn't it?
No, sir.
Affects your memory, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, but thank you.
Yes. Bear with me, Devier, I just got a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify a couple of things. So, Mr. Draskich started his questioning by asking you if you'd ever talked to him or his investigator or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Since after that jail call we heard, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've maintained a job out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Living a normal, or I guess relatively normal life.
Yes, sir.
You traveled here after we contacted you and said this trial's coming up and we need you to testify as a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
You came here willingly.
Yes, sir.
You didn't make me go arrest you to bring me here, correct?
No, sir.
We flew you out and you came and you brought your girlfriend for support, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your girlfriend's the young lady sitting in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Is it easy for you to talk about your personal sexual life in front of all these strangers and that big old camera right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me tell the jury. Was this a dynamic, untraditional relationship?
At first, it was just to help with my sisters, and things got a little weird, so in the beginning, no, and then at the end, yes.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about the marriage. I'm talking about since you were a 19-year-old kid having sex with your father's ex, or I guess live-in girlfriend at the time. You would agree that's not traditional?
Absolutely not. Yes.
You would agree that's not traditional?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that, you know, it's not the best look to do what you did?
Yes, sir.
Are you embarrassed of that?
Yes, sir.
But it happened, and you're acknowledging that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that sexual relationship went on for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Without going through all these exhibits, you would acknowledge and you understand that the detectives took your phone and took a whole bunch of other phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And before you even took the stand in front of these people today, you know that we, all these lawyers, have access to your most personal, intimate conversations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing your best to recall 2 years ago, back to 8 years ago, in front of this jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you say, sitting on the stand today, you say, I believe I worked on August 6th. Is that what you believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Draskevich made a big point of this, and I want to address it real quickly. Page 13 of the voluntary statement, counsel. This is about working the day before. Actually, it's bottom of page 12. The detective asks you, okay, is that what time you got off? And I'm going to be exactly precise with the words from this transcript, okay?
Yes, sir.
You respond, sometimes a little earlier. The detective asks, is that what time you got off yesterday? You respond, I got off yesterday at about, wait now, today's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday, right? And the detective responds, yeah. Then you respond, yeah, I didn't work yesterday. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I can show you this at any point if you need to see it. My point is, and my question is, on August 7th, you learned your father died from your grandfather, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have, you were at work and then you go home and you start drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You learn a little bit later that it's not like a natural death and there are police involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are police showing up to your house, they're searching it, they're talking to Nikki, Devin, they're talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You acknowledged with defense counsel earlier, you were not entirely truthful about the depth of your relationship with Nikki. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to this jury, let them look at you and say, why is it that you were not entirely truthful about your relationship with Nikki on the day one?
I wasn't entirely truthful with our relationship because I didn't know that my father was murdered, and I didn't want anybody to find out that I tried to feel some truths that I shouldn't have felt.
Okay, so do you even know at the time you're giving this interview that Nikki was a potential suspect?
I was unaware for the whole thing. I just didn't know why the cops were in the house.
Okay, did there come a point in time in the intervening or the days after August 7th where you start to suspect she had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that easy for you to come to that understanding?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She was your wife, she is your wife.
Yes, sir.
You cared for 2 children together, you had a lot of sexual history with this person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to see her go to jail or get arrested for this?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, and I should clarify. In the days where you're just suspecting and you're still kind of figuring out what's going on, did you want her to go to jail and lose her kids for this?
Once I found out after the news article, yes.
Okay, so once you find out what actually happened to your dad and you presume she did it, you want her to go to jail, fair?
Yes, sir.
But before that, you're not in any of this interviews blaming it on her, correct? We agree there.
Yes, sir.
You're not saying she must have done it, you're just giving history.
Yes, sir.
You minimize your relationship, we can agree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to the questioning Mr. Draskovich went through with the, when you learned your dad was moving into the Porcupine Room address. I want to talk about this for a moment. Before I get into the transcript, as you sit here right now, when is it that you think you learned that your dad was moving into the residence?
It was talked about before. I drank a lot. According to the paper, I did know about it apparently, but
okay.
I didn't think it was actually going to happen.
Okay. So, and bottom of page 8. I'm going to read verbatim. You are asked about line 300, counsel. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in and she told you that you were going to have to move out, period. You respond, recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, period. And, period, I mean, period, I know the person he is, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it, period. They then ask, okay, and you were gonna move out. Did he knew that you lived here or didn't know that you lived here? You responded, no, he knew I lived there. Detective says, and then, ... and you continue and you say, but since I didn't talk to him and she was going over there for the girls and him, I kind of stayed away. I guess they would talk about it and she ran it by me. I drink a lot, so she ran it by me apparently, and I was gonna move out for a short period of time until he got on his feet and I was gonna come back. Does that sound accurate? Do you dispute what is in the statement? Does it sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
You're not disputing what's in the statement?
No, sir.
So even back then, you're telling them, like, I drink a lot. She apparently told me this.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here right now, do you 100% remember when you learned your dad was going to move in?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you known beforehand, before his death, would that have caused you to fight him, hurt him, kill him?
No, sir.
Would you have had any reason to kill him?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you gotta go stay at a buddy's house or move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely not.
All right, thank you, Debbie. I pass the witness to.
Can you brief on Mr. Garcia?
Yes. This whole issue about the sexual relationship that you had with Devin, beginning when you were 19, you didn't speak to the prosecutor or anybody about that until yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watched this opening statement, didn't you? Our opening statement, where we laid out what was in the phones. Isn't that right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you watched the opening statement in this case, didn't you?
What was the opening statement in this case?
You don't know what an opening statement is, or the opening statement?
I don't record all of it.
I see. So she's on trial, you're in California, or you're getting here, and you didn't watch this?
I seen a YouTube video.
Then you talked to the prosecutor about these issues, correct? So you watched the YouTube video, you watched the opening statement, correct? And you adjusted, isn't that right?
What do you mean by adjusted?
You know, you received a couple of texts from your father. (10/24/2022). You have nothing to tell me? WTF, I thought you were my seed. If what I know, I can't fuck with you. And he sent you another one a moment after that. Devil shit, correct?
Listen.
I have no further questions.
Anybody understand?
What YouTube video did you see and when did you see it?
It was earlier in the year. I think it was about the custody case. It wasn't about this one.
Okay, so that line of questioning just now was a bit misleading, so let me clarify something.
I'd object. The question was clear. It's whether it's his answer, I think, is misleading. So
I object, Mr. Giordani's objection, Mr. Giordani's characterization is going to be sustained. Mr. Giordani, if you think something needs to be clarified for this jury, you can ask a clarifying question.
Okay. So the way, maybe I mischaracterized or misunderstood the question. I thought the question was, did you watch a YouTube video last night of the opening statement that happened in this trial?
No, sir, I'm sorry. The video that I witnessed was over the custody case, I believe.
Yeah, like months ago, correct?
Yeah, earlier this week.
Did you watch any footage from this trial before hitting the stand?
No, sir.
Okay. So what you're testifying to is not based on something Mr. Draskovich said yesterday or the day before? Because you wouldn't know what he said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we met last night, I told you, I'm not going to tell you what anybody said in court. I want to hear the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I said the most important thing is to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that?
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Draskovich?
you're capable of not quite telling the truth when it's to your benefit. Fair to say?
I just didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I see. You reviewed those transcripts prior to your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke with investigators from the district attorney's office in preparation for this trial, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
They went through what your testimony was going to be. They went through what your statements were going to be, correct?
Yes, sir.
They provided you transcripts of your prior statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until last night that you talked about having this sexual relationship with your wife, about 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just last night's the first time you talked about it, just so we're clear, correct?
Talk to him.
The prosecutor about this relationship that you had with Devier. Last night was the first time, correct?
Well, he is Devier.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. But with Devier, you spoke with Mr. Giordani last night for the first time, correct? About your relationship with Devin Michaels. Going back to 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you have no further questions.
Any problems?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just got to clarify, just so everyone understands. You testified at a prior proceeding where I questioned you, the grand jury thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the relationship and you said it was sexual after the first year and it went up and until your dad's death.
Yes, sir.
That's back in September of 23.
Yes, sir.
Last night, you flew in out of state, you came with your girl, and you met with us with a witness present, a guy with a badge. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if it was meant to be suggested this way, but what I heard was they told you what to say or something like that?
I object to that. No, I didn't. That wasn't my question, so that was
Okay.
okay.
So we asked you questions, correct?
Yes.
And I told you, I can't tell you anything that's happened in court. That would be unethical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I told you to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Johnson?
Just so we're clear, I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing. I'm just saying yesterday was the first time that you had a discussion about having a relationship with your wife, a sexual relationship, from the time you were 19, correct?
No, sir. It sounds like I was already interviewed about it and I talked about it.
I read you your grand jury transcript. No, that was in the context of your marriage. You never testified before the grand jury about having a sexual relationship with your wife that began when you were 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Yeah, you can come down now.
Counsel could approach. We are going to take our nighttime recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to news or media accounts or commentary on this. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference bureaus. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not or trust anything regarding this case that was submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury. You can see my chair. Thank you. No, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.